People in the Navy invent the enhancement stone at the beginning. Chapter 151-200. Chapter 151-Kata's plan. In front of the live broadcast of the Chambord Islands, countless people widened their eyes with disbelief and shock in their eyes. Even the flash of the camera has been completely immune, staring at the live broadcast screen without blinking, for fear of missing any picture and detail. The Navy is really too strong. The Whitebeard pirates killed thousands of people. Section 145 What is that red and white ball? Why can you release a huge sea king? Those sea kings are too powerful. They can easily swallow an entire pirate ship. The combat power of robots similar to those of the giants is too fierce. Even the attack of the white-bearded first team leader, Marco the Phoenix, cannot be destroyed. The Navy's combat effectiveness is too strong. If the Whitebeard pirates go on like this, I'm afraid the entire army will be wiped out. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The scene was full of exclamations. It was 1,000 times more lively than a vegetable market in a market. The combat power displayed by the Pokeball and the mecha caused an unprecedented sensation in the whole world, causing an uproar that hit everyone on the entire sea. The pen in the reporter's hand kept writing in the notebook, and a page of paper was filled with a lot of important information in a short time. Immediately turn to the next page and continue to record. Some newspaper staff even shouted excitedly at the staff who were faxing pictures and text messages, "Quick! Be sure to get the news out before other newspapers. The mysterious sphere can actually accommodate huge sea kings. And the robot, even the glowing things on the Admiral, are all reported to the company one by one." It's not just the newspaper staff who are busy. Even the newsbirds are having the busiest and most tiring days of their lives. There has never been such a busy time. Just after delivering the newspapers and returning to the newspaper office, another batch of fresh newspapers came out. It's an epic battle that's been watched around the world. Afterwards, according to incomplete statistics, there were no less than 10,000 newsbirds who died in this battle, except for accidents. Navy Headquarters. Above the sea in the distance of Malinfando, tens of thousands of meters in the sky, Beast Kaido's flame cloud easily held the ships of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates in the air. Navy. They took out a lot of small balls and released a lot of different sea kings. The great fleet of the Whitebeard pirates. Heavy losses. That's the robot out. Marco kicked the robot. The robot flew out of the sea with a punch. A punch and flew Marco. His katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. Violet's eyes widened suddenly, as if he had seen some terrible sight, and exclaimed, "Yes. Tyrant, Bartholomew Bear. 20 bears." Shocked. The mighty Whitebeard pirates were devastated, and the battle situation was completely one-sided and crushed. The Whitebeard pirates are tens of thousands. Thousands of people died in a short period of time. Terrible. Doflamingo's face was gloomy, the muscles on his face hardened as he gritted his teeth, and a low voice resembling a beast's roar sounded. It seems that the Navy still hides a lot of secret weapons. Even the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors, suffered such a blow in front of the Navy. The combat effectiveness of such balls and robots is beyond ordinary. The Navy cannot be allowed to develop any longer. If the Navy really continues to develop, the 4 emperors and 7 marshalsees will be wiped out by the Navy one by one, and even if they unite, they will not be able to stop the Navy at all. Wait until the war is a little more intense. It's time for us to play. Kaido grinned and continued. Our goals seem to be more the same, now that a ball that can hold a sea king. I want to grab it too. Standing beside Kaido, Fire Calamity, with his arms around his chest, said calmly, "Even if we can't grab it, we must try our best to destroy these things, and the most important thing is to catch Hill. As long as we catch him, everything the Navy develops will be ours." With Hill, there are as many enhancement stones as you want. Even the mysterious ball, and the powerful robot. As long as these things are produced in large quantities, even the Navy and even the world government will no longer be the opponents of the beast pirates. Mom katakana middle dot katakana middle dot mom katakana middle dot katakana middle dot Admiral, how would it feel to be his son-in-law? The old lady is inexplicably excited. Charlotte Lingling's eyes were full of excitement, and then she looked at her daughters. The corners of her mouth widened, revealing a creepy and terrifying smile. Who among you is willing to marry General Malonghill? It seemed to her that all of this was a done deal. Some unmarried daughters of Lingling blushed instantly, and even said boldly, "Mom, let me marry him." The scene seemed a little light-hearted and cheerful. At this time, Charlotte Katakuri couldn't help but said, "Mom, Kaido, since the war will continue for a while, why don't we take advantage of this time? How about releasing Drought Jack and even some of the pirates in the city? As long as you give them a ship and let them come to the headquarters of the Navy, won't this bring more pressure and casualties to the Navy?" A word woke the dreamer. Yan Calamity immediately looked at Katakuri and agreed. Yes, those pirates who have been imprisoned for so long must have had a long grudge against the Navy, as long as they agree to destroy the Navy. We'll let those pirates out. The Navy has focused its attention on the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army, which is a good opportunity for us to attack the advanced city. The Candy Minister Perospero's eyes flickered, and he said excitedly, "Our Charlotte family also has mirror fruit ability, and it is very easy to enter directly into the advancing city. Let those incarcerated prisoners be our vanguards." As soon as Kata's idea came out, it was immediately recognized by everyone. Kaido laughed excitedly. "Then leave this matter to Yanzan and Fei Lubao to act with you. I'm also waiting to join the battlefield. Hope the guy with the white beard can last longer." Chapter 152_Whitebeard joins the battlefield. Hidden in the sky, the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates near Marinfando are naturally not far from the advanced city. Perospero looked at Katakuri and said, "It's up to you to bring the cracker, and Owen, Daifuku and other brothers and sisters to the advanced city. As long as those prisoners are released from the prison, the Navy advancing the city will not be able to resist. With the ability of Mirror Mirror, Bray exists, and it is very easy to sneak into the advancing city. The 100 Beast Pirates and the Big Katakana Middle Mom Pirates join forces. What if it is a push city known as an impregnable wall?" Katakuri quickly picked members to follow him. Then he immediately ordered, "Everyone, enter the mirror world of Bray, and then the flames will take us to the advanced city." And Bray immediately took out a mirror and placed it on the deck. Under the command of Katakuri, the members of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates entered a different world through the mirror. There are different mirrors all over the place. Kaido was so excited that he raised a huge wine gourd and poured it into his mouth, while he let out an excited laugh. Gollum. This is the most magnificent war in the world that Lao Tzu is looking forward to. The 4 emperors, Shichibukai, the Navy, and even the prisoners of the advancing city. It just makes my blood boil, and I look forward to it. Navy. Get ready for this unprecedented battle. The scorching spirits stimulated Kaido's nerves and body, making him impatient for the next battle. Doflamingo's mouth also showed an evil smile. The heart is full of evil thoughts and thoughts. This is war, let's fight. It's better to destroy everything and show the people in the world government who think they have it all. How do you feel when you get out of control? It must be interesting, right? Let this era completely fall into the era of rampage. As long as the Navy falls and is destroyed, the whole world will surely fall into a more chaotic and bloody era than the Great Pirate Era. Section 146_. The whole world will go berserk. He can't wait to see that scene. At this time, Violet on the deck exclaimed again, "Whitebeard. Whitebeard has joined the battlefield. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot." Whitebeard has joined the battlefield. A Navy elite suddenly shouted nervously. Originally standing on the bow of the Moby Dick, the Whitebeard stood still, and jumped down on the ice frozen by the green pheasant. Bang! Whitebeard raised his head and stared at the battle situation above Crescent Moon Bay. It's still my signal to start the war. His mood can be described as extremely heavy, and he never imagined that the war would turn out to be a one-sided situation. If you don't join the battlefield, it may take less than half an hour, and the tens of thousands of Whitebeard pirates will be wiped out. Daddy, it's Daddy here. If Dad takes a shot, he will definitely be able to break through the defense line of the Navy. Dad's Kong Yunchi is a weapon that has been strengthened 12 times with strengthening stones. With my father's strength, these robots can definitely be destroyed with one strike. Cover Daddy, rush, rescue Brother Ace. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The signal of Whitebeard's attack immediately boosted the morale of the pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. This is also the helpless move of Whitebeard. Whitebeard walked on the battlefield leisurely, and a cannonball roared suddenly. The foil beasta on the side instantly appeared in the air, and the two knives slashed at the bomb, instantly smashing the bomb into pieces. Dad, leave these shells to me. Foil beasta fell from the air and said to Whitebeard. Whitebeard continued to march forward with his head held high, and a large number of pirates gathered around him. Defense various attacks for Whitebeard. His appearance seemed to completely twist the scattered, frightened and panicked members of the Whitebeard pirates into a rope. The charisma of the personality is revealed. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly had a backbone. Constantly advancing the formation. There are still 4 hours left before the official execution time. On the execution stand. When Whitebeard Newgate joined the battlefield, Sengoku's face changed instantly and became solemn. But his heart is still full of confidence. Whitebeard, are you finally going to shoot? Even if you have the power to destroy the world, today is different from the past. The Navy is no longer the Navy it used to be. Then he put his mind on the Revolutionary Army that had not yet appeared. There was a faint intuition in his heart that the Revolutionary Army should appear soon. It's just that the Navy's powerful combat power now makes the warring state's heart full of confidence, even if the Revolutionary Army comes. He is still confident. Huaquan Ace, who was kneeling on the ground, had moved tears in his eyes, and he couldn't bear it. Dad. It's me who shouldn't be willful. It's me who's impulsive. His heart was full of self-blame and guilt, watching the old Whitebeard come to save himself with all his injuries. While his heart was moved, he was more in pain. A teardrop the size of a bean fell on the wooden board, and in the blink of an eye, a water-stained mark was smudged. Ace. Sabo felt the same when he looked at Ace, who was in pain. He didn't want the Revolutionary Army to come to save him, and he didn't want to see someone he knew die in front of him. That pain. Heartbreaking. In Crescent Bay. Thousands and tens of thousands of pirates gathered by Whitebeard's side and made great progress all the way. Kirby looked at the Whitebeard nervously, and the aura of the Whitebeard was breathtaking and made him feel under pressure. They really won't kill them, right? The Whitebeard pirates went all the way through the hail of bullets, even if the shells were beside them. The man's expression never changed in the slightest, not even blinking his eyelids. Kebi, those pirates are so powerful. Can we really defeat them? Bailu Mabe looked at the smoke-filled Crescent Bay with a look of horror. Battlefield. Even any pirate who is too ordinary to be named can feel very powerful. Scared them a little scared. Just when they were trembling. The commanding navy at the port issued an order, all ready. Release the Pokeball. Chapter 153 Admiral Akainu is dispatched. Let it go. An extremely high-pitched cry came from the Admiral's mouth. All of a sudden. Thousands of Navy soldiers who were already ready pressed the switch on the Pokeball. Different beasts flew out of the Pokeball and landed on the ice in Crescent Bay. There are huge tigers, lions, cheetahs, jackals, hounds and so on. There are also huge brown bears, apes, wild boars and so on. Just for a moment. Thousands of ferocious beasts appeared on the ice. There is quite a sense of the picture of all beasts gathering together. The body size varies from a few meters to more than 10 meters. Even if they are subdued by the Pokeball, they still cannot erase the primitive wildness they carry. And the hunting instinct in the body. Roar tilde tilde. Fizz. Ow tilde. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The beasts let out all kinds of terrifying howls, and many beasts opened their bloody mouths, revealing sharp teeth. Let the pirates, bodies can't help but give birth to an instinctive fear of danger. This scene. The members of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly stopped and looked at the scene in front of them in horror. That ball. The Navy still has so many. These beasts. The breath of these beasts is so strong. That kind of ball is called a Pokeball. How did these beasts fit into such a small ball? The Navy. The Navy. Thousands of beasts can be compared to tens of thousands of Navy. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Before the Whitebeard pirates could react, thousands of ferocious beasts charged. The hard ice was trembling. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying light flashed, domineering, intimidation. The next moment, a majestic and ferocious aura like a tsunami burst out from his body. That is, the will of the king. Section 147_. That is the power of domineering and domineering. The shock wave that was as terrifying as the roar of dragons and tigers spread rapidly in front of him in an instant. Whitebeard Newgate seems to be the ruler of the world at this moment. It is the supreme king. The whole world seems to have become a slow-motion shot. The turbulent weather swept over the beasts who were running and roaring like a storm. In an instant, thousands of beasts were as if the pause button had been pressed, and their movements and expressions were instantly frozen. For a brief moment, the beasts all stopped. That momentum passed through thousands of beasts, and the electric light and flint hit the Navy on Crescent Bay. PFF'd. PFF'd. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. All the navies were like dominoes in an instant, their eyes lost color, and their brains lost consciousness and fell to the ground. This is a horrifying picture. The soldiers who were recruited as the elite of the Navy could not withstand this domineering shock. Kirby, Bellumber, Dusky and others fell to the ground with a thud without knowing what was going on. With a dignified expression, Smog couldn't help but take a deep breath of the 2 cigars in his mouth, and said in shock, Is this the spirit of the strongest man in the world? 100,000. 100,000 Navy were all stunned. It's horrible. This scene made his hair stand upright. The goosebumps all over my body couldn't help but appear on the skin. It was a kind of creepy feeling of terror. 100,000 Navy elites fell in front of him one after another, and when he looked around, they all fell to the ground. This scene. Smog couldn't help his scalp tingling. The expressions of the elite lieutenant generals of the Navy headquarters under the execution platform also changed greatly, and their expressions paled in horror. Flying Squirrel frowned and took a deep breath to calm the shock in his heart. Whitebeard. Is Whitebeard going to go all out? Doesn't he intend to retain any strength for the next battle? Even if the General Navy is stunned, it's impossible for Whitebeard to rescue those criminals. Ghost Spider looked fierce. He didn't care that the Navy was stunned by Whitebeard's domineering arrogance. And the position above them. Admiral Akainu stood up abruptly from his seat, with a murderous intent on his face, and said extremely coldly, They are all people who are about to step into the coffin, and they are still showing off their might in front of the Navy. He stretched out his hand to straighten the glowing hat on his head. As for the color of the light, he could just make up his own mind. He stepped forward. Obviously wanting to join the battlefield, a cold voice sounded from his mouth. The loser of the old times, let me, Sakaski, end the story of your white beard. Akainu jumped down from the 10-meter-high platform. Leaping a distance of tens of meters, it landed on the square. Hill smiled slightly. Sakaski is dispatched. Whitebeard should be no threat, plus there are so many Pokeballs and 20 Malong mechas. Whitebeard can't get here at all, so when will the Revolutionary Army appear? One of the 4 emperors, the Whitebeard pirates, has no threat to the Navy at all, only the Revolutionary Army hidden in the shadows makes people feel at ease. Admiral Kizaru nodded in approval and pouted. It's best if the enemy can be eliminated without the old man taking action. In my opinion, the Whitebeard pirates' fleet can last up to half an hour. Dozens of hundreds of meters in size, or even thousands of meters, are completely mountain-level monsters. Even the devil race, Little Oz, who is several times larger than the giants, is incomparable in size in front of the Sea Kings. He has great strength and physique. But he couldn't hold back the number of Sea Kings, and Little Oz was no match at all. The tentacles of an octopus-like Sea King wrapped around him as he reached out to tug at the octopus's tentacles. The huge and sharp pincers of another giant Sea King crab came towards him. Ace. I'll save you when I get rid of these Sea Kings. Little Oz the devil hugged the crab's claws with both hands, and threw him directly over his shoulder. Boom. The ice surface was immediately smashed to pieces, exposing the seawater under the ice surface. Even if one Sea King was killed, there were still more Sea Kings killing him. The sharp teeth pierced into his hard skin fiercely, and the blood suddenly gushed out like a spring. Oz fell to his knees with a thud, and the violent impact of his knees shattered the ice cubes under him. And the octopus Sea Kings took the opportunity to drag the body of Little Oz into the sea. Oz! Ranger Dorma suddenly exclaimed in grief, and just ran 2 steps in a hurry. He stopped his figure swayed with the turbulent waves, and under his feet was a broken ship and a wooden board floating on the sea. He can't even take care of himself. Huo Shaoshan stood on the warship, staring coldly at the tragic state of the Whitebeard pirates, and immediately ordered the soldiers around him, release 50 more Sea Kings. I want to make this group of pirates completely desperate. Chapter 154_Disheartened Great Vortex Spider. Yes. 50 gigantic and ferocious Sea Kings were once again unleashed by the ready soldiers on the Navy warship. Bang! Bang! Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The Sea Kings fell into the sea and began to frantically kill the Whitebeard pirates' fleet under the orders of the Navy soldiers. It was a complete one-sided massacre. Even a captain with a bounty of hundreds of millions, it is not easy to deal with these Sea Kings. The sea is no longer blue, but a sea of blood-red blood. Like a purgatory on earth. The screams came one after another, and most of the pirates became the lunch of the Sea Kings. The big vortex spider Squid held a big sword that was longer than himself, and stabbed the Sea King's body with a stab, and warm blood splashed on his face. At this time, his face was full of despair, and he roared in a low voice, Ace. Ace's father's son, could it be? Aren't we Daddy's sons? So many people died, why didn't Daddy come to save us? Tears welled up in his eyes, but his heart was extremely cold. 43 Whitebeard pirates fleet, there are still more than a dozen remaining. The grief-stricken screams of countless people in the sea made Squid feel unbearable in his heart, and felt that he was abandoned by his father. For an ace. Is it really worth sacrificing tens of thousands of people? Go on like this. Everyone has to die here, Dad. Dad, so many sons die. Squid slashed the Sea Kings with a knife. The blood of the Sea Kings dyed him into a living blood man, and even the tears from his eyes were mixed with the scarlet blood. His beliefs began to crumble. Many of the pirates in the Whitebeard fleet are desperate. The number of casualties is approaching 20,000. Section 148_. The survivors who survived in the sea could only wait to die. Without boats, they could not swim in this sea just by swimming. The scary thing is that without rescue they seem to be waiting to die. It was the Malong Mecha that blocked the rescue of Marco and Jose. And the pacifist troops. Great opportunity. Quote. A pirate from the Whitebeard Pirates roared excitedly, carrying a bazooka-like weapon on his shoulders. With a look of excitement, he said, "Look at me, I won't smash you to pieces. Take your time." Bang! A cannonball shot from the weapon over his shoulder. The shells fell quickly on the pacifists. Boom! The shells exploded, and thick black smoke covered the upper body of the pacifist. There was a triumphant smile on the pirate's face. But the next second, in the smoke, a huge palm slapped on his head with a bang, causing the pirate's eyes to pop out. The face was instantly deformed by the tremendous force, and the blood-shattered teeth in the nose and mouth flew out together. It fell to the ground with a bang. The pacifist walked out of the gunpowder expressionlessly, revealing his steel body intact. Why even the powerful artillery can't hurt this guy? How do you fight this? Swords and artillery are useless against this guy. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The emotions of fear spread rapidly among the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates and passed on. Do not. Desperate even. A pacifist, with a strengthening +1-2 is ruthlessly harvesting the lives of pirates. The rumbling explosion continued. Originally supported thousands of pirates. At this moment, there are only more than 1,000 people left, and these pirates are the elites of the Whitebeard Pirates, which shows how powerful the lethality of pacifists is. Get out of the way. A loud roar suddenly sounded. All the pirates immediately looked towards the source of the sound. It's Captain Jose. What is he going to do? Let's get out of here. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The surrounding pirates retreated to both sides one after another, leaving a huge area immediately. At this moment, the body of the captain of the Whitebeard 3rd Division suddenly turned into a shining diamond, reflecting the colorful light. Drink. He plunged his hands into the ice. The clicking sound kept ringing. A huge arc-shaped crack suddenly appeared from the position of his hands, rapidly expanding and spreading. Seeing this scene, Zhang Taowen's expression was unmoved, but instead he sneered, "Pirates, you don't understand the power of strengthening stones at all. Do you think that you can compete with the Navy by taking some strengthening stones? It's so naive. With me, the man known as the strongest defense in the world, guarding this place, no pirate will ever want to cross this line of defense." Next second, the captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Yoja, roared, "What are you, the Shichibukai tyrant Bartholomew Bear, or a robot? Come and try my trick." With his arms raised, a circular iceberg was forcibly pulled out of the ice surface by him. This iceberg is enormous. The heavy body of the huge iceberg of several hundred meters is like a mountain falling from the sky. Even the atmosphere was squeezed out of the howling wind. There were terrifying ripples. Such a powerful attack immediately made the members of the Whitebeard Pirates look excited. The captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond Yoja, shot, "Such a huge iceberg can definitely smash those bears. Jose's strength is the strongest in our Whitebeard Pirates. Captain Jose is arrogant. Brothers, when these robots are smashed, let's rush to support the brothers in the fleet." Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The group was agitated, and had been beaten by pacifists before. Now I finally see the hope of turning defeat into victory, and the hope of breaking through the defense line. This is the dawn of victory seen before despair. Nature is cherished and inspiring. In the face of Diamond Yoja's attack, the 20 pacifists made different moves. The 10 pacifists raised their palms, and the organs in the palms opened, shooting out golden lasers with extremely strong penetrating power. The other 10 pacifists opened their chins and stored laser cannons with strong explosive power in their mouths. These are two very different attacks. The former laser pierced through the huge iceberg one after another. A second or two. The remaining 10 pacifists have accumulated energy. Laser cannon. 10 laser cannons with terrifying explosive power hit the iceberg. Boom. Boom. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The dazzling laser slammed on the iceberg, and bursts of intense orange-yellow energy ball-like explosions erupted. Plus the penetration of the previous laser. The entire huge iceberg was shattered, and pieces of shattered ice of different sizes splashed out from the smoke from the explosion. The bang 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 kept on. The crushed ice falling from the sky varies in size, as small as wong wong crushed ice. The big ones are the size of cars and trucks. Let the entire ice surface tremble with the falling ice cubes. It can be called a devastating, hail disaster. Zon Taomaru chuckled. I said it's useless at all. The power of the 12 enhanced pacifist laser would be frightening even an old man. There are more Malong mechas yet to be dispatched. You can't even break through the defense line of the pacifists, let alone the Malong mecha. Chapter 155 _ Akainu footsteps cut from the cloud. Zon Taomaru looked at the pirates in front of him indifferently. Section 149 _ He knew from the beginning to the end that the only outcome facing this group of pirates was death. How powerful is the Navy? Zon Taomaru didn't say it clearly, but he also knew all about it. Various enhanced weapons, pacifists, and ink dragon mechas can crush pirates at will. When the pirates of the Whitebeard Pirates saw this scene, they all looked shocked. Can't even the attack of Diamond Yoja defeat the bears? Captain Marco is also entangled by a weird robot. Can we really rescue Ace? Revolutionary Army. Why hasn't the Revolutionary Army appeared yet? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The atmosphere of despair spreads on the battlefield, and even the courage is constantly disappearing and decreasing. The morale of the Whitebeard Pirates is at an all-time low. On the verge of collapse. In Crescent Bay. Whitebeard's face was shocked, and a shocking look flashed in his eyes. These beasts were not stunned by my tyrannical arrogance. It was a scene that surprised him quite a bit. A normal creature, as long as he exudes the aura of a strong man, will flee in all directions. But this time, he inspired a domineering attack of the Overlord. Couldn't have stunned these beasts. Even the 100,000 naval elites in the port behind the beast couldn't bear it, and they all fainted. These beasts have endured it. It simply made Whitebeard feel incredible. Foil Beasta was also quite stunned, and said incredulously, Why can these beasts withstand the domineering daddy? It must be caused by that weird ball. The captain of the 16th Division said with a solemn expression, opening his bright red lips in a deep voice. With guns in both hands, he pulled the trigger. Boom. Boom. Bullets flew through the air. With his superb spear skills, his bullet instantly hit the heart of the running beast. Hit the nail on the head. Bang. With a loud bang, the beast slammed to the ground, and was instantly overtaken by the beast that came after. Buffalo, Atmos, the captain of the 13th Division, said, the ball is on the Navy. If we grab it, we might be able to control these beasts. Facing the attack of thousands of beasts, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates became nervous. Many people fired lead bullets and artillery. The effect was not much. Whitebeard's face sank, and a domineering smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's really in the way. Since you can't be stunned with a domineering arrogance, then kill them all with one strike. And the white-bearded Newgate, who held the 12-handed Kong Yunchi with a powerful +1/2 supreme block knife in both hands, showed a slightly squatting posture. The blade cut from the cloud was aimed at the pack of beasts. Hum. A silver-white ball of light instantly appeared on the blade, and it turned with the airflow around it. It is the ability to shake the fruit. A sweep of thousands of troops. Yes, Whitebeard is going to attack. The man with the power to destroy the world is about to take action. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. When the awakened Navy saw this scene, he couldn't help thinking of the terrifying tsunami before. That kind of devastating attack is unforgettable. Cold sweat broke out on the faces of the Navy, and they looked nervous. Suddenly, a red figure descended from the sky, and stepped on the blade of the white beard from the cloud with a domineering foot. General Akainu. It's Admiral Sakaski. General Sakaski is out. Is Admiral Akainu also dispatched? Why is the hat on his head glowing? Look, how can there be light on his hands? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. At this moment, whether it was the Navy or the pirates, they all looked at the scene in shock. The elites of the Navy are naturally excited and their morale is high. The crowd was excited, and the elites of the Navy were very excited. The Navy's most powerful General Akainu is dispatched. Admiral Akaji's feet gurgled magma, and his right foot was firmly pressed on top of Whitebeard's Kong Yunchi. The cloaks behind the two flew straight up with a strong momentum. Magma, brat! Whitebeard's eyes narrowed, filled with a dangerous light. Who dares to attack me like this? You're still the first. Kala Lala, are you arrogant? The voice just fell. The muscles of Whitebeard's hands and arms suddenly bulged, and terrifying blue veins protruded from under the skin. Akainu's face was extremely cold, and he said coldly, "You are just a loser in the old era, and now is not your era. Who do you think the Navy executed that bastard ace for? Of course to kill you." In an instant, the sound of kakaka kept sounding, and cracks appeared on the ice surface under the two of them, spreading out in all directions like a spider web. The momentum exuding from the two of them set off a violent gust of wind. The center of the contact between the red magma and the white oscillating light ball. As if twisted. Things have changed irregularly and become like flowing water. That is the sense of distortion in space. Admiral Akaji's feet couldn't help but tremble. It was Kong Yunchi of strength in 12. Next second, the two recruited in unison. The corner of Akainu's mouth twitched, and he said coldly and excitedly, "Starting today, the legend of Whitebeard will be completely ended in the Navy headquarters. Just let you old guy have a good look at the power of strengthening 15 gauntlets. Go and live in hell with your sons forever and ever." Big fire spit. The arm turned into hot magma. The magma exuded a strong and scorching red light, and it continued to expand and grow. In the blink of an eye it is comparable to the fist of a giant. The pungent sulfur-flavored gunpowder gushed out of him frantically. Section 150_. Akainu's words deeply stabbed Whitebeard. Nothing could be more important than his recognition of his family and sons. Whitebeard's face was gloomy and full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Magma Kid, when my Whitebeard became famous on the sea, you were just a child." He raised his arms high, his 5 fingers clenched into fists. A gleaming white light appeared above his fist. Shock katakana middle dot shockwave. A sudden punch. A crisp sound sounded, and cracks with blue light suddenly appeared in the atmosphere. Broken like a mirror. Boom. A deafening sound resounded on this battlefield. This moment, the world suddenly dimmed, turning into a world of red and black gunpowder smoke and a world of blue and white light. The ice cracked terrifying ravines. Bending and spreading in all directions, a lot of fine ice cubes broke free from the shackles of gravity. Fly straight from the ice. This unparalleled energy collision lasted for a few seconds. There is a result. Daddy. Dad lost. How is it possible? Dad is the strongest man in the world. How is this possible? Dad has never lost to anyone in terms of strength. not even the resurrection of One Piece Roger. Chapter 156_Revolutionary Army joins the battlefield. Whitebeard's strong and burly body suddenly slid backwards. His feet rubbed against the ground making a screeching sound. It glided backwards for a distance of more than 10 meters in a row. The jaws of countless members of the Whitebeard pirates fell off, and they stared at the scene in front of them. Dad was suppressed by Admiral Akainu. Pirates are unbelievable. Foil Beast gritted his teeth. Dad is a quake man with the quake fruit. How could he fall into a disadvantage under the frontal force of strength? How is this possible? Daddy has never lost. Whether it's Roger the Pirate King or Kaido the Beast, Daddy has never lost. The 8th team captain, Murren, was horrified. Father Whitebeard Edward Newgate is the toughest man in the world. After the war, no one can suppress Dad. One Piece Gold Roger can't. Kaido, the strongest creature of the 4 emperors, can't do it either. Although the attack by Admiral Akainu did not hurt Whitebeard, it caused an unprecedented blow to the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. And the Navy. This is a crowd cheering. This is the most powerful naval force. Admiral Akainu goes out. Even Whitebeard doesn't want to win. General Akainu is so strong. I like it so much. Give a deep blow to the pirates. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The carnival cries of 100,000 Navy elites shook the world. Wave after wave of sound, like a turbulent tsunami, impacted the will and spirit of the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Kirby's face flushed, and he said excitedly, Navy. Admiral stopped Whitebeard. General Akainu joined the guards. We are safe. The powerful force has brought an unprecedented sense of security to countless navies. Who is not afraid of death? Many navies have families and children. This is also because the Warring States period and Lieutenant General Crane did not let the Navy enter the Crescent Bay because of the existence of Pokeballs, Ink Dragon mechas, enhanced cannons, and so on. It is important to minimize naval casualties. Beat the enemy with minimal effort. Show the power of the Navy to the world, and make pirates fear, even fear. Yeah, our Navy has 4 of the strongest combat powers, and Admiral Malong and Admiral Kizaru have not yet joined the battlefield. Bailu Maibo was equally happy. That sense of security in such a battlefield is really enough to give the heart an unprecedented sense of security. Not only did the Navy's strongest combat power not join the battlefield, but even the Lieutenant General of the Navy headquarters, the Lieutenant General of the Giant, etc., had not joined the battlefield. That is also an extremely terrifying force. This moment. The Navy has let people all over the world see 2 words, strong. Powerful enough to make countless people in the whole world revel in excitement. The world is boiling. The world exploded. On the execution stand. Fire Fist Ace opened his eyes in disbelief, and murmured with a dull expression, Dad. Dad. His eyes gradually recovered, and he bit his lower lip so hard that it lost its blood color. Dad. Dad is invincible. In the few years he followed Whitebeard, he had never seen anyone who challenged Whitebeard to make Dad so. They were all easily defeated by the father. And the scene in his eyes is like a hell on earth. Thousands of ferocious beasts rushed into the position of the Whitebeard pirates and fought. Artillery fire continued. Those huge beasts can easily knock out several people, just like a giant. Let the people of the Whitebeard pirates be unstoppable. The corpses on the ground continued to increase, and the screams filled the battlefield. This moment. Ace's heart seemed to be dripping blood, and it was so painful that even breathing felt like his heart was torn apart. It's the glove. It must be the unique glove. Is it because of the strengthening stone? Rayleigh's eyes burst into an amazing light. How strong is Whitebeard? Naturally, he knew very well that even a Navy admiral couldn't suppress the Whitebeard with the quaking fruit in terms of strength. Think of the strengthening stone. Rayleigh's heart suddenly had a guess. It must be the reason for the strengthening stone. Even the shiny hat on Akainu's head has something to do with the strengthening stone. Rayleigh's eyes dimmed again in an instant. If this goes on, the Whitebeard pirates will completely disappear from this world. Not only can the Fire Fist Ace be rescued, but even the Whitebeard pirates will all go to the doctor. The Marshal of the Warring States period is like an old monk entering the meditation. As if saying goodbye to an old friend, he whispered to himself, "Whitebeard, I'm afraid you won't be able to see the execution scene. There are still 3 hours before the execution time. Can you survive until then?" Right now. Suddenly, a thunderous shout resounded in the town of the naval headquarters. Kill. Section 151 _ Save Sabo. It's time for our revolutionary army to come on stage. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. In the town, Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army, held a red flag with a calm face with the style of a general. The flag in his hand pointed towards the position of the execution platform. A powerful voice sounded, "Come on. Go ahead. The warriors of the Revolutionary Army will be invincible. Open up a whole new world with your sword and musket. You are the greatest fighters. Charge." Next second. Behind him, tens of thousands of Revolutionary Army soldiers shouted in unison to shake the world. A soldier of the Revolutionary Army looked excited. "Ooh. Roar." Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The rush of tens of thousands of people made the ground of the entire Marine headquarters Marine Fando tremble violently. The thunderous sound was transmitted to the Crescent Bay port. Let countless navies face a big change. It's the Revolutionary Army. They actually copied it from the back, but there is no place to land anywhere else. Damn, the Revolutionary Army really joined the war. Quick, everyone is ready to fight. In the name of justice, I will never let any enemy rescue the pirates. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. After the initial panic and shock, the entire Navy immediately took action. Under the leadership of the generals, a group of Navy slaughtered in the direction of the movement of the Revolutionary Army. On the execution stand. Hearing the screams of killing, Sabo was filled with endless emotion, tears welling in his eyes, and his voice choked. Doragzang. I don't want to see everyone sacrifice. His heart had already wanted to die, and he had already fallen into the abyss. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in Sabo's ears. "Sabo. I'm here to save you." A black crow swept across the sky. He is the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army, with a bounty of 400 million baileys, a crow in the form of fauna, bird and bird fruit, phantom beast, and Yatagarasu, Karas. Crows all over the sky made an eerie crunching sound. Next moment, a purple figure appeared in the sky. Seeing the appearance of this figure, the Navy elite immediately shouted excitedly. Instructor Zephyr. Instructor Zephyr has joined the guard. Chapter 157 _ It's a trap. This moment, many Navy elites looked up at the burly man in the sky. The combination of a purple suit and a white justice cloak. That's a lot of Navy memories. The expressions of many Navy elites present were shocked, as if returning to the glorious days when the Black Wrist, Admiral Zephyr became famous many years ago. Armed, smash. Zephyr's arm instantly completed the hardening of his armed color, and his face was cold and bloody. Punch out. A circle of ripples spread out in the air. The crow Kara's face was moved immediately. The name of the Black Wrist Zephyr was not blown out. You got a crow, 1000 crow crossing. Crows all over the sky swarmed towards the position directly in front of Kara's. Bang! Zephyr punched out, and the air vibrated violently. A violent hurricane erupted. The black crows disintegrated in an instant. A large number of crows gathered together to form the head of Crow Callis, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Northern Army. With more and more crows, his body has also become complete. He looked at Zephyr, who fell on the ground with dread, and said solemnly, "Navy." Black-wrist Zephyr. Have even the older generation of the Navy joined this war? Zephyr looked at Karas in front of him and said coldly, "This old man has insisted on the justice of his life and devoted his life to it. I have come to understand where many of the mistakes have been made. This time, the old man is betting on the name of justice today and will never let you pass here." The voice was sonorous and powerful, with a strong determination and will. Looking at the tens of thousands of Revolutionary Army soldiers who launched the charge, he was not afraid. "Teacher Zephyr, how can you let you face these enemies alone?" The flying squirrel raised the corner of his mouth slightly and stood up beside Zephyr. "How could we, as disciples, let the teacher take risks?" Immediately, he pulled out the long knife around his waist. When the long sword was unsheathed, a dazzling golden light emanated from the sword. Strengthen +15 Tien Kongyan sword. "Teacher, this is our battlefield, and it's not your turn to join the battlefield." Although Ghost Spider's tone made people uncomfortable, but everyone can feel the warmth from it. The hair on his head was like spider legs, and under his control, he pulled out the long knife around his waist. Plus weapons in both hands. 6 of the 8 long knives shone with cold light, while the other 2 exuded golden brilliance, which was like breathing. 2 Tiankong cloud swords with +15 strengthening. Not only Lieutenant General Ghost Spider and Flying Squirrel, but Lieutenant General Stoloberg, Dalmesia and others all stood up, standing beside Zephyr. Impressive. At this moment, the corner of the Warring States Marshal's mouth raised slightly. The Revolutionary Army has finally come out. Then take this opportunity to destroy it with the Whitebeard pirates. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. It doesn't matter if the entire Marine headquarters, Marine Fando, is turned into a battlefield, as long as there are people. Section 152_. Don't worry at all. It is a Pokeball, and the strengthening stone and ink dragon mecha gave the Warring States great confidence. What about the sacrifice of beasts and sea kings? As long as the Navy can survive, it is the most important. In front of Zephyr and other navies, the soldiers pressed the Pokeball one after another. In order to deal with the Revolutionary Army that had never appeared, the Navy was naturally prepared. Not showing full power at all. 2,000 huge, ferocious beasts were released. Ferocious beasts roared and roared as they rushed towards the ranks of the Revolutionary Army. At the same time, 20 Malong mechas flew out from the surrounding area and appeared in the sky from number 30 to number 50. Even if it is to give wings to the giants, it is also impossible to have the power of the Malong mecha. The whole picture is like an interstellar war. A Malong mecha shot out an energy beam cannon and bombarded the Revolutionary Army charging team. Boom. 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 Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The explosion sounded continuously, and the Revolutionary Army suffered heavy losses in a short time. Dozens of energy beam cannons directly took away thousands of lives. Spread out. The commander of the Eastern Army of the Revolutionary Army shouted. The charging team quickly spread to the left and right, and the personnel were not as dense as before. And 2,000 ferocious beasts charged. Fight with the Revolutionary Army. The screen turns. Outside the headquarters of the Naval Science Unit. Reporting to the commander, the factory and all the laboratories were empty. Not only did no information be found, but everything was evacuated in advance. A Revolutionary Army soldier hurried to Lindbergh to report. Is there nothing left? Lindbergh, the commander of the Revolutionary Army's Southern Army, looked lost. I originally thought that I could harvest some materials, props, experimental equipment, etc. About strengthening stones and robots. But it was empty. Not good. Lindbergh's expression changed dramatically in an instant, and his expression became nervous. Even if the Navy withdraws, it is impossible to remove all the test equipment. They are too cruel. This is the plan to not even want the laboratory. This is an empty shell. Next moment. There were beeps in the labs all over the place. The faces of the giants, Mori, the commander of the Western Army of the Revolutionary Army, and the rest of the Revolutionary Army changed drastically in an instant. Run. This is a trap. Bombs are set here. The Navy is so abominable, it got hit. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The faces of countless revolutionary troops were full of horror, and cold sweats flowed out. With all his strength, he spread his feet and began to run wildly. Next second. The sound of dripping stopped abruptly. Boom. Boom. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. In an instant there was a chain reaction. There were bursts of violent explosions all over the laboratory. It sounded like a lit firecracker. Like a thunder blasting in his ears, countless revolutionary soldiers lost consciousness at this moment. A terrifying mushroom cloud emerged, mixed with the shrill screams of countless revolutionary troops. The shock wave, debris, etc. of the explosion formed a terrifying disaster scene, almost like a bomber washing the ground. The news of the naval science experiment base plus the factory spread throughout Marin Vando. For a moment, Dorig's face changed suddenly, his heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley, his eyes became hot, and his eyes suddenly became wet, and he cried out in pain, "Oops." He glared at Admiral Sengoku on the execution platform. The anger in his heart rose, and he gritted his teeth and read out the name of the warring states. Warring states. What a ruthless plan. Are you going to give up the entire Marin Vando and also completely wipe out the Revolutionary Army and the Whitebeard pirates? There was a confident and steady smile on the corner of the warring state's mouth. With the cooperation of Whitebeard and the Revolutionary Army who have the power to destroy the world. I was ready to lose Marin Vando long ago. Naturally, the purpose is to completely wipe you out. P.S. Cough, the little sister in the group is looking for a girlfriend, anyone? The little brothers in the group are looking for fencing friends, they are hungry and thirsty. Join the group and look here. Kyunchun. 697-402-207. Kyunchun. 697-402-207. Chapter 158 Attacking Revolutionary Army. Whitebeard with the power of Junjun fruit, plus the Revolutionary Army. The warring states have already made all preparations. Everything that can be taken away has been taken away, and the rest will be cleaned up after the war. The Navy has 100,000 people, the Whitebeard pirates has tens of thousands, and the Revolutionary Army will only be more or less. The scale of this war is unprecedented. And this number is in his single-handed calculation. In the Revolutionary Army, Haku smashed a beast that was several meters in size with a murloc fist, and said with grief and indignation, "The Navy. The Navy is so cunning. Hope Murray and Lidberg are all right." Another fierce beast rushed towards him immediately, and the beast's palm with sharp claws patted him. The claws made a sound of breaking through the air. Tigers are windy. Damn, the strength of these beasts is much stronger than that of elite soldiers, and they are simply not something that ordinary people can deal with. The fishman Haku immediately dodged to avoid the attack. At the same time, he yelled angrily. Boom! Pieces of rubble suddenly splashed out from the hard stone ground, showing the powerful attack power of the beast. Haku turned his head and shouted towards Clar with concern, "Kara, step back, the battle here is not something you can handle. These beasts require at least dozens of people to fight, and even some beasts must be fought by the captain of the Revolutionary Army. With this level, the Baroque Work Club has it to fight." Section 153_. Terrible. Of course, the most terrifying thing is the Malong Mecha. The energy beam sword in your hand will die if you touch it. That energy beam cannon is unstoppable. It's like a life reaper. No, I must rescue Sabo, Kurla said decisively. The roar of artillery fire rang in her ears, making her eardrums buzz. The sound of fighting and screaming continued. Immediately after the 2,000 beasts were the vast white elites of the Navy. There was a trace of sadness in Dorag's eyes. All these robots must be eliminated. Their threat and lethality are too powerful. It is an invincible existence on the battlefield, and none of the swords and artillery can bring any damage to the Malong mecha. If no one stops it. Even if there are tens of thousands of revolutionary troops, the victory will still be that kind of robot. His eyes were on the robot. Suddenly disappeared in place. Suddenly, there was a whirling wind in the place, and a little dust on the ground was rolled up. Next second, Drago's figure appeared on the shoulders of an ink dragon mecha, and the green coat moved with the wind. Dragon's claw. Under the coat, a pitch-black palm sticks out, and the curved fingers look like dragon claws. When the Malong number 38 mecha couldn't react at all, Drago's palm directly clasped on the cold metal on Malong's face. Huh. The next moment, Dorag's face was instantly moved, and the brow bones without eyebrows tensed up. What's the matter? My dragon claw fist and armed domineering can't destroy this thing. Shocked in my heart. He is confident that with his power, he can disintegrate and destroy this robot in an instant. But now the reality is beyond his expectations. He continued to violently vent the power in his body, and he just sunk the mecha into a few circular pits the size of the belly of a finger. But his actions were clearly in the sight of the mecha. A steel hand whistled towards him. In the face of the huge arm galloping, Drago's expression did not change, but instead he said in surprise, "What a flexible robot. What a powerful defense. Is this also a terrible invention invented by Hill?" In addition to strengthening stones, there are so many powerful robots hidden in the Navy. Specially prepared for war. The steel arm penetrated through his body, turning into a stream of blue flowing wind and disappearing in place. These cyan winds lingered above and below the ink dragon mecha, and no gap was found. No holes at all. The cyan winds gradually gathered together, condensing the figure of Drago. He said solemnly, "It really doesn't give any flaws. Can't even the wind get inside this robot?" Deep eyes looked at the back of the Malong mecha, where blue flames erupted. Even the wind can't get in at all. Immediately, his eyes turned to the other Malong mechas, and he immediately discovered something different. The color of the ink dragon mecha in front of me is darker, and the light reflected on the mecha is even more dazzling. Dorag suddenly realized, there are also differences between these mechas, so let me try to see what the difference is between those robots and the robot in front of me. His figure disappeared without a trace. Suddenly there was a gust of wind. Drago instantly appeared on the shoulder of another Malong mecha. To him, moving between these huge robots is a breeze, although the Malong mecha has infrared, thermal imaging, and more. But in the face of natural ability, still unable to capture the trace of Dorag at all. Dragon's Claw. Dorag, as before, used the Dragon Claw fist, and the claw was buckled on the metal on the face of the Malong mecha. This time, the movement on the metal under his fingers was much bigger than before. Cracks of different sizes appeared and began to spread in all directions from the position of the fingers. Cracks continued to expand and spread. In the blink of an eye, the metal armor on the face of the Malong mecha showed signs of crumbling. Sure enough, it's not the same, the intensity between the two is not at the same level. There was a hint of surprise in Drago's eyes. Finally, it is no longer as helpless as it used to be. There is no way. Kaka katakana middle dot. The signs are getting bigger and bigger, but the Malong mecha is not a dead thing. Let Drago be destroyed. After realizing that the face was attacked, the Navy controlling the Malong mecha immediately launched an attack on Drago. At the same time, the Malong mecha also made a sound to warn others. Everyone pay attention. Monkey D. Drago has the ability to destroy the mecha. Everyone, please pay attention. After driving away Drago, the Malong mecha immediately focused its attention on Drago. The attacks of other people are basically difficult to shake the Malong mecha. Received. Received. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The controllers of other Malong mecha also responded one after another, and even started targeting Dorag with the enhanced 12 Malong mecha. And this scene. Naturally, Zephyr and the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters saw him. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel said in a deep voice, "Since the Revolutionary Army has been dispatched, let's start moving. The purpose of this time is not just to execute Ace and Sabo. Instead, annihilate the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army." He turned his head to look at Zephyr and said, "Let's leave it to Mr. Zephyr to guard here. We join the battlefield and don't let Drago damage the Malong mecha." His face gradually became serious, and he said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "So it is imperative that we join the battlefield." Chapter 159 Turn Grief into Strength. Just right. I have this idea too. The ghost spider had an excited smile on the corner of his mouth. However, no matter how he looked at his face, he seemed to be ill-intentioned, murderous. This time I finally have the opportunity to kill a happy one. These revolutionary troops are as hard to find as mice. Now finally has a chance. Vice Admiral Ghost Spider of the Navy headquarters also resolutely expressed his attitude. The other lieutenants nodded in agreement. Section 154 Good. Justice wins. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel had a resolute expression on his face, shouted in a high-pitched voice, and held up the Tiankong Cloud Sword, with a +15 gold glittering enhancement in his hand. Then they rushed to the Revolutionary Army. As long as the Revolutionary Army and pirates are eliminated, the wars in this world can be greatly reduced. Reduce naval sacrifices. Wars, right or wrong, are bound to bring casualties and tragedies. Justice wins. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The other lieutenant generals shouted passionately and followed Lieutenant Flying Squirrel to kill the Navy. Now. The Navy has started all-out war. The corners of Zephyr's mouth twitched. This old man is not old enough to need the protection of you guys. It's more than enough to teach you a lesson. I also felt moved in my heart, if it wasn't for Hill's magical, fairy bean. Maybe he is still ill now, and his right arm is still equipped with a huge seafloor stone arm. Afterwards, you can only suffer from pain until death. Even such a war cannot be fought. His eyes were on Dorag, who was once also his disciple. At that time, he rebelled out of the Navy without hesitation. Make him sad. Let this old man come to teach you the last lesson. Zephyr took out a pair of gauntlets with white brilliance from his suit pocket and put them on his hands. Then the body exerts force, and both feet quickly step on the ground. Call out. The figure disappeared instantly, and the whole person appeared in front of Drago. Zephyr said with a nostalgic expression, "Saxi ignores Dara, monkey D Drago." Armed katakana middle dot black wrist smashing fist. The way of greeting is a bit special, the fierce and domineering fist with shining light rudely slammed towards Drago. The sound of breaking the sky suddenly sounded. Drago's face turned solemn. Teacher Zephyr. While saying hello, strips of blue wind condensed in front of him like a vortex. A cyan barrier is formed. Boom. The thunderous sound instantly made everyone around them ringing in their ears. The brain is blank. Click click. The barrier formed by the cyan wind power shattered. The pupils in Dorag's eyes were shrunk, and then the dragon's claw slammed into the punch. Bang. There were terrifying ripples in the air, and the air waves spread out. Teacher Zephyr, your arm. Drago's face was full of shock, and the matter of Zephyr's broken arm was a riot at the sea. Goodbye Zephyr now. His arm was actually intact. And The gloves in Zepha's hands were the same as the weapons in the hands of other admirals, even those of vice admirals. Glowing. Ha ha. Dorag, you don't understand the changes that are taking place in the Navy, so appearing here today is doomed to the failure of the Revolutionary Army. Zepha laughed dryly, raised his fist and attacked Drago. The battle between the ranks of the generals begins. However, the vice admirals of the Navy headquarters with strengthening +15 are like tigers entering the flock. A massacre began. Even the Revolutionary Army cadres such as Crow, the commander of the Northern Army of the Revolutionary Army, and Bello Betty, the commander of the Eastern Army, were miserable. The entire naval headquarters was in complete chaos. Multiple battlefields are taking place at the same time. The execution time is only left 3 hours. And the naval laboratory, completely flattened by the violent explosion. Suddenly, a bag bulged on the ground. Immediately afterwards, several figures came out. When I saw the devastated ruins in front of me, the darkness was pressing down with ashes. Lindbergh's face was pale in an instant, and tears burst out of his eyes. He knelt on the ground with a thud, and murmured absently, "All dead. All dead. Tens of thousands of revolutionary troops. It's gone." At this moment, all thoughts in his heart were ashes, and the deep self-blame made him unbearable. That was tens of thousands of lives alive, now all reduced to scum, ashes, crumbs, and so on. And the Revolutionary Army Western Army Commander Maury looked sluggish. The whole person seemed to have lost his soul in an instant, and he said in his mouth, "It's gone." All the Navy actually planted bombs in all laboratories. Not only is there no technology now, even, there was great grief in my heart, and tears flowed down my face instantly. Even if he is the one who pushes the fruit ability, when the explosion comes, he can only protect the people around him. Cannot protect others. Grief can't make any changes to what has happened. We should turn grief and anger into strength. The tyrant Bartholomew Shang said bitterly, "We must hurry up and support Dorag. Rescue Sabo is our purpose, so now is not the time to be sad." His gaze turned to Marine Vadodao Coast Plaza, the headquarters of the Navy, although his sight was blocked by various buildings. However, Genshin's screams of killing have weakened a lot. Instead, it was replaced by all kinds of violent and deafening explosions, even if they were separated by a distance of several kilometers. I still feel the ground beneath my feet trembling. The battle over there must be extremely fierce. Yes. Lindbergh stood up from the ground, and the tears in his bloodshot and red eyes were forcibly restrained from flowing out. He gritted his teeth and said with grief, "We have to rescue Sabo. We also need to get the technology of strengthening stones. We must not let these revolutionary soldiers die in vain. Turn grief into strength, grief like gasoline." Watered on the flames that were burning fiercely in his heart, the slamming sound became more and more intense. Maury of the Giants stretched out the back of his hand and wiped the tears from his face delicately. A loud and firm voice sounded from his mouth, "We must rescue Sabo. Let's go." Wearing a JK short plaid skirt, he began to run wildly, making a loud bang-dong-bang. Section 155_. He also just wanted to get to the battlefield as soon as possible. And the aircraft on Lindbergh's back also spewed white columnar smoke and took off in the air. The tyrant Bartholomew Bear disappeared instantly. And this time, the most chaotic day in history is also ushered in the advancing city, which is known as the Iron Wall. Chapter 160_Invasion of Advance City. Advance the city. Level 0.4 layer. Puff. Puff puff. This is the sound coming from a toilet. On the toilet seat was a tall man in a black uniform with a pair of black demon wings. It was Magellan, the director of the Advance City. There was a happy and comfortable expression on his face, and he couldn't help making a sound in his mouth. Ah tilde tilde. Magellan's stomach made a gurgling sound, and after subconsciously tightening, there was a burst of violent jets. He rested his hands on his thighs, holding a newspaper in his gloved hands. He couldn't help but said to himself, I don't know what's going on with Marin Fando now. At the same time, I have to face the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army. It should be busy next time. Last time, General Malong caught a large number of pirates on the Chambord Islands, but it made the advanced city lively again. Boom. At this time, the toilet door was pushed open directly, causing Magellan to blush immediately. Immediately covered the key parts with newspaper. Don't wait for him to ask. Deputy Warden Domino looked flustered and said anxiously, Director Magellan, it's not good. There are a lot of pirates invading the advanced city. The voice fell. The entire advancing city suddenly blared sirens, and the rapid and loud siren sound instantly filled the entire advancing city. What? Magellan's face paled instantly, and he solved it with the newspaper in his hand. Lifting his pants, his eyes became scarlet, and he asked Domino in front of him, what happened? This is a windless zone, how could there be pirates invading here? It's the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates. Domino responded immediately, I don't know how they sneaked in. Now it's killing the advancing city in the square on the first floor. This news immediately made Magellan struck by lightning. His face turned gloomy in an instant, and even a tinge of purple appeared, and he said heavily, I immediately ordered to destroy all ships. Also have all the jailers dispatched and arrest the pirates. We must not let these pirates save those evil pirates and criminals and let them go back to the sea again. Yes, Domino replied immediately with a military salute. Magellan walked by Domino's side, his voice full of cold and strong killing intent. These sinful pirates can only live in this dark prison for the rest of their lives. If they were released, the whole world would be in a panic. No one knows better than him what kind of people are detained in this underwater prison. They are all vicious, crazy, and even murderous criminals. And some, perversions. And after being imprisoned for so many years, how distorted and dark their hearts are. Time lapse. Go back a few minutes ago. The advanced city sees no sunlight all year round, and is shrouded in fog. One of the three major disasters of the 100 Beast Pirates, the flames of the fire embers, flapped their wings and stopped in the air, and in his hand was Charlotte Bray, who was holding a mirror in both hands. Yan Calamity's face was indifferent, and he asked softly, Can I directly enter the interior of the city through the mirror? No, I can't. Bray's hair was messy, and she was a little dizzy after being carried by the flames and flew such a long distance, and then said, I have to touch the mirror with my hands to connect to the mirror world, so I can't push the mirror inside the city appears in the advancing city. I see, Yan Zonjin responded calmly. Eyes down, looking down at the advancing city below. The prisoners in the advancing city must be released in the shortest possible time, so that they can participate in the war in the naval headquarters. Create more and stronger enemies for the Navy. Causing unprecedented chaos. It would be of no use if the group of people could not be rescued and taken to Marin Vando in a short time. After a while, Yan Jia decided, it seems that we can only make a hard break. With Keita Kushu, there is no need to find the key at all. Just kill it. With a flap of wings behind him, he suddenly disappeared into the sky with a swoosh. After a while, he appeared on a roof. Blazing Ash said to Bree, let them come out. He looked around, the detection lights, the garrison on the city wall, the soldiers patrolling, and a huge Navy warship outside. Strict defense. Indeed, it is worthy of being known as the advancing city with iron walls. Bray put down the mirror and stuck her head into the mirror, but the rest of her body was still in the outside world. In the mirror world. As soon as Bray stuck his head out, he saw a large number of people in the mirror world, and hurriedly shouted at Keita, brother, you can bring people out. We have reached the advanced city. Good. Keita responded with a grimace, turned to look at the others, and ordered, be careful, keep quiet, and don't go out too many people first. Immediately, he opened his slender legs and stepped out of the mirror. When he came out of the mirror world, The fire disaster said. Kata is shuddering. I led people to cause chaos in the advancing city. You and Bree will release the prisoners in the advancing city and bring them into the mirror world. If those prisoners don't want to go to Marine Vendor, they don't have to undo his handcuffs and let them out to attract the guards' firepower. He didn't intend for Kata Cooley to untangle all the prisoners from Halushi's handcuffs, which would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. As long as they are willing to follow them to the Marine Headquarters Marine Fando, they can directly take them to the mirror world, and then slowly open the handcuffs. And if you don't want to, then let it out to attract naval firepower and fend for itself. Whether or not he can escape is up to his own ability and destiny. Of course, Kata Cooley also understood what Yanbane meant, nodded and said coldly, "Don't worry about the criminals on the first few floors, let them out and let them act on their own. The focus is on the pirates on the 5th and 6th underground floors." The 5 underground floors are all pirates with a bounty of hundreds of millions, and the strength of these criminals can indeed become a group of powerful fighting forces. What made Kata Cooley even more concerned was the 6th floor of the underground prison. The world-famous pirates or the most vicious criminals were imprisoned in it, and even the big, mom pirates, known as the #1 in underground intelligence, did not know. The criminals held there are monsters that have been erased from history by the Navy and the world government because of their viciousness. The prisoners on this floor are all near legendary characters. Then act. An excited light flashed in Yan Zonjan's eyes. The so-called Propulsion City, with iron walls may have to add a legend of his blazing embers to history today. A vicious pirate came out of the mirror world. Under the leadership of the blazing embers, they began to make a big noise in the advanced city. Katakuri said to Bree, "Follow me, we're going through layers of prisons." Section 156_. Release all the pirates inside. Chapter 161_ Magellan out. Bree's fighting power, Kata Kuku, is well known. And as an older brother, it's natural for him to protect his younger siblings. Behind Kata Cooley, not only Bree was following, but also Keligia, who was also the 4 generals, and some other ministers. There are also many chess soldiers in the mirror world. There was a hint of blue light in Kata's scarlet eyes, and a strong aura emanated from his stern face. The right arm turned into a white sticky object, and a huge trident appeared from it. The name, Tulong. As the most powerful man in the big katakana mom pirates except for Charlotte Lingling. He is naturally eligible to be assigned to a rare number of reinforcements. Let me use the battle to test the power of strengthening the 12 soil dragon. Kata Kushu raised a touch of anticipation and excitement. The high-spirited fighting spirit made the black coat on his body move without wind. Seeing Bree behind her, there was a light of adoration in her eyes. "Stop. Go this way." Kata Cooley's eyes flashed, and then he directed everyone to change their direction. After a while, a team of hundreds of jailers armed with spears hurried past where Kata Cooley and the others were just now. With the blazing embers attracting firepower, coupled with Kata Cooley's domineering look that can foresee the future, naturally all the way is unimpeded. A large number of jailers and troops went to the place where Firebane and others were fighting. The defense of the advanced city was also completely weakened. Kata Cooley did not rush to sneak in, but led everyone to wait quietly in a corner, and said in a low voice, "Wait a minute, there are strong guards in the advanced city. It's the best time for us to infiltrate until they go to catch the flames." The crowd waited patiently. As predicted. Not long after, a huge jailer beast came out of the advancing city, and every step made the ground tremble slightly. Makes a dull sound. There are cows, rhinos, zebras with maces. There are also other strange-looking lions, birds, etc. It looks odd. Their direction is to kill in the direction of the flames. Wait until these jailer beasts and prisoners leave. Bree asked softly like a sneaky thief, "Brother Kata Curry, shall we sneak in now?" "No." Kata's chestnut expression did not change, and explained, "Those beasts are not weak, but they are definitely not the strongest defensive force in the advancing city. Wait a minute. Although the time is limited, there is no trace of anxiety on his face, and he always maintains a calm state. Bree nodded, unconditionally obeying Kata Cooley's arrangement. Time passed by every second. Not long after, Magellan, the director of the advanced city, walked out of the advanced city with a large number of jailers. His face was cold. Let Kata shudder suddenly look stunned. In the perception of seeing and hearing, this person is full of poisonous gas, which is strongly corrosive. Even the soldiers around Magellan deliberately distance themselves from him. And seeing and hearing color also has the function of detecting biological breath, Kata Cooley immediately understood. The man in front of him is a strong man. Wait until Magellan is gone. Kata Cooley breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Let's go in." He took the Charlotte family into the advancing city. And the other side. When Magellan saw the people of the Beast Pirates, a strong anger suddenly rose in his eyes, and his eyes became red, with a strong red light. I don't know if Magellan has the blood of betta fish in his body. Not only can his eyes be red, but he also has a pair of horns on his head. Damn pirates. Advanced City is not a place where you can be presumptuous. Don't even think about letting those wicked criminals out. Pirates, die. Magellan opened his mouth and took a deep breath, and a stream of white air was sucked into his mouth. Poison puffer fish. Quote. Boo tilde. Boo. Boo. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. From his mouth, he spit out purple liquid like poisonous balls, about the size of a puffer fish. The poison ball flew rapidly in the air. A bang hit a pirate from the Beast Pirates, and the impact force carried by the poison ball instantly knocked the pirates out. And the purple venom also adhered to the pirate's body. Made a roaring sound. Ah, it hurts. The pirate yelled in pain, his eyes lost their energy, they turned white like the eyes of a dead fish, and fell to the ground with a thud. And some poison balls did not hit the pirates, but blasted a small pit out of the ground. It is much more powerful than a musket. Everyone be careful, that guy's ability is highly poisonous. Don't get stuck with this venom, or you will be poisoned to death. Who is he? It hurts. It hurts. I want an antidote. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. As soon as Magellan appeared, he surprised all the pirates. One move, poisonous pufferfish, directly took the lives of more than a dozen pirates. 20 or 30 pirates fell to the ground, whimpering and rolling in pain, trying to clean up the venom from their bodies. In an instant, the expressions of the members of the 100 beast pirates who were present became terrified. Finally, a decent opponent. Yan Zonjin slashed the huge jailer beast in front of him, and the huge body of the jailer beast fell to the ground with a bang. Fresh blood gushed out, smeared on the ground to form a blood red. Yan Zonjin turned his head to look at Magellan, with a strong fighting intent in his eyes. The attack was launched without hesitation. The wings don't need to be flapped at all, and the whole person shoots towards Magellan as fast as a crossbow arrow. The speed of the lightning-like speed crossed the distance of dozens of meters. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Magellan. It slashed cleanly. Section 157_. Laugh. Instantly split Magellan in half. Nature. A strange look flashed in Yan Zonjin's eyes. In front of Magellan, who was divided in two, a pile of purple liquid appeared in his body. No internal organ blood at all. Magellan's two halves quickly folded together, and said sternly, "It's a superhuman type, poisonous fruit. Evil pirates, go to hell. Let you die painfully in venom." He raised his arm, and saw that his arm quickly turned into a purple liquid and turned into a terrifying dragon head shape. Drops of purple venom splashed onto the ground. See such a sight. Domino's complexion changed greatly, and he immediately shouted, "All jailers, try to stay away from here." Director Magellan's venom attack. General venom can be cured after treatment. But the poison dragon's venom is more ferocious and strong. It is a highly poisonous poison that can paralyze nerves. Once it gets on it, it will cause pain in the whole body that is worse than death, and eventually die. The guards around him scattered. And at this moment, Magellan has completely turned into a purple venom man. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. A drop of venom splashed on the ground, and the sound of chi-chi caused a white smoke to rise from the ground. Poison Dragon. Chapter 162_Dogs Don't Eat Burnt Fruit. Poison Dragon. The purple poisonous dragon condensed from Magellan's arm gnawed towards the flames. Facing Magellan's attack. The face under the mask of Yan Calamity sank, and a raging fire suddenly appeared in the hand holding the long knife. Covered on the blade. The King of Flames. With a knife, the fierce and hot flames on the sword erupted immediately. It is comparable to the powerful power of the natural type and burning fruit. Bang! The flame and the poisonous dragon collided violently in the air. Groups of flames and drops of venom suddenly splattered like a goddess scattered flowers. Fortunately, the buildings of the advancing city are made of hard boulders, steel, and even sea towers. So these flames didn't spread. One hit. Indistinguishable. The next moment. Two purple poisonous dragons flew out of Magellan's body again. The blazing embers of the beast pirate figure. In the future, stay in the advanced city and never even think about going out. Except for the black and white eyes, the entire venom man's body is full of purple venom. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two poisonous dragons were on the left and the right, and they kept dripping venom during the flight. Flame Calamity Jin moved back, and instantly opened the distance from Magellan, avoiding the attack of the poisonous dragon. But after the purple poisonous dragon crossed in the air, it continued to kill the flames with its mouth wide open. Like living things. No mercy. Fire Dragon Emperor. On the long knife wrapped in flames in Yan Zonjin's hand, a flaming dragon suddenly sprang out. The whole body is crimson red, and the whole body exudes dazzling firelight and scorching temperature. The scalding flames lingering around the dragon were as hot as magma. This fire dragon is very similar to the Oriental dragon. Basically it can be said to be exactly the same. Lifelike. The body is also very large. He has a long orange flame beard on his mouth. There are sharp fangs in the mouth. What burns the fruit? It is simply weak, and there is no card surface at all. The huge fire dragon roared and rushed towards the two poisonous dragons, almost like a fight between gods. As if they had cast spells. Bang! Bang! Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The two purple and one red dragons attacked in a savage and primitive way, colliding, entangling, biting and so on. There were splashes of fire and venom between the two. It's a really powerful navy, no wonder the advancing city is known as an iron wall. Yan Zonjin's eyes had a solemn look. The man in front of him is very powerful. The weapon with the strengthening +1/2 is still unable to stabilize the opponent. Definitely a powerhouse comparable to a general level. Humph! Magellan snorted coldly, his face kept wriggling and falling venom down his cold cheeks. Here. You don't want to escape. Although it is unclear how these pirates appeared in the advancing city without the Navy's detection. But this group of pirates actually appeared, and they wanted to leave this windless sea area again. It's impossible. Under his orders, all the ships in the port of the advancing city were destroyed and sank into the sea. Magellan, this is a plan to break the boat. Without a ship, at least the vast majority of pirates could not leave the advanced city. And the sea. It is the characteristic of the windless belt, and there are countless powerful sea kings. At this time, a woman wearing a pink bright leather tights and holding a devil's steel fork shouted at Magellan anxiously, "Director Magellan." Something happened. A pirate infiltrated the advanced city and will release all the prisoners. The golden curly bangs covered her eyes, making it impossible to see her eyes at all. But the expression on her face was extremely flustered and frightened. Because there are countless criminals in the advancing city, and more importantly, the criminals detained in the 6th floor of the advancing city. Section 158 _ Those names appearing on the sea can make people fear and tremble. What? Magellan's face changed dramatically in an instant, and he scolded, "Damn! Who let these criminals out?" Under extreme anger. The color of the venom on his body was changing, from purple to a heart-pounding dark red. "It's Kata Cooley, Keligia and others from the Big Mom Pirates." Little Sati responded hurriedly. "They used the fruit power to create keys and released all the prisoners. Even the Golden Lion back then could only cut off his own feet and leave alone. But now, the criminals who advanced into the city were all released. It was an unprecedented disaster. Every pirate and criminal here has committed various crimes during his lifetime. There is Bucky the Clown, the captain of the Bucky Pirates who bombarded the town wantonly. There is Aaron, a Murloc who ruled over 20 villages in the East China Sea, took human life at will, and regarded human beings as a lower race. The Act of Thieves has left Alabasta with years of drought, sparking civilian riots and killing countless people before the crocodile. They are only part of it. The criminals and pirates who were imprisoned with them in different layers of the advancing city were held at different levels. 99.9% of people have committed similar crimes. Even the crimes of some people have risen to the point where the whole world is afraid. Example: Devil's descendant Douglas Barrett. He destroyed his country and army when he was still a soldier. After joining the Roger Pirates. After the death of Roger One Piece, Barrett turned the whole sea upside down. It was an era of runaways at sea, a nightmare that lingered in the hearts of countless people. Finally, the Navy launched a large-scale demon slaughter order, and even Garp and Sengoku were dispatched. He was eventually arrested by the Navy and imprisoned on the 6th floor of the advancing city. Hearing this news, Yan Zonjan's eyes showed a smile. It seems that Kata Kushu and the others have succeeded. Looking at Magellan in front of him, he turned and rushed towards the city. He sneered, "I won't let you leave here easily. Call out." The speed was so fast that it surpassed the speed of sound and stopped Magellan. At this time, advance to the 6th floor of the city's underground prison. When Kata Kushu entered this layer of prison, she felt the pores all over her body stand up, and there was an icy chill on her skin. A dark, damp prison. Silent. But Kata Curry knew that it was just an appearance. With a solemn expression on his face, he said to the silent prison, "I am the second son of the Charlotte family, Kata Kushu. As long as you are willing to destroy the Navy with our Big Mom Pirates, I'll take you out of this dark prison." Chapter 163 _ Marco's Broken Arm. Destroy the Navy. This proposal is good. The Navy is the lackey of the world government. As long as the Navy is destroyed, the world government will follow. With a crisp sound of shackles and shackles, a man wearing a helmet with a broken horn appeared in the darkened cell. And this moment, on the 6th floor of the advanced city, there was a sudden burst of gloomy laughter. Gia, I can finally get out of this damned place. I promise you, I will open my prison cell and shackles. Destroy the Navy, count me as one. I remember the hatred at the beginning. How can it be enough to destroy the Navy? If you want to destroy it, even the world government and even the entire world will be destroyed. I'm so hungry, I just want to eat meat. Any kind of meat will do, hee. Your name is Kata Cooley, right? Just give me wine and I can do anything. It's Kata Kushu. I'm Jack, take me out to meet Lord Kaido. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The entire 6-story underground prison was completely boiling, and countless pirate criminals became excited. There is slutty laughter. There is evil laughter. There is sinister laughter. There is wicked laughter. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Mixed together, people can't help but feel creepy and fearful. When Bree saw the face of the pirate in the cell, her expression changed greatly, and she exclaimed, "Brother! That's the world destroyer Bundy Wald. The legendary pirate who once resounded through the sea. Challenged the Roger Pirates, Flying Sky Pirates, and Whitebeard Pirates several times. It can be said that he was a legendary figure whose reputation was not lost to these big pirates at that time. Unexpectedly, he was also locked in the Push City. Her eyes looked from Bundy Wald's cell to other rooms, and those pirates appeared behind the sea-floor stone fence. With the help of aisle lights. Bray's eyes were full of shock, and her voice trembled as she said, Devil's Descendant, Barrett. Mysterious Moon Hunter, Katrine Diame. Prince Regent, Abaro Pizarro. The Big Cask, Basque Chote. Sand Crocodile. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. All of them were once famous, extremely vicious pirates and criminals. Every name is a legend. Of course, there are some prisoners who do not appear in Bray's field of vision. Still did not appear in his cell. For example, the first 7 Wuhai Hexia, Jinping. There's even Baroric Redfield, known as the Lonely Red. In the cell, his body was withered and his face was wrinkled. He was already an old man who had stepped into the coffin half a step. Redfield murmured, "What a disgusting bunch. But I've gotten used to it after so many years. Now is the last chance to get out of this abominable haunt." With a natural sense of sight, he can hear the voices of other people, in this 6th-level prison of the Propulsion City, which is full of evil thoughts and sinful abyss. Every day, he accepts the dirty, disgusting, evil, etc. thoughts in other people's minds. Innate knowledge and color have brought him powerful and unusual abilities. But it also made his heart suffer endless torture. Kata took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, I will open everyone's cells. If you are willing to destroy the Navy with us, then enter this mirror. There is a lot of food in there." Quote. Section 159_. If you don't want to, then find a way to get out of here yourself. With that said, his arm turned into a white sticky substance and walked to a door. "Start opening these cells. Hey, brat, help me untie the shackles," one of the released pirates ordered Kata coolly unceremoniously. Next second. Puff. A trident ran directly through his body. Kata looked at the others coldly and said, "I know that you are all pirates and criminals who once made a name for themselves in the sea. I won't untie your handcuffs and shackles until I reach the naval headquarters." There is no doubt in the voice. With a snort, he pulled out his trident, and the skinny pirate fell to the ground immediately, with bright red blood flowing from his body. Spread slowly on the ground. Hearing Kata Cooley's words, many pirates who were planning to leave on their own also entered the world. One after another powerful pirates and criminals gathered in the mirror world. The screen turns. Back to the Navy headquarters, Marin Fando. Oz. Ace looked grief-stricken, and his tearful open mouth let out an extremely painful roar. Tears poured wildly from his eyes. In his sight, little Oz, who was covered in bruises and blood dripping, could no longer hold on, and fell down with a bang. Even if it falls. However, little Oz still turned his head towards the position of the execution platform, with nostalgia and unwillingness in his eyes, and even some guilt and self-blame. Because he couldn't save Ace. And with the fall of the demon Little Oz, the Whitebeard pirates' fleet began a journey of rout. There were tears in Squard's eyes, and his heart seemed to be torn apart and shouted hoarsely, "Elmi!" In sight. A bloated female pirate captain was swallowed directly by a huge sea king. That was a captain of the Whitebeard pirates' fleet. Also the daughter of Whitebeard. Squard's mind couldn't help but sounded the words of his father Whitebeard, "My Whitebeard pirates are not allowed to have female combatants." We will protect every woman in the Whitebeard Pirates. Skeward fell to his knees on the ice with a bang, his hands resting on the ground, and tears fell on the ice. A choked sobbing sound came from his mouth, and he muttered to himself, "Why? Dad. Didn't you say you wanted to protect us? Didn't you say we are all your sons?" He suddenly raised his head, and a painful and struggling expression appeared on his face, causing his face to contort. The crying pear blossom brought rain, and shouted hoarsely in the direction of Whitebeard, "Dad! Come and save us! Everyone is dying! Come and save your sons!" His voice spread across most of the battlefield in an instant, reaching the ears of countless members of the Whitebeard Pirates. I couldn't help but look at the situation on the battlefield outside the Crescent Bay Gap. Ship debris and shattered ice floated on the sea. The entire sea seemed to be completely dyed a heart-pounding blood red. Dozens of terrifying and huge Neptune-like monsters have a visual sense of obscuring the sky, and every movement of their incomparably huge size is like the immediate sense of sight that causes a landslide. Raging waves come and go. The monstrous waves continued to take away the lives of the members of the Whitebeard Pirates fleet. Calls for help, howling, and so on are endless. It makes people feel like they are in hell, and there are creepy screams all around. Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard first team, also had a painful expression on his face, biting his lower lip forcefully. Everyone must hold on. As long as Ace is rescued, we will be able to take everyone out of here. Ah la la la, you can't be distracted on a battlefield like this. Admiral Aokiji suddenly appeared beside Marco. Holding the invisible ice blade, with a strengthening of 15, it slashed down. Scoff. The wings filled with blue flirtatious flames separated from Marco's body and fell to the ground with a bang. Ah! Marco screamed, his face instantly pale, and cold sweat frantically overflowed. Blue flames emerged from the broken wings. Chapter 164_Foresee the Future. Marco. Diamond Yoja heard Marco's scream, and instantly saw Marco whose wings were cut off by Aokiji. In a hurry. Immediately attacked Admiral Aokiji. Diamond shines, bold crash. Joes ran quickly on the ice, like a bull with a head hitting him. Aim your horns at the enemy. Sparkling and reflecting the colorful light of diamonds, the light is dazzling. Quickly ran for a distance of dozens of meters, and finally flew into the air. Hit the green pheasant. Don't! Marco suddenly shouted at Joes with a panicked look. Admiral Aokiji's power, he has personally experienced it. Whether it was the shining sword or the blindfold on his face, Aokiji completely crushed him in strength. But he said it too late. Ah la la la. Aokiji put on the eye mask with strengthening +15, and the arrogance of seeing and hearing has already reached a level that is enough to foresee the future. In his mind, Diamond Yoja's attacking route and location appeared. Not only that. When he foresees the future, he clearly sees the outcome of his actions. Under prejudgment. The figure instantly appeared in midair to the right of Joes. The invisible ice blade with strengthened +15 in the hand slashes down with one knife. Clang. The sound of a violent collision of gold and iron sounded. In an instant. At the end of this sound, there was a popping sound. It was the sound of the invisible ice blade slicing into Joe's diamond's arm. No. Ah. The two voices sounded almost at the same time, and one voice belonged to the Phoenix Marco. Section 160_. A voice belonged to Diamond Joes. The scarlet blood from the arm was like a water spray pipe, and a large amount of blood was sprayed onto the crystal ice surface. Marco ran towards Joes quickly, and he looked extremely uncoordinated when he lost his left arm. The whole person's body is in a tilted state. Joes's face in the air was contorted together due to severe pain, and his figure quickly fell from the air. Marco hurriedly stretched out his hand to pick it up. But in the end, they both fell to the ground together. Joes. Marco got up from the ground, stumbled to Joes's side, and shouted towards Joes with concern, "Are you all right? I'll treat you right now. A blue flame appeared in his palm, and the flame flew from his hand to Jaws's bloody arm. You wait. I'm going to get your arm back, it should still be able to be attached. Under Marco's ability, the blood stopped quickly. He also immediately wanted to retrieve Jaws's right arm. Even if his left arm waited for a period of treatment, he could use the ability of the phoenix to grow again. But if Jaws's right arm is not taken back now, I am afraid that he will only become a one-armed man in the future. Ah la la la, let's end it like this. Aokiji's face was cold, but he thought of the previous words of the Warring States period. 4 words. Don't hesitate. Let him shudder. Now is not the time to sympathize with the enemy, everyone has something to sympathize with. But people have different choices and different positions. It was decided that something had to be discarded. Phoenix seal. The claws on Marco's feet were covered with brilliant blue flames, and the flames formed a mark and blasted towards the green pheasants. He understands that no matter what, he can't go head to head with the long sword in Aokiji's hand. Even Jaw's, who has the shiny fruit and the hardness of diamond, can't defend against the blue brilliance of the long sword in Aokiji's hand. He couldn't take it at all. Marco's intuition and judgment are of course very accurate, but the enhanced +15 blindfold brings the Admiral's sense of domineering increase. Completely exceeded his imagination. Aokiji easily dodged Marco's attack sideways, and a look of hesitation flashed in his eyes. In the end, he did not choose to cut off the invisible ice blade in his hand, but used the ability of frozen fruit. Ice time. The palm of his left hand slammed on Marco's abdomen, and cold, bone-piercing ice cubes spread out from his hand in an instant. Not only did it freeze Marco, but it also knocked Marco out. Caught by Diamond Jaw's. Contrary to the personality of Akainu, who has rockberry fruit, Aokiji, who has frozen fruit, does not like killing in his heart. He chose to be merciful to pirates like Marco. Even so, the powerful strength still crushed Marco and Jaw's. Let them have no room to fight back at all. This is from the ruthless crushing of strength and strengthening equipment. Under the execution stand. Hill reached for his ears, looked at Admiral Kizaru, and asked, Pelusalino, why don't you go to the battle? This old guy sits firmly on the Daiyutai and does not act. Are you trying to rescue Ace and Sabo? Must be guarded. In the current situation, I don't need the old man to take action. I still look at the execution platform. It's not good if there is trouble. Huang Yuan pouted and said. One hand touched his chin full of stubble, watching the battle with great interest. Of course, the most concerned is the battle between Sakazuki and Whitebeard, the most powerful man in the world. At the same time, they are also the most aggressive. Hill couldn't help but glanced at Kizaru, and said to himself, this guy Pelusalino. Although I know he is an undercover agent, but this guy is hiding so deep, is he an undercover agent of the Revolutionary Army? There is still no action. Even Marco and Jaw's were seriously injured and didn't care at all. He didn't bother to think about these things carefully, and put his eyes on Akainu and Whitebeard. This epic battle brought together many strong men on this sea. Their fighting skills can be learned. Hill's eyes shone brightly. Not only was he enjoying the showdown visually, but he also used his knowledge and domineering arrogance to perceive the battle situation on the entire battlefield. In Crescent Bay. Admiral Akainu stared coldly at the Whitebeard and said, the strongest man in the world. What's wrong? Can't you even protect your own son now? Listen to their miserable wailing, they need your protection, but who can this old body of yours protect? Come on, it's not the world it was 20 years ago. His words were full of ridicule. Fighting is not just a competition of strength. At the same time, it is also a psychological, imposing duel and game. As long as it can win, Akainu never cares about such little tricks, as long as the final victory is achieved. It must be the Navy that will be praised and praised. As for the details of the battle, no one would care. Kola Lala. Whitebeard let out a heavy laugh. Magma Kid, my Whitebeard's heart can't be disturbed by a word or two from you. Don't think you can beat me with that glowing glove. I'm a Whitebeard. Immediately, he threw a pestle from the cloud to the ground and slammed it into the ice with a bang. Whitebeard's whole face became extremely solemn and serious. His legs were bent and he assumed a horse stance. The muscles of his arms and hands swelled up, and the thick blue veins like hemp ropes protruded from under the skin. It is crisscrossed and densely covered on the surface of the skin, and it looks extremely terrifying. But it's startling. Whitebeard's hands and 5 fingers seem to be caught in the air, but the shocking thing is, it was as if his hands were really pinching the air. The atmosphere was like a curtain, and was caught in the hands of Newgate, the Whitebeard. This is a shocking scene. Chapter 165_leaning Marine Vando. In an instant, the entire Navy headquarters, Marine Vando, tilted up, and the sea also split into areas with different tilt angles of 45 degrees. What happened? Kebby was in a panic, and his ears were filled with all kinds of exclamations, panic and fear. It kept ringing in his mind, and some pictures appeared from time to time. It made his brain extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't help holding his head tightly in his hands. Why Marin Vando? Marin Vando leans. Kirby's body couldn't help trembling, and his white eyes were full of horror. Section 161_. The Marin Vando in front of him has been tilted at an angle of 15 degrees, and the angle is still getting bigger and bigger. The whole person has a tendency to be unable to stand up. Balloon clenched the Gurge machete tightly in both hands, and said with a trembling voice, if this goes on like this. If it goes on like this, the entire Marin Vando will sink to the bottom of the sea. A heart was mentioned in the throat, and the heart seemed to be unable to go back at all. At this moment, the war on the battlefield stopped strangely and tacitly. One after another terrified voices came from the mouths of the soldiers of the Navy and the Revolutionary Army. This is Whitebeard's ability. Is that man going to completely destroy Marin Vando? Shake fruit. That's the power to destroy the world. Whitebeard. Don't Whitebeard plan to use this ability after Ace is rescued? Hey, there's still our Revolutionary Army here. Dad has done his best. It's such a terrifying power. Is the world going to be destroyed? What the hell is Whitebeard doing? That is the ability of the strongest man in the world. The sea is cracked. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Countless people screamed and their faces were full of fear. The tilted world has caused countless people to stumble, and even artillery, warships, sea kings, and even corpses began to fall to one side with the tilted angle. Many battlefields suddenly became a mess. Chaos. This scene was also deeply imprinted in the minds of countless people through the live broadcast. Hit everyone's brain. That's not a level that can be achieved by human beings at all, it is simply more terrifying than natural disasters. That is the power to destroy the world. The execution platform is also tilting. Hill and Kizaru also stood up from their chairs, staring solemnly at the man who was full of wounds, but was still tall and majestic. The white cloak swayed in the wind. Hill exclaimed, as expected of the white-bearded Newgate, one of the 4 emperors. It was he who made the shock fruit, the most powerful devil fruit in the superhuman type. Originally, he thought in his heart that Straw Hat Luffy would develop the rubber fruit into a beyond shock fruit. Result. The rubber fruit has been transformed into an animal type, a human fruit, a phantom species, and a Nika form. After all, he still did not surpass the Junjun fruit and ascended the throne of the first superhuman fruit. Seeing this epic shocking picture, Hill also had to sigh. Whitebeard is indeed a man with the power to destroy the world. But no matter how strong you are, people will eventually get old. In my heart, I silently added, it is no match for the power of system invention. Although the Whitebeard Newgate is indeed very powerful, under the baptism of time, no matter how powerful people are, they can't beat time, after all. Kizaru stood beside Hill, and their bodies became out of tune with the world along with the leaning marine Fando. His eyes were full of horror, and even the tone was a little higher than the usual sloppy tone, and it revealed a bit of tension. It's terrible. If the old man gets punched by Whitebeard, I'm afraid I have to prepare for the funeral. The saddest thing for a person is death. The money is not spent, and there is no enjoyment. The old man doesn't want the pension that he worked so hard to save to become the paper money that he sprinkled to the old man. There was a look of shock and fear on his face, but it was real. Rather than with that light-hearted attitude. On the execution platform above Hill and Kizaru, there was a look of panic and shock in Sengoku's eyes. Whitebeard. Whitebeard's plan is to make the entire battlefield completely chaotic. He already knew that Ace could not be rescued with the power of the Whitebeard pirates. So, it was going to. Seeking opportunities in chaos. Whitebeard's actions really exceeded his expectations, and now there are still more than 2 hours before the official execution. And Fire Fist Ace is a hostage in his hands. Let Whitebeard not dare to use his current power, because even Ace may fall into the sea under such behavior. It was not only Marin Vando who was destroyed, but also his own son. Hades Rayleigh on the execution platform had a look of reminiscence in his eyes. The power of Whitebeard. Except for the captain, he is the most powerful man I have ever seen. This war, hopefully there will be more variables. The current situation. He could see clearly on the execution platform, and the situation on the entire battlefield could be said to be completely one-sided. It was the greatest war he had ever seen in his life. More than 200,000 people. Even though the Revolutionary Army and the Whitebeard pirates surpassed the Navy in total, the Navy now has the advantage. About 30,000 people died in the Great Fleet of the Whitebeard pirates. Nearly 10,000 people died in Crescent Bay. The previous explosion on the island took away tens of thousands of Revolutionary Army soldiers. At least thousands of people died in the battle. 2 words to describe: tragic. 4 words to describe: extremely tragic. The tilted world brings endless panic. Admiral Akainu had a cold smile on his mouth. Of course, he couldn't let Whitebeard use the ability to shake the fruit and let this Malin Fando sink into the sea. The dog bites the red lotus. Dark red-hot magma emerged from Akainu's arm, forming a giant python shape, but it was a magma monster with a hound's head. Under the blessing of strengthening +15 gloves. Admiral Akainu's strength and domineering armament have been greatly increased. Majestic. Whistling towards Whitebeard. See. With his right hand, Whitebeard pulled out Kong Yunchi, who was standing on the ice beside him, and a ball of bright white light appeared on the dazzling blade. When the sphere of light condenses, the surrounding atmosphere seemed to be attracted, and the white air flow formed into the white light sphere. Let the ball of light burst into a burst of intense light. Megatron. Cut out with a knife. With a tearing sound, it seemed that even the air was torn apart by the sharp blade. Clang. The ferocious dog of Inuni Red Lotus, blasted out by Akainu, opened its blood-red mouth and bit on Kong Yunchi's blade. It made a deafening sound of gold and iron hitting the ears. At the same time. Click. Click. The sound of atmospheric fragmentation sounded, and the irregular cracks spread throughout the air. The gust of wind from the impact swept in all directions. In their battlefield, there was not a single pirate within 100 meters. Suddenly, Whitebeard's complexion changed, his arms curved, and he was suppressed by Admiral Akainu's strength. His eyes narrowed slightly, and a gleam flashed. The left hand clenched a fist, and a white ball of light emerged naturally. Section 162_. Boom in front of you. Air shatters. The shock wave blasted towards Akainu in an invisible posture. Akainu, wearing a luminous military cap, clearly sensed the movement of the shock wave, and his body instantly completed the transformation between substances. Boom. Akainu's chest was directly punched out a big hole. The entire chest is pierced. What appears in the body is magma material. Then, a violent magma fist blasted out at Whitebeard, mocking in his mouth, "Whitebeard, how much physical strength do you have to fight me? Press people with power." Under the enhancement of 15 boxing gloves, the impact of each punch sent a shock to Whitebeard's body. Clang. Boom. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot. After more than a dozen violent collisions, Whitebeard's original wound cracked, and blood gurgled out. In a blink, the entire chest and lower abdomen were covered with dark red blood. Akainu refused to let go, and while making a sarcastic voice, punch after punch slammed into Whitebeard with a savage and domineering attack. Why not? Is this the strongest man in the world? Just an old loser. First to the Golden Lion, and then to Roger. Now, even my own life is about to lose. Chapter 166 _ The Rout of the Whitebeard Pirates. Daddy. Foil Beasta, the captain of the 4th Division of Whitebeard, looked anxious and wanted to help Whitebeard. But what stood in front of him was a black dragon mecha, with a strengthening +1/2. The whistling sound came. It was the sound of breaking through the air when the huge Malong mecha punched out. Foil Beasta jumped after exerting force. In sight. A huge steel fist slammed into the ice. Bang. The ice cubes splashed, when the fist of the Malong mecha left the ice. A large oval pit appeared in place. Damn robot. Foil Beasta couldn't help cursing, with anger and helplessness on his face. How can the Navy have this kind of shit? It is really the defense of the big robot in front of him. It is even more powerful than the turtle shell. Even if it is a weapon with +1/2 strengthening, cut it on it. Can cut out traces. But it couldn't be cut off. And on the Malong mecha in front of him, there were indeed dozens of knife marks of varying shades. But it didn't hurt the inside of the mech. Right now. A painful exclamation sounded. Atmos. It's the voice of Izo, and the name is Buffalo Atmos, the captain of the 13th Division. Hear this shrill cry. Foil Beasta's heart skipped a beat in an instant. An inexplicable and intense grief emerged in his heart. Beasta turned his head to look at the place where the sound came from. His eyes widened with anger, and a look of grief appeared on his face. Atmos, the captain of the 13th Division, had fallen in a pool of blood. He screamed in horror and pain. No. Just as he shouted, a blue laser penetrated his chest instantly. Let him fall to the ground with a thud, and the two weapons with a +1/2 strengthening clatter fell on the ice. Bright red blood oozes from his chest and flows on the ice. Accidents happened one after another. The Whitebeard pirates were caught off guard. And witnessing all this, Yi Zhang's expression could no longer be controlled, and he instantly shouted with tears in his eyes, Beasta. The body shaped together spanned a distance of 20 or 30 meters. Several vertical jumps in a row appeared in front of Beasta. Angrily and frantically, he pulled the two fire guns in his hands. The bursting gun continued to fire bullets. Boom. Boom. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. More than 10 bullets were shot on the surface armor of the Malong mecha, making a ping-ping-pong sound. Only some white traces remain. Not a single crater mark could be left. Why? Why can't bullets go through this robot? What the hell is this? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Bring rain with the crying pear blossoms, shouted hysterically. In the end, he bit his bright red lower lip and sobbed, didn't we agree? Didn't we agree to rescue Ace together? Isn't it agreed that all the family members of the Whitebeard pirates, all the family members will live happily? He shouted at the others with a cry in his voice, hey. Who will bring Beasta back to the ship? However, when Yi Zhang looked at the surrounding battlefield, his eyes were dull, and his face was full of despair. The elite of white-bearded pirates with tens of thousands of people. Now there are only 1 or 2,000 people left. Under the impact of the Malong mecha and the beast, he struggled to support. Yi Zhang's heart suddenly lost all thoughts. The Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates are over. Even if they were able to leave the battlefield with the rest of them, the Whitebeard pirates would not be the original one. This is a war that broke everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. Pain. Section 163_. Torment. Despair. Crescent Bay is a battlefield for beasts and mechas to kill. And 20 strengthened plus 12 inches pacifist, slaughtered battlefields. Pacifist. Give me forward the battle line. Cut off the escape route of the Whitebeard pirates. Zhan Taomaru's voice is full of pride, it's really cool. In front of the world's live broadcast, killing pirates like this greatly increases the prestige and power of the Navy. It just made him extremely excited. This will definitely be the most fruitful victory in naval history. The current Zhan Taomaru has to be as energetic as it is. The entire Marin Van Do battlefield was cut into 3 battlefields. One is the large fleet of 43 pirate regiments under the Whitebeard pirates, but now there are only a few remnants of defeated soldiers. The second is in Crescent Bay. The elite of the Whitebeard pirates led by Whitebeard. Also struggling to support. The third is the head-to-head confrontation between the Revolutionary Army and the Navy after the execution platform. There are still bloodthirsty and savage beasts, the humanoid killing machine, Malong mecha. The situation of the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army was not much better. They are facing the main combat power of the Navy, even worse than the Whitebeard pirates. Because the Whitebeard pirates did not wash up on the coast square at all. As a result, tens of thousands of naval elites swarmed towards the Revolutionary Army. Led to the tragedy of the Revolutionary Army. Smog held the 10 hands, with a cigar in his mouth, and said to Dusky in the attitude of a big boss, Dusky, protect yourself well. My elf will protect you. I can't help but participate in the battlefield over there. If it's too late, I won't get any credit. As he spoke, he used his Pokeball. In an instant, a huge white snow leopard with a height of 4 meters and a body length of 7 or 8 meters was summoned. This is the spirit of Smoker. Smokey looked at the battlefield of the Revolutionary Army and Navy in the distance, with hot eyes. His heart was hot, and he ordered the summoned leopard. Snow Leopard, you are responsible for protecting Dasky. Done. The lower body of the whole person turned into white smoke, like a steam jet plane. Suddenly it flew into the air. Go towards the battlefield of the Revolutionary Army. If you don't join the battlefield, I am afraid that the Revolutionary Army and the Whitebeard pirates will be completely wiped out by the elf beasts and the ink dragon mecha. Now is the time to take action against the Revolutionary Army. And the battlefield of the Revolutionary Army. Along with a group of elite lieutenant admirals of the Navy headquarters holding the strengthened plus 15 inches Amaterasu Cloud Sword, they joined the battlefield. The death toll of the Revolutionary Army has skyrocketed. Execution table. Ace and Sabo witnessed each death with their own eyes, as if they had been slashed in their hearts with a knife. It made it hard for them to breathe in pain. The tears in Ace's eyes have not stopped since Whitebeard appeared until now. I don't know how to cry. Will it cause the tears to come out of the back? Joes. Atmos. Vista. It's all me. It's all my fault. I shouldn't be in this world. My bloodline brought too much disaster and pain. His heart was tortured by unprecedented pain, watching his recognized family get hurt and even die. It was worse than killing him. Ace suddenly raised his head, looked at the warring states with a sad face, and roared frantically. Quickly kill me. Quick execution. Quick execution. Didn't you always want Roger's blood to disappear from this world? Come on. Go ahead. Chapter 167_ General Molong appeared. Life and death will. Fire Fist Ace has a resolute look on his face. Tears, pain, torture, sadness, self-blame and other emotions on his face are intertwined. His face has long since lost the arrogance of the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard, who dared to fight with anyone. At that time, he longed to live freely, eager to challenge the powerhouses in the whole sea. Now, he just wants to die. End your own life, end this painful ordeal. Let everyone in the Whitebeard pirates abandon their plans and fearless sacrifices to rescue themselves. Ace. Sabo turned his head to look at Ace, and couldn't help but screamed, but after he shouted, he was silent again. Don't know how to discourage. Now the situation on the battlefield is clear at a glance. For comfort, Sabo didn't know where to start anyway, and finally smiled. It was a smile of relief and relief. Looking at Ace firmly, he said, "Let me, my brother, die with you. That way, none of us are alone." When he said this sentence, his heart throbbed for no reason. But they have no choice. You are just an introduction, even if the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army want to abandon you. They can't even get out of Marin Bando alive today. Sengoku's voice gave Sabo and Ace a heavy blow to their hearts. Sentencing now. Impossible. He wants to completely sink the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army into a quagmire. Facing a dilemma. The palms of the hands and the backs of the hands are full of flesh, so it doesn't matter how the Whitebeard and the Revolutionary Army choose. The thoughts in Sengoku's mind were the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army. He's going to catch up. Section 164 Suddenly, the entire execution table began to move up. A large bag suddenly swelled up on the originally flat ground, lifting the execution platform up. As a result, the entire execution platform began to tilt up. What's going on? Warring States frowned and frowned. Looking down. Want to know who is going to try to save people. And with the inclination of the execution platform, Rayleigh's eyes flashed with a gleam, and he immediately got up and rammed into the Admiral Sengoku with his own body. At the same time, a deafening shout came out of his mouth. "Ace, Sabo, run away." Although there are shackles on his hands and feet, it restricts Hades Rayleigh's performance. But the power that his body can burst out is still not small. At this moment, his whole body is as straight as an arrow, and he slams his head into the Warring States period. Sengoku's complexion changed instantly, and he shouted sharply, "Pluto Rayleigh. You still refuse to accept your fate." Ace and Sabo suddenly looked at each other, and a ray of hope appeared in their eyes. Get up at the same time. Jump off the execution platform. In the ground under the execution stand. The giant Mori, the commander of the Western Army of the Revolutionary Army, used the fruit's ability to push a door open on the ground. And the former Shichibukai Bartholomew Bear, known as the Tyrant, stepped out of it and looked up into the air. A light flashed in his eyes. Good opportunity. Let me blow you away. He raised his palm and just slapped Sabo and Ace away. It can make everyone start to retreat. End this war. But when his hand was raised, suddenly, Bartholomew Bear felt an unprecedented force slamming into his steel body. Boom. PFF'd. Blood spurted out of his mouth, who had not yet been completely remodeled, and pieces of shattered steel scattered around his body. Under the terrifying impact, his body turned into the shape of the English letter C. The whole person flew out like a meteor in an instant. The blue electric arc on his body jumped, which was the electric flower blooming from the short circuit caused by the damage to the circuit on his body. Bartholomew Bear's mind went blank. Who I am? What happened? Who is it? The huge body of about 7 meters flew over the battlefield in an instant. Boom. 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 Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. It crashed into buildings in Marin Bando, and I don't know how many meters it flew. However, a burly man with a handsome face appeared in the position where Bartholomew Bear was standing under the execution stand. A black suit. Behind it is a pure white cloak of justice. Move with the wind. Admiral Malong. Mori, the commander of the Western Army of the Revolutionary Army, suddenly burst into cold sweat and his pupils dilated. He had no idea what had happened before, and felt that the figure of Bartholomew Bear had disappeared. And Admiral Malong appeared in the position of Bartholomew Bear. He immediately clenched the steel fork in his hand, and shouted nervously, "Admiral Malong has shot." And this time, Hill did not go to see Mori of the Revolutionary Army at all, but froze in place. Muttered to himself, "My physical strength. So strong." It was completely beyond his expectations. His original intention was to knock Bartholomew Bear into the air with one punch. Result. The strength of his body was so strong that he couldn't control it, and the whole person hit Bartholomew Bear directly. The one that hit Bartholomew Bear just now. Not a fist at all. Its face and body. Hill also made a murmur in his heart. I don't know if anyone saw it just now. It's so fast that no one should see it. Otherwise it would be embarrassing. At the same time, the moment Hill shot Bartholomew Bear, Admiral Kizaru also moved. Finally he stretched out his precious hand from his trouser pocket. The figure turned into a golden light. Appeared in the middle of Ace and Sabo in midair, and directly picked them up one by one. Then fell from the sky. The entire execution platform also collapsed with a bang, and a large cloud of smoke was stirred up in an instant. And Bartholomew Bear, who flew out, also stood up from the ruins in the distance and looked down at his right waist. A clear human face was imprinted on the steel around his waist. It's like a face mold. The kind used to make masks. It caused his brain to shut down for a moment. What kind of attack is this? Could this be the attack method of General Malong's body? Bartholomew Bear's body shone with lightning, and even his movements became slow and stiff. It's like doing a mechanical dance while walking. There is a pause between walks, like frame-by-frame slow motion. Around the execution stand, the large amount of dust raised blocked everyone's sight, but for Hill, who was born with knowledge, every breath inside can be clearly perceived. Everyone is a different life body, and the breath they carry is naturally different. Through the perception of the situation, Hill breathed a sigh of relief and was relieved. It's fortunate that the old man of Kizaru didn't take people away. If he really takes people away, he may not be able to catch up with him. Section 165_. Before, he had been staring at Kizaru, just for fear that this guy would suddenly react against the water. Even the Warring States Marshal was waiting on the execution platform. It is estimated that it will not be able to stop Admiral Kizaru, who has the ability to glitter fruit. Seeing that there is no sign of Kyabu turning back now, he felt a little relieved in his heart. However, just when Hill breathed a sigh of relief, the mutation happened again. Chapter 168_top were officially upgraded to version 2.0. A mirror whistled down from the sky. The last bang landed on the Marine Fando Coast Plaza. The mirror suddenly burst open. It shattered into fragments of different sizes, some small glass fragments, and some of the surrounding navies were scratched in the splash. The surrounding navy looked at the mirror on the ground in surprise and doubt. What's the matter? Why did a mirror fall from the sky? Could it be that there are still people in the sky? But this is the headquarters of the Navy, how could there be people in the sky? Masaka, is there pirates in the sky? Could it be the legendary flying admiral, Golden Lion Shiki? Hey, don't scare yourself, the Golden Lion has disappeared for so many years, you don't necessarily know if it's still alive. This mirror, why did it fall out of the sky? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. This made the tens of thousands of navies present at the scene bewildered, and they did not know why such a bizarre thing happened. A sexy beauty with long pink hair, Navy frowned, took a deep breath of the cigarette on her mouth and said, Hina is very confused. Mirrors. What can mirrors be used for? Perhaps a cannonball fell from the sky to cause more casualties, right? What appeared was just a common thing, a mirror. It made Hina, Colonel, Black Threshold, of the Navy headquarters feel a little inexplicable. But what happened next was a shock to the jaws of a group of Navy soldiers. A Navy soldier couldn't help widening his eyes. Mirror. Someone came out of the mirror. That's their clothes. That's the clothes of the prisoners of the Propulsion City. My God. What the hell happened? Why did the prisoners in the advancing city appear in Marin Bando? That's World Breaker, Bundy Ward. The big thing is bad. The prisoners in the Push City escaped. And the Devil's Heir, Douglas Barrett. Even this monster escaped from the advanced city. This sense of oppression is the same as the general. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. As more and more prisoners in the advancing city came out of the mirror, the faces of the surrounding Navy elites showed expressions of horror. Cold sweat dripped from his face. Even more uncontrollably, Chi-Chi stepped back. The body started to become stiff. Gollum. I don't know which elite Navy soldier it was, and swallowed a mouthful of spit in fear. Boom. A Navy soldier accidentally hit the Navy behind him in the process of retreating. Puff. Kebi's legs were weak, and he fell directly to the ground, saying in horror, Why did they appear? These criminals. I was so nervous that I couldn't even speak. Bailu Maibo, who was standing beside Kebi, took a step to the left and stepped back to the right. The momentum of these guys. Why is it so scary? The sudden change shook all the navies. Under the execution stand. After the smoke cleared, the figures of Admiral Sengoku and Hades Rayleigh appeared. At this time, Admiral Sengoku put one hand on Rayleigh's head and pressed him to the ground. I saw a sudden change in the coast square. Warring States couldn't help but his face moved, the pain in his eyes shrank suddenly, and he said in shock, Damn. The prisoners in the advancing city. Or rescued. Who is it? The appearance of the prisoners in the advancing city also shocked the Warring States Marshal, but he was even more worried. Rescue the prisoners in the advancing city and the mastermind who sent them here. Immediately, I guessed in my mind. Kaido. The Red Hair Pirates, or the Big Katakana Middle Dot Mom Pirates. The current situation has shaken his firm and strong heart and confidence in winning. The situation has completely started to move in an uncontrollable direction. Circumstances that were completely unforeseeable in advance began to develop. The Warring States' complexion was unprecedentedly solemn, and his brows were even more tightly wrinkled, and he gritted his teeth and said to himself, It seems. The execution is really going to start early. The change made him feel a strong unease in his heart. I saw the familiar faces that came out of the mirror. Those who used to be big pirates and criminals with great reputation and mighty power. To catch these criminals, the Navy has sacrificed a lot of people and used a strong lineup of troops. Warring States turned his head, looked at the torturer who got up from the ground, and ordered, The execution begins immediately. Execution of Hades Rayleigh first. Although Ace, Sabo and Rayleigh were starved for several days, they did not completely lose their strength. Fire Fist Ace is okay, he is a devil fruit person. Restricted by Halushi handcuffs. But Sabo and Rayleigh are completely different. If the shackles were not strengthened, maybe they would be freed. Only when they are executed can the Warring States be relieved, and they can liberate themselves to join the battlefield. Yes. Yes. Two executioners armed with spear-style swords trotted to Sengoku's side. The Warring States ordered in a deep voice, The execution will begin immediately. Immediately. Once the prisoners in the advancing city start to make a riot, there will be a completely uncontrollable situation. The two executioners tacitly raise the weapons in their hands, the weapons reflecting the cold and cold light. The sharp point of the sword is aimed at Pluto Rayleigh. Section 166 _. Suddenly, a monstrous weather burst out from the fog of war, and the terrifying overlord domineering arrogance seemed to impact the two executioners in a very targeted manner. Executioner. The eyes of the two of them lost their energy, and their brains lost consciousness due to the domineering impact of the overlord, and they fell to the ground with two thuds. Warring States on the side suddenly widened his eyes, with a strong look of shock in his eyes, and exclaimed, "Red-haired, Shanks." "No." Sengoku's face became gloomy, staring at the figure of the red-haired Shanks, suppressed his anger and asked, "The red-haired pirates. Do you also want to intervene in this war?" Insight. Red-haired Shanks appeared in everyone's field of vision with a group of powerful cadres. The powerful aura instantly shocked everyone present. In an instant, it caused panic among the elites of the Navy. Cold sweat covered his face. "The four emperors, the red-hair pirates are here." A group of members of the red-haired pirates roamed the battlefield, and both the members of the Revolutionary Army and the elites of the Navy gave way in fear. At the same time, the red-haired pirate's Ben Beckman held a cigar in one hand and pointed a gun at Admiral Kizaru in the other, and said coldly, "Don't move, Kizaru." "I'm not moving, Beckman." Kizaru pouted, raising his hands at the same time. "Always keep the first creed, safety first." Not just Beckman. The other side. In front of Admiral Moron Hill. Wearing a burgundy patterned shirt and a black trench coat. Wearing a black top hat with white fluff on his head, the world's #1 swordsman Hawk-Eyed Mahawk appeared in front of Hill. In his hand, the black sword, the 12-crafted black sword, the supreme block sword with a strengthening +1/2, pointed at Hill. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawk-Eye Mahawk joins in. Mahawk's eagle-like eyes stared directly at Hill, and said lightly, "Malong, stop. If you still want the war to continue, then let me try the depth of the 4th General of the Navy, Molong." Chapter 169 _. The world's first / Hawkeye. Hill stared at Mahawk, the eagle-eyed several meters away, with a hint of coldness in his deep eyes, and said coldly, "Want to stop this war? Then you shouldn't be there. The winner of this war is destined to be the Navy, and your presence is not a rescue, but a threat." Base. He stretched out his hand and pulled out the +15 Zanpakuto around his waist, Sinban Sakura. The straight and sharp sword emits bursts of pink light, which are strong and weak like breathing. Breathtaking. An astonishing light flashed from Hill's eyes, and he said sharply, "So. Are you threatening me?" The aura of the whole body suddenly burst out from the body like a stormy sea. The torrential weather instantly overwhelmed the sky, pressing towards Hawkeye like a real dragon and tiger roaring. The war has reached the point where the Navy can wipe out the Whitebeard pirates and the Revolutionary Army without paying too much. Both sides are almost in a state of immortality. With so many dead, peace is impossible. Not to mention, even if there is no such war, it is doomed to be an enemy from a standpoint. And this time, the red-haired pirates came to block. Intervening in this war will not only reduce the Navy's gains, but if it joins the war, it will also lead to the death of more Navy soldiers. Victory at hand. How could you give in like this? The ferocious and terrifying aura of the mountain and the tsunami carried a strong will. Hawkeye Mahawk's expression froze, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Overlord. Overlord is domineering. What a strong will to kill. Is this the 4th Admiral of the Navy, Molong? With a very keen perception, he noticed the difference in this tyrannical arrogance. If it is said that the domineering of red-haired Shanks is more masculine, the tyrannical arrogance inspired by the Admiral Molong in front of him is more of a kind, killing aura. It's the first time I feel like I'm being treated as prey and being targeted by ferocious beasts. The face of Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman, became solemn. The roles that tend to play prey are usually their own enemies and adversaries. Now, being stared at by Hill, for the first time, I felt like I became a prey. Danger. Extremely dangerous man. What he didn't know was that this strong will to kill was one of the changes brought to Hill by the animal system, cat fruit, mythical species, and the white tiger form of the four spirits of the sky. Even Hill himself does not fully understand and appreciate this kind of thing. In the face of this powerful and pressing momentum, Hawkeye did not give in half a step, but a burning fighting intent rose from his sharp eagle eyes. Sharp eyes unconsciously placed on the long knife in Hill's hand. The blood in his body seemed to become somewhat active, it boiled, and the flow rate began to accelerate. Just let me see. What's so special about the first and fourth admiral in the history of the Navy? Hawkeye Mahawk's eyes narrowed. He raised his hand and raised the +1 enhanced, black knife knight, a strong excitement hidden under his calm and stern face. This is the 12 skills of the Supreme Big Knife strengthened by +1. He is looking forward to meeting a great swordsman, who is worthy of a fight. This strengthened +1, the black sword, the bright light of the night blooms. A blue light flashed from the dark blade, and the sharp blade pointed to the sky. Cut with a knife. An unpretentious attack. However, in an instant, a dazzling sword light suddenly flew out from the blade. The entire sky, filled with gunpowder smoke, lost all color in an instant, leaving only the cyan sword light emitted by that slash. Like an aurora in the sky. Light up the entire battlefield. The distance between Hawkeye and Hill is only a few meters, but a few meters. His slash has already reached the point of dozens of meters. Section 167_. So terrifying. Hill looked solemn. Of course, he cannot underestimate the slash of the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk. One sword, another world. Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura's blade suddenly condensed a gorgeous pink light, making the original, Senbon Sakura, blade instantly turn pink all over. Losing the blade, it seems to have become an energy body. Or, it's a lightsaber. A pink lightsaber with a strengthening +15, and the size of the lightsaber instantly expands and becomes larger. It turned into a 30-meter pink lightsaber. Slash with a knife. Laugh. Instantly rips the air. 30-meter pink, Sakura, collided with the bright blue sword light. Boom. In an instant. The world seemed to be divided. Divided from it, two completely different worlds were formed. A strong and dazzling light reflected between the sky and the earth. The position where Hawkeye was standing turned into a blue world. The place where Hill was standing turned into a pink world. However, next second, the bright blue sword light slashed out by the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, burst open with a bang. However, the sharp golden eagle eyes could not help shrinking suddenly. Shocked. Turning sideways, the peach-colored Senbon Sakura fell from his stern face. The strong wind and violent airflow brought a stinging pain to the skin on his face, like a knife slashing at his face. Laugh. The 30-meter Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura, cuts into the ground without hindrance like a hot knife cutting butter. A shocking scene happened. The ground of Marine Fando, the headquarters of the Navy, suddenly split open. Do not. It was the Senbon Sakura that was strengthened by +15 and slashed with one knife. A terrifying gully appeared on the ground. Bottomless, pitch black. Keep spreading. This crack has spread from the location near the execution platform to the coast square. Finally, a huge gap appeared in the center of the Crescent Bay port, and a crack appeared on the ice surface frozen by the green pheasant. Spread out into the distance. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The originally noisy battlefield suddenly quieted down. The atmosphere became weird, quiet. 1 second. 2 seconds. With an unknown weapon falling to the ground, the strange atmosphere was completely broken. This is the slash of Admiral Mo Long. What a terrifying slash. Is the world's #1 swordsman going to change hands? Such a power, Such a power is the power to destroy the world. It's terrifying. It's terrifying. Such a slash is the strongest attack I've ever seen in my life. The world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye's slash lost. Admiral Molong is the strongest combat power in the Navy. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. There were countless screams and shocks from the entire battlefield, and many people were shocked by General Molong's terrifying slash to the point of numbness. At this moment, there is no distinction between the Navy, the pirates, and the Revolutionary Army. Everyone was stunned. It's just that my friends and I were all stunned. Shocked the whole year. One by one, they stared at the terrifying scene in front of them, and the cracks several meters wide reached the end of the line of sight. And this scene was also passed on by the video phone bug to all the people around the world who watched the war. Chambord Islands. Pat. A reporter's pen fell to the ground, but the reporter didn't notice it. The eyeballs jumped out of the sockets, as if a spring device was installed. There are also reporters. The quill ink in their hands has been smudged into a black group on the notebook. It was as if he had been cast, fixing the body. The entire live screen square. Silent. There was only the beeping of the fax machine, and then the employee in front of the fax machine looked up. Suddenly startled. The once noisy world is quiet. This is a super powerful slash that shocked the world. P.S. Today's 4th update is for the Big Brother Nanchung Beisheng. Thank you for your support. P.S. Group 697-402-207. P.S. Group 697-402-207. Chapter 170 _ Devil's Descendant Barrett's Will to Fight. Marine Headquarters Marine Fando. After the miscellaneous clamor, there were the cheers of 100,000 Navy soldiers. Great! General Molong has joined the garrison. General Molong is too strong. This slash has scared the pirates stupid. What is the #1 swordsman in the world? He can't compare to General Molong. General Molong is of course strong, otherwise, why did he arrest Hades Rayleigh and Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army Sabo? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. One soldier looked excited and his morale soared. The thunderous cheers resounded throughout the battlefield, shocking countless people. Hearing the noisy voice in his ears, Kirby raised his head and looked at Hill. His eyes widened, and his hands that had been covering his head were also put down. Muttered, Molong, General. Hill's young and handsome face appeared in his eyes. Kirby's eyes had a strong look of admiration. Young Admiral. Section 168 _ A new generation of legends of the Navy. He clenched his hands tightly, gritted his teeth and said, I want to be as powerful as Admiral Molong, Admiral of the Navy. General Molong's slash. It's terrifying. Bailu Mabe has never seen such a terrifying slash. This sword feels like it can split the entire Marin Fando. It was so powerful that his scalp felt numb, and his entire body couldn't help but tremble. And many pirates are also trembling, with expressions of fear on their faces. The 4th Admiral of the Navy. Barrett heard the cheers of the surrounding Navy, a light flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth grinned with excitement. As soon as you come out, you will be able to meet such a strong man. Very good. Quote. Defeat General Molong and announce the return of my Barrett. The fists clenched tightly, making a series of bones and bones cracking sound. Stepping forward, the huge and heavy body made a dull sound as it walked. The prisoner, uniform with black and white stripes, coupled with the height of 5 meters, stands out in the sea of 1 meter and 2 meters in the sea. Ji Udong. Vasque Choate, known as the Big Barrel, took a bottle of wine and finished it in one gulp, licked his lips, and his excited smile made people shudder. That guy Barrett looks like he can't wait. Hiccup son tilde. Before he could finish speaking, he couldn't help but burp and said, "I can't wait to fight." That's right. That guy grew up in war. Hey, he must be boiling with enthusiasm for such a magnificent war. The Schwanyu hunter, Katrine Diame on the side has the same long nose as Usopp, and it is not known if they are of the same special race. She said with a gloomy smile, after spending so many years in a place like Push City. After that guy came out, why didn't he vent? But, focusing on Admiral Moron Hill, he continued with interest, such a young admiral. It's the first time I've seen it, that slash is really too strong tilde. It was so strong that she was extremely afraid in her heart. Peerless powerhouse. The king of bad politics, Abaro Pizarro's face was solemn. When he came out of the mirror, he deliberately observed the entire battlefield. It was discovered that the Navy was at war with the Revolutionary Army and the Whitebeard pirates at the same time. What shocked him even more was that the Navy had an absolute advantage. He reminded the other pirates and criminals beside him, "Hey, you can't be careless, take a good look around. The Navy is so powerful that it is no wonder that someone deliberately rescued us from the dark advancing city. They just want us to be cannon fodder and fight against the Navy." The eyes of many pirate criminals flickered, letting them fight with the Navy. Of course not everyone would like it. But they are now in a somewhat awkward position. The mirror that fell from the sky landed in the coast square, in the center of the tens of thousands of navies. Even if you want to escape this place, you must also fight against the Navy. No choice. At this time, a man with a transverse scar on his face emerged from the group of prisoners, holding a cigar from an unknown source in his mouth. It is the former Shichibukai, Sand Crocodile. His eyes always seem to be looking down at others. Is it the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy? If that's the case, then Whitebeard must be here. His eyes searched the entire square, but there was no trace of the Whitebeard pirates. But as Hill slashed the coast plaza with a knife, Crocodile also saw the white-bearded Newgate on the ice of Crescent Bay. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Saxi ignores Dara. Turning his head to look at Mr. One beside him, he said, "I'm going to find Whitebeard. You go and find a way to get a boat first." It was said that the entire lower body of the person turned into yellow gravel and flew into the air. He flew straight towards Whitebeard's position. That stunning slash. Even the red-haired shanks of the four emperors looked sideways at him, frowned slightly, his face seemed a little heavy, and exclaimed, "The degree of this slash. Beyond me and Mahawk. I'm afraid he is the world's #1 swordsman." But such a big swordsman in the Navy had never heard anything before. This was what made him feel the most terrifying. Then look back. Putting his eyes on Hades Rayleigh in the hands of the Warring States, he smiled slightly, and said with some nostalgia, "Mr. Rayleigh, long time no see. After this meeting, have a good drink with Mr. Riley." And Rayleigh's face finally showed a smile, and he joked in his mood, "I didn't expect that the willful and stubborn little Shanks had grown into a man with such a powerful spirit. It's really a shame to ask a junior of yours to save this old man." The expression on his face was deeply apologetic, and his heart was full of guilt. On the other hand, the Warring States beside Rayleigh had an angry look on his face. His face was extremely gloomy, and the successive changes caught him off guard. The situation is completely out of control now. If it wasn't for Hill's slash to boost the morale of the naval elites, the situation would have been even worse. Warring States said to himself anxiously in his heart, "It can't be delayed now. As long as these people are executed, the Navy will still win, and the outcome of waiting for the pirates will not change after all." Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the long knife in the hand of the executioner who fainted on the ground. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Chapter 171-Pluto's Morning. The Warring States Marshal moved in his heart. Immediately, he reached out and grabbed it, grabbing the long knife that fell on the ground in his hand. "Rayleigh. Goodbye." Sengoku clenched the long knife in his hand with one hand, aimed at Rayleigh's back, and stabbed it directly. See the actions of the warring states. The red-haired Shanks shrank his eyes, his face paled, and immediately shouted, "Mr. Rayleigh! Step down." The whole person sticks to the ground and flies towards the warring states at a rapid speed, and pulls out the Western Sword Griffin with a strengthening +1/2 at the waist. Just a few dozen meters away from him. There is absolutely no way to stop the warring states. Riley raised his head vigorously, and under the strength of his body, the surging blood made his face flush, and he smiled at the red-haired Shanks. Puff! The sharp long knife pierced through Rayleigh's chest instantly. Blood spurted out like a spring from the place where the blade pierced into the body. Admiral Sengoku made his move, and with an unmistakable stab, he pierced Pluto Rayleigh's heart and let go of the grip. He stood up. Next second, Shanks suddenly appeared in front of Sengoku, his eyes widened with bloodshot eyes, and tears poured out of his eyes instantly. Section 169_. Ah! Feeling out of control, his face twisted in grief, holding a Western sword with a strengthening +1/2 and rudely slashing at the Admiral Sengoku in front of him. Laugh! The air hissed. The Marshal of the Warring States period burst out with dazzling golden rays of light all over his body, and his whole body suddenly swelled and grew bigger. Incarnate into a majestic golden Buddha. Big Buddha, shockwave. He stretched out his palm, and a silver-white sphere appeared in his palm. That's compressed atmosphere. A powerful and violent shock wave was formed. Boom! Shanks slashed on the yin-white shock wave with a knife, causing the huge sphere exuding a faint white brilliance to explode with a bang. At the same time, a terrifying shock wave caused the ground to shatter into pieces the size of bricks, flying in the air. The blasting wind howled in all directions. The huge golden Buddha's feet rubbed on the ground and made a harsh sound, and was abruptly knocked back by Shanks' knife a distance of 20 to 30 meters. Strengthen weapons. The face of the golden Buddha, which is cast with gold, has a solemn color, and the gold leaf-like skin on his body reflects a dazzling light. He looked at the Western sword in Shanks' hands. The Warring States Marshal is extremely confident in his own strength. Even if he faces Whitebeard Newgate alone, he believes that he will not lose much. He was forced back by the sword of red-haired Shanks. He immediately understood that the weapon in the hands of the four emperors red-haired Shanks was a strengthened weapon. I couldn't help cursing in my heart, damn Doflamingo. However, Hades Rayleigh can't live anymore. As long as Ace and Sabo are executed, it doesn't matter whether this war is over or not. With the technologies invented by Hill, such as Strengthening Stone, Ink Dragon Mecha, and Pokeball, the Navy will only become stronger and stronger in the future. Even if these pirates are allowed to live longer. The red-haired Shanks did not continue to pursue the Sengoku. He abandoned the Western sword on the ground, and wrapped his right hand around Hades Rayleigh, who was on the ground, and wept bitterly. "Mr. Rayleigh. I'm sorry. If I could have come earlier, maybe. The choked voice was full of remorse, and a drop of bean-sized tears fell on Rayleigh's blood-stained chest. The tip of a knife was exposed at the chest. Shank. When Rayleigh uttered the two words, a mouthful of rust-flavored blood poured out of his throat, from the corner of his mouth to the back of his ear. Shanks. Get out of this. In. There was a smile on the corner of Rayleigh's mouth, his eyes closed abruptly, and his vision returned to darkness. The right wrist of One Piece Goldo Roger, the king of the underworld, Silbas Rayleigh, die. Ah. Shanks couldn't help but looked up at the sky and let out a heart-piercing cry, venting the pain in his heart. Tears clouded his vision. Order aside. Hawkeye Mahawk also looked horrified, and his eyes were full of incredible colors. Inexplicably shocked in my heart. So strong. Such a strong slash. Even if I use the black sword, with a strengthening +1/2, I couldn't slash a slash comparable to that of General Malong. One sword separates the world. It's really to the point where one sword can cut the world. Involuntarily, he tightly clenched the +1/2 strengthened black sword knight in his hand, and his heart began to beat violently and quickly. It was as if I was back when I was just out of the sea. When challenging the strong. Long-lost. Blood. The long-lost. War intent is boiling in my body. He stared at Hill with burning eyes, and the black trench coat fluttered. Now. Hill looked at the Zanpakuto, Senbon Sakura, 30 meters, in his hand in a daze. It's really a 30-meter broadsword. My heart was even full of surprises. I cleaved it out. I am so strong now. Ceiling. What level is the ceiling? Am I already surpassing the strength of others? The heart was beating non-stop, like a muffled thunder. Strong and full of power. Others' ceilings are ceilings, and I. The reason it's the ceiling is because the highest level is only the ceiling. Hilton raised the corner of his mouth, and his expression was filled with an unprecedented confidence. Now he seems to be a completely different person. In the past, he often worried about his combat experience, strength and so on. Did not expect a shot this time. I actually discovered my own strength. It seems to be a bit too strong. Hill's eyes were like sharp-edged swords. He looked straight at Hawkeye and smiled coldly. Now. I officially announce, pirate, that you are under arrest. Sorry. I can only show you the gap between you and me. The Zanpakuto in his hand returned to its normal form. Point down. Immediately. Released his palm, Zanpakuto fell straight and merged into the ground. Hill had a faint, yet cold smile on his face. Hawkeye Mahawk, congratulations. You will be the first person in the world to see Senbon Sakura's true form. The solution. The Zanpakuto, emitting a pink-colored enhancement of 15, melted into the ground. The ground is like a lake, with ripples rippling. Then emerged. It was a huge 1,000 cherry blossoms rising from the ground, the sword tip pointing straight to the sky. King Jing, thousands of cherry blossoms. Chapter 172 _ The Disappearing World's First Swordsman. This is. Eagle-eyed Mahawk looked awe-inspiring, and looked around with some surprise and nervousness. While his heart was full of strong doubts, he also sensed an unprecedented sense of crisis, which made him with a keen instinct stand up. What kind of weird sword move is this? Section 170 _ Why did the knife in his hand become so many huge knives? Vigilance was raised secretly in his heart, and he clenched the black knife Yi in his hand, and the armed arrogance quietly condensed on the blade of the black knife Yi. Immediately, a blue-black armed arrogance appeared on the black and bright blade. In an instant, the Zanpakuto scattered around Hawkeye suddenly turned into countless pink cherry blossom petals. The sky filled with cherry blossoms instantly formed a sealed world. Under the beautiful scene, it is full of endless murderous intentions. Hawkeye Mahawk. You shouldn't have come back after you left the Navy headquarters. It's going to be the worst decision you've ever made in your life. Hill spoke lightly, with a calm tone without a trace of waves and ups and downs. He's changed without even realizing it. The changes brought about by the four spirits of the sky, the form of the white tiger, made his heart of hating pirates even more intense to kill. Hill bathed in pink cherry blossoms and walked out of this circular world surrounded by pink cherry blossoms. This is hundreds of millions of knives formed by Senbon Sakura. It's the first time I've used this form of Senbon Sakura. Strengthening +15 Senbon Sakura should be very powerful. How powerful is this move? He himself has no idea where the limits of destructive power and lethality lie. The center of the blade world of countless pink cherry blossom petals. Hawkeye Mahawk looked at this scene in horror, as Senbon Sakura turned into a world of hundreds of millions of blades in front of him. The expression on his face couldn't hold back any longer. Instantly looked moved. These blades are all powerful slashes. Such a move. A full range of blows. Under the arrogance of seeing and hearing, he sensed the danger contained in these rapidly fluttering cherry blossom petals. Those pair of sharp eagle eyes were full of solemnity, and both hands held the black knife, Yi, one of the 12 great swordsmanships exuding blue-black arrogance. A sword swing. One shot swept thousands of troops. Laugh. A bright blue sword light suddenly shot out from the blade. It collided with the jingling of cherry blossom petals. The blue slash seemed to be swallowed up. Disappeared. After the blow, Hawkeye Mahawk's sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. It was the shadow of death that gradually shrouded him. Hundreds of millions of pink blades turned like a whirlwind, constantly approaching. Is this the real supreme swordsmanship? Mahawk slashed out knife after knife, but all the sword light that was chopped out was swallowed up by the cherry blossom petals that were airtight and had no gaps. His armed arrogance spread from the sword to the whole body. The whole body is full of blue-black arrogance. Enveloped his body. By now. If you want to destroy this world by slashing, it is impossible to escape. And the knife couldn't protect his body at all. Only the armed arrogance that has been honed over the years. The gathered pink petals completely wrapped him, and this cherry blossom world was like a meat grinder. I lost. With the last whisper. Hawkeye Mahawk's arm domineering disintegrated instantly and was swallowed up by cherry blossom petals. At last. Cherry blossoms are scattered all over the sky. With a clatter, the supreme Black Sword Knight, with A+1-2 reinforcement, fell to the ground. And the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk, has disappeared without a trace. Completely disappeared from this world. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, died. And Dasichi, who was concerned about the world's #1 swordsman's eagle eyes, instantly widened his eyes to the limit, and the whole elastic face began to stretch in all directions. Full of shock and wonder. The world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye, was killed by General Malong. She immediately stretched out her hands to support the glasses that almost slipped from her face, and stared at the supreme big knife 12 workers on the ground. Black blade katakana middle dot ya, the strongest in the world. The strongest black blade in the world. Dusky's eyes suddenly burst into an astonishing light, and his eyes were scorching hot. She jumped up immediately, landed on the back of the huge snow leopard, and said incoherently, "Snow leopard, go over there, get back the pirates. By the pirates. Bring back the famous sword." Under Dusky's order, Snow Leopard quickly appeared beside Hill with her on his back. Hill didn't have the time to pay attention to Dusky at the moment, because he had already foreseen the arrival of Devil's Descendant, Barrett, after turning on the domineering. "Come straight to yourself." The elite Navy soldiers simply couldn't stop Barrett's footsteps. The distance between the two is getting closer and closer, and there is still a distance of about 100 meters. And this time, Dusky picked up the black knife yi that had fallen on the ground, and she held the heavy and huge black knife yi in front of her. Blade pattern, random blade and heavy flower thong. This is the strongest black knife in the world, Knight. Her eyes were full of obsession, and she couldn't help but reach out and stroke the sharp blade, the black blade reflecting a burst of blue light. This knife is finally no longer owned by the pirates. Dusky looked up at the figure in a black suit, whose majestic back looked like a mountain. Only Admiral Molong can match such a famous sword. She quickly ran to Hill with the black knife yi, with admiration and awe in her eyes, raised the black knife yi in front of Hill. With his chest up and down, he said excitedly, "General Molong, this famous sword is only for you." Not finished yet. Hill passed her body and said, "Stay away, it's not the time to be distracted on the battlefield." Stepping towards Barrett. Leaving Dasichi, who was sluggish in place, he muttered absent-mindedly, "Even such a famous sword. General Molong doesn't even care." She looked down at the unique, famous sword, in her hand. Countless people regard it as a treasure. The coveted black knife, yi, with 12 craftsmen, was unable to make General Molong have the slightest temptation. In a trance, it seems to be a bit dreamy. And this time. See the disappearance of Hawkeye Mahawk. Beckman's calm expression changed. The mouth holding the cigar exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Section 171 Pat. The burning cigar fell to the ground. Beckman didn't realize it, and just stared at the place where Hawkeye Mahawk stood before with a horrified expression. Lien, even Mahawk. What happened in that pink sphere? Chapter 173_Chimoto Sakura can also move on her own. Most of Beckman's attention was on Admiral Kizaru, and he didn't pay much attention to Hawkeye Mahawk's battle. Admiral Kizaru is not a weak person who can distract him. If he is not careful, it may be the scene of a rollover accident. Coupled with the strength of Hawkeye, he is also extremely confident. That is the #1 swordsman in the world, a man who can compete with Captain Shanks in swordsmanship. Hi. Beckman couldn't help taking a deep breath, with a sad expression on his face, and said unacceptably, I didn't expect it to take a few minutes. Hawkeye Mahawk. The mind is shaking, full of incredible, such strength has surpassed everyone. Even his captain, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, couldn't do this at all. Kizaru, who was pointed at by his gun, also showed a look of shock on his wretched face, and pouted and sighed, what a terrible monster. Beckman, you're pointing a gun at this old man, why don't you go and deal with General Malong? The old man. The strength of the old man can't be compared with that monster Malong. When he saw the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mahawk disappear, his heart couldn't help but contract violently. Really frightened. The strength of Chiwahai is very strong, and Mahawk is the best among them. The original intention of the world government to set up the Shichibukai was to alienate the pirates and erect some powerful pirates to the opposite of the pirates. At the same time, it is also to balance the sea and make Chiwahai the enemy of the 4 emperors. These people are all powerful pirates who are world famous and famous in the sea. Admiral Kizaru's shocked face was filled with surprise, because Admiral Malong was a navy of the same camp. If the enemy. The expression and mood were different. Beside Kizaru, Sabo and Ace were handcuffed by Hai Lu Shi. Suddenly, the ground swelled and bulged, and the originally hard stone ground was like a soft sponge. Wrong. More like a female part. It was Mori, commander of the Western Army of the Revolutionary Army, who took advantage of Admiral Kizaru being held back by Ben Beckman. He found the time and place. Taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, naturally, he wanted to take Sabo and Ace away. Ace, Sabo come in. He pushed off the ground and shouted anxiously towards Ace and Sabo. At this time, a moment of gold. Every second is precious. Ace and Sabo suddenly became emotional, and immediately prepared to hide in the inner tunnel space created by Mori. Suddenly, a long sword radiating the radiance of a macho powder fell from the sky. With a snort, half of the sword body was inserted into the ground. In front of Ace and Sabo. Seeing this sword, the Revolutionary Army commander Mori suddenly changed his expression and shouted in horror, yes. It is the weapon of Admiral Molong. The sword left an indelible impression on him. It was with this weapon that Admiral Molong of the Navy slashed the coastal plaza of Marin Fando with a sword. That picture. Nothing lingers. Of course, Ace and Sabo also saw the shocking scene at that time. The long sword fell to the ground, causing Ace and Sabo to stop in unison. The distance between Sanban Sakura is only 1 meter. This knife. Ace looked up at General Molong, and found that the other party was still 100 meters away, and he was relieved. If General Molong appeared here. But there's really no hope at all. However, Sabo's face turned pale, the pupils in his eyes dilated instantly, and the luminous Chinban Sakura was reflected in the pair of black eyes. He exclaimed, oops. Run. He had already recalled what happened on Chambord. This knife is eerie. A sword that can become a man. Sabo stretched out his hand and grabbed Ace with a stunned expression. At this moment, Ace still didn't know the Sakura in front of him. He didn't understand at all. After the body subconsciously resisted, Chinban Sakura moved. Puff. The sharp long sword instantly passed through Ace's chest, passing through his body, with a splash of blood like a burst water pipe. Senbon's Sakura just hovered behind Ace. Drops of blood on the sharp knife body converged on the tip of the sword along the sharp edge, dripping onto the ground. Sabo felt that Ace's arm in his hand lost its strength and support, and fell to the ground. He looked back. Moment. His eyes widened, his eyes were red, and he shouted in grief, "Ace!" Ace's entire body leaned forward weakly, and his arm was pulled by Sabo, causing him to land on one side of the body first, showing a leaning posture. With his heart shattered, blood could not stop flowing out, but a large pool of scarlet blood flowed out in just a moment. A sword by Chinbin Sakura. Through the whole heart. Sabo's eyes were hot, his eyes were red, and the tears could not stop gushing frantically, and he cried out with a "Wow, Ace!" He stretched out his hand and slapped Ace's pale face, and kept saying, "Ace, you can't die. You clearly said you wouldn't die. Don't sleep, don't fall asleep. I know you're tired, but you must promise me that you must not close your eyes." His heart seemed to be torn apart, and the grief that surged into his heart even made it hard for him to breathe. Heartbroken. Tears were like a flood that burst a dike. Ace whimpered and made a sound. At this moment, he seemed to have 1,000 words in his heart and wanted to tell his brother Sabo all at once. "There are also thousands of words that I want to tell Dad Whitebeard, and tell everyone on Whitebeard's boat." But all the words came to his mouth. There was a whimpering sound, and bright red blood poured out. He felt that his brain thought was becoming more and more sluggish, and the scenes in his mind responded, like a slideshow passing through his mind. The eyelids also felt heavier and heavier, causing blurred vision. It was like a breath of hot air hit the cold car window. Section 172_. Bo. The next life. We must live freely. The words above are words that Ace has not yet said, and are also words that can no longer be said. Eyes closed. The hand holding Sabo fell weakly. "Ah, no. Ace." Sabo held Ace tightly in his arms, his body trembling uncontrollably. Tears flowed down Ace's shoulders on Ace's logo with the Whitebeard pirates tattooed, and slid down with the blood on his back. Tears on his face even flowed down his cheeks into his mouth. Tears are salty. Sabo's heart has been overwhelmed with grief. Chapter 174_Top War 3.0. I.S. In the Crescent Moon Bay, crystal tears appeared in the eyes of Whitebeard, gathering in the corners of his eyes. Filled with endless regrets. Regret for not guarding against Stitch. Regret didn't stop Ace. I regret not protecting my son. He blamed himself. My Whitebeard is not a qualified father. In the moment when Whitebeard lost his mind, Admiral Akainu seized this perfect moment, and a fiery magma punch slammed into Whitebeard Newgate's chest. Bang! Akainu's cold voice with strong killing intent rang in Whitebeard's ears. "Go to hell with your sons to repent." Gollum. It was the sound of hot lava constantly surging out of Akainu's arm, like boiling water. Whitebeard's entire chest was punched through by the magma. Grunted. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he ignored the wound on his chest. In Akainu's stunned expression, Whitebeard's punch with the power of shaking the fruit slammed into Akainu's body, and the sound of clicking sounded. Not just the sound of air breaking. There was also the sound of Akainu's bones shattering. With one punch, Akainu vomited blood and shot out. Bang 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 tumbled constantly on the ground and flew out a distance of dozens of meters. Whitebeard grabbed Kong Yunchi in his hand and stood on the ground, standing straight on the ground like a javelin. Cough cough. Dad, I can do it for you. He knew that he was exhausted, and that there were very few members of the Whitebeard pirates around. Ace is dead. Even his other sons died quite a bit. The war is lost. Completely lost. Now his only thought is to get the rest of the Whitebeard pirates out of here. Just when he was about to contribute his last strength, there was a howling wind in the sky. It was as if a meteorite fell from the sky. Whitebeard couldn't help but look up, and suddenly the pupils in his eyes shrank suddenly, and there was a strong shock in his expression. It's him. Is that kid Kaido here too? In the line of sight, a black figure quickly fell from the sky like a meteor. The speed of the fall continued to accelerate. Not only Whitebeard, but many people in the entire battlefield noticed the vision in the sky. But it's too fast. Haven't had time to react yet. Boom. A violent crash like a deafening thunder resounded across the entire battlefield. In an instant, the entire Marin Fando trembled violently. A large amount of smoke and dust spread rapidly towards the vicinity of the fall center, obscuring the sight of countless people. Thousands of navies on the coast square were blown away by the shock wave generated by the impact, and many unlucky navy elites were directly crushed into powder by the landing Kaido. No bones left. It was even squeezed deeply into the soil under the earth and permanently became a part of Marin Fando. The huge movement caught everyone's attention. What is that? What is it that fell from the sky? It was a mirror before, what is it now? Why does something keep falling from the sky? Could it be? Is there really someone in the sky who is here to save criminals? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Countless navies looked at the center of the smoke in disbelief, and many even looked up at the sky. It's just that black gunpowder smoke fills the entire sky, and you can't see the scene above the sky at all. There was only a piece of black smoke in everyone's sight. Tina couldn't help but took a deep breath of the white cigarette on her mouth, and when she raised her spirits, she always felt that something was wrong. With a nervous expression, he said, Hina feels something is wrong. Then he shouted to the surrounding navy, hey, everyone pay attention, don't let your guard down. Ready to fight anytime. The poke ball is ready to be released. The intuition in her heart made her feel a strong danger. Next second, Hina couldn't help dilating the pupils in her eyes, and her voice trembled, that's... What kind of monster is that? A huge monster-like palm stretched out from the smoke and dust in the sky. Bang! He pressed his hand heavily on the hard slate floor and made a loud noise. It was a palm the size of a giant, and the tendons on the dark skin were shiny, as smooth as wax. Immediately afterwards, the head with a pair of huge sharp horns protruded from the smoke. When I saw this face, the entire coast plaza was instantly in an uproar. This is Kaido the Beast. 4 Emperors, Captain of the 4 Emperors and 100 Beasts Pirates, the strongest creature, Kaido. Section 173 _. Why does Kaido come to participate in this war? Those criminals have nothing to do with him. Whitebeard, Red Hair, and Beasts, 3 of the 4 Emperor pirates came at once. So many pirates. Is the navy really going to lose? What's the situation? Everyone is on alert. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Countless navies were shocked and looked at the huge figure standing majestically in the center of the square. The whole body is full of explosive, hard muscles like a rock. The aura of a ferocious beast was blowing. Frightened, the navy shivered and sweated. In just a moment, the whole body was soaked with sweat. The whole person seems to have just been fished out of the water. Beast Kaido stretched out his hand to cover his head and said to himself, it hurts a little. But I still can't die. He opened his big copper bell eyes, and his eyes were full of anger. Kaido opened his hands excitedly, and roared up to the sky, joke. Big katakana middle dot mom. Get ready for the final battle. It's better to completely destroy this boring world. Or take away General Malong. Let's start the biggest war in the world together. The loud sound like a bell completely spread throughout the entire battlefield, and Kaido of the Beasts also completely became the focus of attention of the audience. For a moment, countless people have changed color. An unprecedented fear appeared on his face, reaching the depths of his soul. Smoker used his weapon, 10 hands, to knock down a revolutionary soldier. He looked back at the huge figure standing in the coastal square. I couldn't help biting the cigar in my mouth. Under the force of the cigar, the mouthpiece was almost bitten off by Smoker's teeth. Exclaimed, "Beasts, Kaido." He couldn't help but look up at the sky, and his heart was shocked, and Big Katakana middle dot mom pirates. Chapter 175_Beasts plus Big Katakana middle dot mom alliance. The cold sweat on Smog's face couldn't help but flow out crazily. It is not difficult to hear from the words of Beast Kaido that in addition to the Beast Pirates this time, there is even the Big Katakana middle dot mom pirates. The 4 Emperor Pirates are here. The Navy Colonel, Smog, who has the natural fruit ability, was also horrified. The Navy. Can the Navy really resist the ravages of these pirates? His heart couldn't help shaking violently, and he looked around blankly. The Navy also died quite a bit. Most of them were caused by the advanced city prisoners who suddenly appeared in the coastal plaza. But the 4 emperors, Red Hair, White Beard, Kaido, Big Mom plus the Revolutionary Army. This is all about the Navy fighting the world on its own. Smoker's heart suddenly began to beat up and down. The Navy. The Navy will not be in this battle. Destroyed completely. He searched for the presence of Admiral Sengoku, because the decision of the Navy was in his hands. At this time, Admiral Sengoku had long since lost his calm style, and his style even began to approach Cap. His face was shocked and angry, and he couldn't help scolding, "Bastard. Damn Kaido. The old party in the Rocks Pirates is the most hateful guy." Neither the Red Hair Pirates nor the Whitebeard Pirates have much ambition. Only the Beasts Kaido and Big Mom, the 2 fellows, were once the men and women of the Rocks Pirates. Great ambition. Not early, not late. But when the Navy chose to execute Ace, Sabo and others, what angered Sengoku even more was that guy Kaido actually invited the Big Katakana middle dot mom pirates. There is also the former Kibui, Tianyasha, Doflamingo. The Warring States Marshal quickly analyzed the current situation in his heart, and thought to himself, now Ace and Rayleigh are dead. The Whitebeard Pirates and the Revolutionary Army suffered heavy losses, and the Whitebeard Pirates were even more unfortunate. Now that the Navy is retreating, it can be considered a victory. When you free up your hands, you can clean up these abominable pirates one by one. His mind had already made up his mind. Prepare to end this war, or face the 4 Emperor Pirates plus the Revolutionary Army at the same time. The Navy may not be able to win this war. Even if it wins, it is not the ending that the Warring States hoped to see. Just when the Warring States was about to issue an order, suddenly, a dozen or so gigantic pirate ships appeared in the sky. They were pirate ships the size of the Moby Dick, the main ship of the Whitebeard Pirates. Rings of fiery flames lingered around the hull of each vessel. But the strange thing is that these orange flames did not burn and ignite these ships. The Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates naturally came prepared. It wasn't a wooden bottom at all, but a steel-wrapped hull. This moment, the Warring States suddenly shoved the unspoken words into his throat, and replaced them with extremely violent and angry words. Damn. Have the Beast Pirates and the Big Katakana middle dot mom pirates come out in full force. Are you planning to completely destroy the Navy? This is an approach that leaves no room at all. Even if the Navy gathers all its combat power, it may not be able to break through the encirclement. His calm and powerful heart began to panic at this moment. The 10 or so huge pirate ships in the sky brought a sense of oppression and crisis far beyond the golden lion Shiji using his fluttering fruit. The oppressive feeling of controlling a huge naval warship floating in the air. The Warring States Marshal's eyes could clearly see all kinds of strange figures standing on the pirate ship, and the figures were densely packed. The number of people is beyond imagination. It made him widen his eyes were full of red bloodshots, and his eyes widened in anger. Could it be? Could it be that the Navy will be in my hands? Was it completely destroyed by pirates? This kind of thing made him a little hard to accept. At this time, a dozen or so huge ships appeared in the sky, blocking a large area of light and vision. A large area of Marin Vando Coast Plaza was plunged into darkness. The faces of the densely packed Navy elites were filled with expressions of horror, and cold sweat swept out. That's the big katakana middle dot mom pirates. And the beast pirates. They're all dispatched. The crowd is crowded. How many soldiers are there? Navy. Is the Navy going to end? Hey, listen, the voice above. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Countless Navy's hearts couldn't help being occupied by fear, their bodies shivered, and their whole bodies trembled. That is instinctive fear. That's not what their power can resist. Even the previous big victory made them morale high and full of confidence in destroying the pirates. Section 174 But as the prisoners in the city advance, the red-haired pirates and the big katakana middle dot mom pirates and the beasts pirates appeared one after another. The morale of the Navy has slumped to the point of collapse, just like the Whitebeard pirates before. The enemies we are facing now are unprecedentedly powerful and unprecedented. Highness' towering chest rose and fell, took a deep breath of the cigar in her mouth, and said extremely solemnly, "This war is probably related to the life and death of the Navy. This war will be extremely difficult, please stand firm with me. Navy, victory. Justice, victory." A sonorous voice came out of her beautiful red lips, although her face was still extremely solemn. But, in the face of such a war, the power of the individual appears extremely weak. Not even an admiral can turn the tide. Heine's voice fell into the ears of the surrounding Navy elites, and immediately woke up a Navy who was in deep fear and panic. One after another, the soldiers looked at the tall and straight-faced Colonel, Black Threshold, Hina. The expression of fear suddenly eased a lot, and the elites of the Navy clung to the weapons in their hands. Make noise. Yes, you don't need to be afraid. We have General Malong to make poke balls. Not only the poke ball, but we also have the Malong mecha made by General Malong, and the pacifist troops. The Whitebeard pirates will soon be wiped out by the Navy. As long as we persist, the Naval Science Corps will support us. Navy, victory. Justice. When the final slogan has not yet been issued from the mouths of the Navy. Suddenly there was a burst of dense artillery sounds in the sky, and the artillery fire rang out in unison. It was like a continuous thunder blast in the sky. Immediately afterward, dense shells scattered in the sky, causing the elites of the Navy and even the soldiers of the Revolutionary Army to change their color. Chapter 176 The audience was silent. Thousands of black shells fell from the sky. The scene is magnificent. At the height of several hundred meters on the Marin Vando Coast Plaza, there are more than 10 huge pirate ships on the deck. The weapons in the hands of the crowded and strange pirates are also varied. Ha ha ha. Under the baptism of artillery fire, let the Navy headquarters be completely destroyed by bombing. He he he. These shells will definitely kill a lot of navies. It doesn't matter who it is, as long as it's fried to pieces. Completely raze the naval headquarters to the ground, give me a blast. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. There is a constant sound of artillery leads chi-chi burning. Boom. 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 A shell was fired. On the pirate ship, countless pirates burst into arrogant, evil, cruel laughter. Because they can already predict, under the baptism of this sky-filled bomb, the entire naval headquarters will be bombed to pieces. On the deck, the corner of Big Mom's mouth twitched as he searched the square with his huge red eyes, and finally stopped on the body of Admiral Hill, who was wearing a black suit with a straight posture. A pair of eyes gleamed, and he said unexpectedly, "Oh Tilda. He looks good, do you want to grab it and be the husband of the old lady? He is with me, and he will surely have strong children." Seeing the handsome and threatening General Molong, the thought of letting General Molong marry her daughter was forgotten by her. Kata Cooley on the side heard what her mother said, and her blood-red eyeballs shrank immediately. If you really grab General Molong. Is this the rhythm of being your own father? Although it is not his own, it still makes his heart a little awkward. A very strange feeling arises spontaneously. Kata's chestnut gaze was also on Hill, and the corner of his mouth twitched when he saw that young and handsome face. He murmured in his heart, the appearance of General Molong. But he is only 20 years old. Too young. He opened his mouth and reminded, Mom, General Molong is very powerful and is a very dangerous role. Don't be careless. Kata Cooley is not only a reminder to her mother, but also a reminder to the main members of the Charlotte family on the main ship, brothers and sisters. Hawkeye, the world's #1 swordsman, has disappeared. Did he die, or was he taken to another dimension by some special ability? Or moved to another place? Charlotte Flamp, the 36th daughter of the Charlotte family, couldn't help laughing, PFF'd. He. Even if he is still alive, he will not be able to resist our big Katakana Mom pirates. And so many people from the Beast Pirates. Brother Kata Cooley, I think you are too nervous. This is a little girl of 15 or 16 who has been chewing bubble gum in her mouth. She floated in midair above the deck. Even the strongest man in this world cannot face the combined attack of the 4 Emperor pirates. Charlotte's first son, Candy Minister Perro sneered. Our target is General Molong, as long as we catch him, whether it's a strengthening stone or that kind of powerful robot. All of them can be used by us, and they have the power of Mother's fruit, and they can give souls to these things. Become an invincible weapon for our Charlotte family. With strong excitement on his face, as long as there is General Molong, no one in this world can stop the footsteps of the Big Mom pirates. Neither does the world government. Mom will definitely become the next One Piece and create a world. And on another pirate ship. The logo of this pirate ship is not the logo of Big Mom or the Beast Pirates, but a pirate ship belonging to the Don Quixote family. On deck. One of Doflamingo's face looked even more gloomy under this dim sky, and the whole face was covered with a layer of darkness. An evil and infiltrating laughter came out of his clan's mouth. Hum hum hum. What a beautiful scene, kill it. The more you die, the better. Let's see who is the final victor in this war that brought together the 4 emperors, the Revolutionary Army, the Navy, and the 7 Wuhai. Who can have the last laugh and write their own justice? The extremely excited Doflamingo couldn't help sticking out his tongue and licking his lips. He turned his head to Diamante beside him and said, Diamante. You will take Violet with you later and pick 2 of your own. Find the lucky fruit ability. Be sure to find her. Doflamingo's voice is full of unquestionable and sure-to-win beliefs. Only those who have the ability of the Fruit of Luck can strengthen their shadow riding line clone to a higher level, rivaling the Admiral of the Navy and the 4 Emperors. Even, unmatched. Let me go with Diamante on this one. Section 175_. The one who spoke was wearing sunglasses, and there was no expression on his face with a national character. It is the former Vice Admiral, Virgo. Seeing Virgo talking, Doflamingo nodded reassuringly. Immediately. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, looking down at the entire Marine Headquarters Coast Plaza through the countless falling shells. What a bloody battle it was. How many years, the world has finally ushered in the era of Berserk, let's fight. Let's define the real world rules. Doflamingo likes this condescending feeling of looking down. There was a strong excitement in his eyes under the sunglasses, that was the scene he longed to see, so excited that his face became a little different. It was as if I could see the continuous explosion of the naval headquarters. But the next second, the expression on Doflamingo's face instantly became extremely shocked. Not just him. In the entire sky, the pirates who were laughing in carnival on the dozens of pirate ships seemed to be strangled by their throats. The whole place was silent. The pirates couldn't help but their eyes widened, looking at the scene in the sky with shock. Many people even dropped their jaws to the ground in shock. The hustle and bustle of the world suddenly became quiet. Brother Doflamming clenched his teeth and squeezed out word by word. How, can. The scene in front of him is really too shocking. The cannonballs fired by the dozen or so pirate ships in the sky actually stopped. The shells that were falling quickly were suspended in the air. Totally silent. Who is it? Doflamingo quickly searched the entire battlefield. I want to know whose power is actually making these thousands of shells stop in the air. P.S. Brothers, don't forget the free gift. Chapter 177 Glowing Stone. Fluttering Fruit. Impossible. The old lion had disappeared for many years, and they had been in the sky before. There was no sign of the golden lion at all. Who is that? Doflamingo jumped and landed on the side of the ship, looking down at the battlefield below, with strong doubts in his shocked face. He said to himself, could it be that the golden lion was killed by someone, and then someone mastered the power of the fluttering fruit? The power of fluttering fruit. It is definitely a superhuman devil fruit second only to the Whitebeard Junjun fruit. Dover. I haven't heard of anyone in the Navy who has the ability to flutter fruit. Virgo put away the shocked expression on his face and said solemnly. Such a capability is absolutely capable of changing warfare. Super strong. He didn't know who it was, who would have such a devastating level of power. Anyway, he has never heard of anyone with this ability in the Navy for so many years. But, Virgo added, what a terrifying power to be able to suspend so many shells in the air. I heard that the Golden Lion destroyed half of the Navy headquarters by itself. Now such a terrifying ability has appeared again, and it seems to be to prevent these shells from falling. The biggest possibility is someone from the Navy. Otherwise, let these bombs fall. It will definitely cause serious casualties to the Navy, at least tens of thousands of people will be lost. With thousands of shells suspended in the air. Unbelievable, shocked exclamations also came from the mouths of the pirates on various pirate ships. These shells are all stopped. What happened? Is this ability? Who shot? Whose ability is this? What should I do now? How did this happen? Even if it is ability, ordinary people can't do it to this level. Quick, try again with the cannonball. I don't believe that there is no limit to this ability. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The members of the Beast Pirates and the big katakana middle dot mom pirates were in a mess, and there was a loud noise on the deck. There are even more pirates who continue to fire cannonballs in disbelief. But the shells that were fired were all floating in the air without exception. The scene once made many people stunned. Even Big Mom was taken aback, his eyes shrank suddenly, and his voice became a little sharper. Golden Lion. Only that guy can do this kind of thing. Did he come too? With this ability, the character that Lingling thought of at the first time was Shiji the Golden Lion. She is naturally very familiar with the ability of Shiki's fluttering fruit. Then she grinned again. Even if Shiji the Golden Lion comes, don't try to stop the old lady. Malong General Hill can only be the mother alone. Big Mom is not afraid of the legendary air pirate fame. But she is not afraid, but it does not mean that other people can despise this kind of power. The eyeballs in Kata Cooley's eyes are in the lower part of the eye sockets, and he can clearly see the entire battlefield from above the sky. Under the domineering power of seeing and hearing. The entire battlefield was carefully observed by him. However, it still hasn't been found out who activated the ability, leaving thousands of bombs suspended in the air. On the coast square. Looking at the dozen or so huge pirate ships that covered the sky, and the completely black cannonballs suspended densely in the sky. Countless navies suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Great, these cannonballs actually stopped in midair, otherwise if these cannonballs fell from the sky, I don't know how many navies will die. The cold sweat on Sengoku's face also stopped. It is true that if these shells fall, it will cause irreparable damage to the Navy. A fresh life will be taken away by these shells. By the time, as the Admiral of the Navy, he must bear a heavy responsibility. He was criticized and abused by countless people. Warring states suddenly looked around, who is helping the Navy? This problem. It is also the doubt in the minds of many people. Kaido was also stunned. He was going to bathe in a rain of cannonballs, with the Navy in the square, but the cannonballs stopped. The towering brow bones knit together. Section 176_. Who is it? Who stopped Lao Su from destroying this world? He screamed loudly, his voice full of anger. The huge lantern-like eyes exuded cannibalism, trying to find the person who sabotaged his plan. And this time, a voice resounded throughout the audience. It's you, right? Barrett stared at the Admiral Malong, who was 2 meters shorter than him in front of him. Because he saw a small stone emitting a strong light suddenly appeared in the opponent's hand just now. Immediately after, the bomb that fell in the sky was suddenly suspended in midair. Here Barrett. Thousands of eyes turned to Admiral Malong. An astonishing look appeared in Rena's eyes, and she said to herself in surprise, could it be? Could it be that General Malong really stopped all this? She also knew a lot about the abilities of other people in the Navy, and no one had such abilities. But if it is General Malong who is good at creating miracles, very likely. Those pairs of adoring eyes came from the thousands of naval elites in the entire square. Except for Barrett. Another person saw it, and that was Dusky. At this moment her mouth was wide enough to stuff an ostrich egg. Molong. General Molong. Dusky's eyes stayed on Hill's hand, and at this moment Hill's 5 fingers were clenched into fists, covering up the light of the chicken spell. But Dusky was sure that what he saw was definitely not an illusion. Thousands of questions arose in her mind. What is that shining stone? Is that what keeps the bomb suspended in the sky? Could it be that it was also the invention of General Malong? And this time, the entire coastal plaza was also completely boiled. It must be General Molong. Only General Molong can do such a miraculous thing. I was scared to death before. I thought I was going to die. General Malong, as long as General Malong is there, we will definitely be able to win. Yes, without these shells, the threat of those pirates in the sky is reduced by half. But there are so many pirates, can we really defeat them? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The elites of the Navy have experienced ups and downs again and again, and they are also deeply shocked. There are those who blindly worship Admiral Malong, and there are navies who have self-doubt and lost confidence because of many pirates. This is an unprecedented event. And this time, Kirby got up from the ground and said in a trembling voice, "Live. Alive." But the black pirates in the sky, plus the beasts Kaido, and the prisoners of the advancing city. Let his heart be filled with fear, pounding non-stop. His eyes were placed on the body of General Molong, and he stumbled towards the position of General Molong. Kebi. Bailu Mabe was taken aback by Keb's actions, and he looked flustered, and hurriedly chased after him and asked, "Kebi, what are you doing?" Kirby ignores Balloon. Instead, he appeared in front of Hill and said tearfully, "General Malong. Let the Navy get out of here. End this war." Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. P.S. Brothers, don't forget the free gift. Chapter 178_Childish Kobe. Fighting further will only make more navies die. So many pirates. The Navy will die. General Malong, let everyone retreat, already. Too many people have died. Kirby's entire face seemed to be crowded together, and he couldn't see the handsome face he had become after exercising, and tears filled his entire face. Crying incessantly. Kirby. Bailu Mabe was also stunned, as Kirby's little friend. Of course he knew Kebi's previous character. He was completely submissive and hardworking. A very cowardly person who will not speak up against it. Even after some exercise during this period of time, it's a little better, but the courage is still very small. I didn't expect Kirby to actually say such a thing to General Molong on the battlefield. Is it because General Molong is young? Doesn't look as ruthless as other admirals? At this time, numerous pairs of eyes converged on Kebi, the young Navy's actions. It can be said that it shocked countless people present. No enemy or me. Beckman narrowed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath of his cigar. As expected, he's just a young brat. If this war could stop so easily, that would be the joke of the world. Big katakana middle dot mom pirates and the beasts pirates just arrived, even if the Navy wants to retreat. Nor will they agree. The only people who are willing to retreat now are the Whitebeard pirates. Childish kid. What a childish kid to say such a thing, ha ha ha. World Destroyer Bundy Wald couldn't help laughing. To see such a ridiculous side of the Navy. It really made him happy. Back then, he was the man who challenged Roger and the Golden Lion pirates. In the end, it was a conspiracy used by the world government to plant a CP spy on his ship, which led to his arrest and imprisonment. Over the years, he has been looking forward to being able to get out of the Advanced City prison. Destroy this world. Not only Bundy Wald, but all the prisoners who were murdering in the Advanced City burst into laughter. The surrounding navies looked at Kebi in surprise and nervousness. They never thought of stopping the war, and they were ordered to never give up until the last soldier. Who is the Navy? How dare he stand in front of General Molong? That guy seems to be the guy that Lieutenant Garp brought back from the East China Sea a while ago. I didn't expect to be so ignorant of the rules. I don't know how Molong will deal with it. This guy who disturbs the military's heart should be killed. Although I really want this war to end. But I can't leave without killing these pirates. This kid. Really confused. Section 177 _ Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. There was a lot of discussion among the navies, and there were many Navy faces with anger, and many Navy elites with expectations. And this time, in Crescent Bay, the corners of Whitebeard's bloody mouth lifted slightly, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Good chance." Now the red hair, Kaido and the Big Mom pirates have appeared one after another, and a navy has stepped forward to disrupt the entire war. It was time for the Whitebeard pirates to withdraw. He immediately used the power of the shaking fruit without hesitation, and the muscles of his hands and arms swelled up again. The blood from the wound on his chest suddenly gurgled out. He shouted, "Little boys, there is no ship in the New World that can carry my Whitebeard. Get out of here, I declare." The Whitebeard pirates are disbanded. Both hands slammed into the air, and the atmosphere split instantly, spreading out one after another that made the scalp numb. Makes a crisp cracking sound. The ice surface began to crumble rapidly, with high and low undulations, and huge fissures staggered. "Daddy." Marco looked flustered, his eyes became hot, and he couldn't help but burst into tears, shouting at Whitebeard, "Dad, get out of here with us." The Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates will never disband. Blue flames appeared on his body, and he was about to go to his father's place. Next second, his body was hugged from behind, and Joe scolded in his ear, "Marco, Dad. Dad's wish is to get us out of here. Dad." He also secretly blamed himself. "It's all because of my own strength that I can't protect my father at all." Marco struggled, but his body was tightly bound by Jazz's one hand, and he couldn't break free at all. Looking at his father's blood-stained body, and even the shocking hole in his chest, he burst into tears in an instant. "Dad." Jazz's eyes were flushed with tears, and he gritted his teeth and persuaded, "Dad. Dad wants us to live well. We can't let Papa's efforts go to waste. Ace is dead, and the war has long been lost. I am deeply saddened. But the more grief, the more Joes understands that he must not let the rest of the people jump into this fire pit. He hugged Marco involuntarily, turned to retreat, and shouted at the others, "Everyone! Follow Dad's orders and get out of here." The remaining 1,000 or 2,000 pirates retreated. At this time, Aokiji frowned, and then ordered, "Let them leave here, everyone else, immediately support the coast square." The Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses, nothing to worry about. The most important thing now is the Beast pirates, Big Mom pirates, Red Hair pirates and even the prisoners who escaped from the city. At this time, the coast square. Hilton frowned when he saw Kirby who was blocking him. The appearance of the prisoners in the Push City really surprised him, and he didn't expect to get Luffy and Blackbeard. Or let the prisoners in the city escape. Even assembled in the naval headquarters. Not only that. Even the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates have allied themselves to participate in this top battle. Brought the war to a climax. The appearance of Kirby also made Hill the focus of the audience and the object of attention. Hill said lightly, "You reminded me, but now is not the time when the Navy can retreat if it wants to. Do you know what's going to happen to disturbing the morale of the army?" Hearing General Malong's question, Kebi's body trembled even more, and a horrified expression appeared on his face. Disturb the military. Is General Malong going to kill himself? Chapter 179_Mythical Species, White Tiger Form. Hill took a step forward and said word by word, "Do you know how many navies have died because of pirates over the years? 100,000. Or 1,000,000. At this time, he took another step forward, with a 3-meter-high body and a powerful aura on his body. The strong sense of oppression and majesty made Kebi Deng take a step back, and even his breathing began to become difficult. The distance between the two was only a few tens of centimeters. Or 10 million. Hill took a step forward again, this time with a distance of 10 centimeters away from Kirby, and Kirby also stepped back again in fright. In addition to the Navy, how many people died at the hands of pirates? This number may no one be able to say clearly. No pirates are innocent. Whatever pursues the dream of freedom, leaves the idea of freedom everywhere. It is to let more people join the ranks of pirates. He took another step, and Kirby stepped back in a panic, and suddenly made a thud. Frightened, he sat on the ground. Cold sweat soaked his whole body, making his clothes wet, sticking tightly to the skin, extremely sticky and uncomfortable. Hill looked down at Kirby on the ground condescendingly, and said coldly, "Every soldier who joins the Navy knows his destiny, and dying in this sea is the consciousness of every Navy soldier. If even our Navy gave up, the world would not be saved." He raised his head and looked at the pirates and prisoners on the battlefield coldly, exuding a breathtaking aura. As long as it's not a meaningless sacrifice, there is a need for a worthy sacrifice. Justice. Victory. The turbulent and majestic momentum burst out from Hill's body, causing Kirby to faint immediately under the impact of this domineering will. The monstrous weather instantly set off a violent gust of wind that swept in all directions. Hill stepped over Kirby on the ground with one foot, and the physical appearance of the whole person was also changing. Clusters of white long hair grew rapidly from his skin, his limbs became larger, and his hands and feet changed into tiger claws. The black and white pattern on the forehead is engraved in the shape of a king, full of domineering and majesty. Not only that, 2 pure white wings suddenly appeared behind him, as pure and flawless as the wings of an angel. A long white tail also grows from behind. Fortunately, the following did not become a real white tiger, the second brother is still there. Mythical species, the 4 spirits of the sky white tiger, tiger man form. The law of heaven and earth. The next moment, under the horrified eyes of countless people, Hill's body began to expand rapidly, but in the blink of an eye, it jumped from a height of 3 meters to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Looking down at the Devil's Descendant, Douglas Barrett. With the double blessing of the white tiger form and the heaven and earth, Hill felt the changes in his body. Every corner of his body is full of endless power, and the majestic and fierce power makes Hill instantly feel what is called real power. The appearance of Kirby reminded Hill of one thing. Immediately checked the situation in the space ring. Section 178_. After strengthening the +15 space ring, it is almost as big as a small island. Immortal beings have been left in the space ring. It was almost forgotten by Hill, and I only remembered it now. They've been busy making Pokeballs and strengthening stones, strengthening various equipment, and I don't know the growth of this fairy bean. His consciousness came to a corner of the space ring. Immediately, I found the fairy bean that was originally a small sapling, and now it has grown into a big tree surrounded by one person. The branches of the tree are covered with green fairy beans. At least there are thousands of them. Moreover, there are not only one fairy bean tree, but 9 fairy bean trees, and the number of fairy beans on the tree is extremely considerable. Looking at the fairy bean tree, several meters high in front of him, Hill wondered in his heart, is the fairy bean useful? Immediately, consciousness began to pick a handful of fairy beans from the tree, dozens of them. It seems that after strengthening the things produced by the system, it does have a unique and magical effect. I don't know if other things are like the space ring that strengthens 15. All mutated. Now, though, is not the time for Hill to take a closer look. Next moment. Consciousness withdrew from the space ring. Everything is just a momentary thing, and Hill's change has shocked countless people. Huang Yuan pouted to the side of Beckman and stimulated, Beckman. You see, this is Mo Long, the 4th Admiral of the Navy. I didn't expect that he is also a devil fruit person. It really surprised the old man, even the old man didn't know he was a capable person. And, looking at his appearance, I am afraid it is not a simple devil fruit ability. The old man advises you to leave here as soon as possible. He has seen a lot of animal-type devil fruits. The size of the general animal-type devil fruit is different according to different abilities. But being able to grow to a behemoth like 7 or 8 meters is not something that ordinary devil fruit abilities can do. Huang Yuan also guessed in his heart, what kind of ability is this? Most of them are animals, ancient species, or even extremely rare phantom beasts, devil fruits. That would be incredible. Beckman on the side also frowned, his expression solemn, but he still did not dare to be careless, and never put down the fire gun in his hand. He asked Kizaru, you don't even know his abilities as a Navy admiral. It's somewhat unreasonable. His heart was a little heavy, and out of the corner of his eyes, he glanced at his captain, the red-haired Shanks. Shanks is now crying. It made Beckman a little worried that Shanks would make impulsive and wrong actions because of intense sadness. Plus the disappearance of Hawkeye Mahawk. I'm afraid the captain won't leave so easily. Then Beckman's heart is that he wants to retreat, and now the Whitebeard pirates have begun to retreat. It made him think about leaving. At this time, Shanks' tears continued to slide down Pluto Rayleigh's chest along his chin, and he could feel the temperature of Rayleigh's body in his hand dropping rapidly. He picked up Rayleigh's body, turned and walked over to his partner. To Lackey Lou, who was wearing a cape and was eating meat, he said, Lakey, send Mr. Rayleigh's body back to the boat first. At the same time, a monkey that was lying on the top of the red-haired pirate's leader Bank Punch suddenly jumped out. With 3 or 2 jumps, he spanned a distance of 20 or 30 meters, and took the red-haired saber griffin that fell to the ground in his hand. In a quick turn back. No problem, leave this trivial matter to me. Lackey Lou Sanliu wiped out the delicious barbecued meat in his hands, and spat his bones on the ground in one bite. Riley's body was taken with both hands. And the red-haired Shanks handed over the body to Reiki Lou. With anger and hatred in his domineering eyes, he looked at the Buddha's warring states, and took the griffin handed over by the monkey Mengshida. There was a strong and heart-pounding killing intent all over his body. Chapter 180_White Tiger Heart. A cold Cold light flashed on the dazzling long knife. Shanks approached the warring states of the Admiral Buddha step by step, and his momentum continued to skyrocket. A fierce gust of wind blew up. The fierce wind left various traces on the ground like a sword. As this, the four emperors red-haired Shanks. Domineering. It's so terrifyingly domineering, it's just the momentum that made the ground crack. Red-haired Shanks. The most domineering man in the world. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The expressions of the navy around him became tense, and each navy clenched the swords in their hands. Next second. Holding a long sword in the crowd, a navy jumped into the air and shouted excitedly, "The heads of the four emperors belong to Lao Tzu. This navy looks 5,003 thick, with a whole body of tendon flesh. The appearance of killing it is really a bit of a tiger." His eyes were full of excitement, and as he sneaked up from behind, he seemed to see himself slashing the red hair of the four emperors into two halves. Boom. Suddenly there was a gunshot. The navy who took the shot suddenly had a smear of blood in his heart. It hit the ground with a bang. Yes, it's the cadre of the red-haired pirates, the deadly sniper Jesus Cloth. A Navy elite exclaimed. There was still green smoke from the muzzle of Jesus Boo's sniper rifle. With confidence on his face, he grinned, "This kind of navy is not worthy of our captain's hands." This shot instantly shocked the naval elites who were eager to try. And this time, Hill said to Dasky, "Dasky, this thing is for the seriously injured navy. If it works later, I will give you other fairy beans." After speaking, the white tail rolled up the fairy bean in his hand, and handed the fairy bean in front of the somewhat stunned Dasky. Dasichi, who is carrying the supreme big knife, looks a bit nondescript, mainly because the black knife yi is too big. Almost the same height as Dusky. After doing all this, Hill turned his attention to Barrett, the heir of the devil, and all the shells in the sky were moved into the sea by Hill using the chicken charm, that's strengthened +1/5. "Can you shoot?" Barrett said to Hill excitedly. Admiral Malong, staring at Hill with burning eyes, with eagerness to try and high fighting spirit on his face. "Of course you can." Hill grinned, "I'll let you know what an absolute gap in power is. Golden light curse. Heaven and earth Xuanzong, Wan Ox Chi is the root. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot close black lens bracket." With the chant of the spell, a layer of golden flames suddenly appeared on the body of the original white tiger, covering Hill's whole body. From a white tiger man to a tiger man with a golden flame. Section 179 _ No flame temperature. It just made Hill look more mysterious and full of weirdness. Hill's eyes also turned golden unconsciously, which was breathtaking. The corner of his mouth raised, revealing the extremely sharp teeth in his mouth. "This is the first time that you have used so many skills superimposed, and you are the first person to taste the power of the white tiger form." The devil's heir, Barrett. After using the golden light spell, up to level 9, he felt the lightness of his body, which was 7 or 8 meters, comparable to the heavy weight of a giant. He did feel the feeling of being light as a swallow. Not only that, but after using the golden light spell, the world seemed to slow down in his eyes. The dynamic visual capture ability of the eyes has reached an extremely abnormal level. Hill immediately jumped, and the hard slate under his feet shattered into slag with a bang. The white tiger human beast form with a height of 7 or 8 meters made his palms extremely huge, and at the same time, he also had sharp claws that were sharp enough to tear everything apart. Base. The armed domineering in his body instantly appeared on Hill's tiger claws. It made him feel the terrifying power that could tear everything apart. This was the first time he had used so much power at once. What he didn't know was that his armament color domineering level 5 is the full level of others. The level of the Navy ceiling is just because the highest level of the Navy is just the ceiling. Between lightning and flint. Hill had already appeared in front of Douglas Barrett. It was even bigger than Barrett, and instantly shrouded Barrett in shadow. It made him suddenly widen his eyes, and instantly completed the hardening of the armed color. What kind of speed and power is this? At the moment when Barrett was shocked, he felt that the powerful armament he was proud of was like a piece of tissue paper. It was easily torn apart by Hill's claws. There is no hindrance. The opponent's claws entered his body from his left waist, and he could clearly feel that his originally beating heart was instantly pinched by a big hand. For a moment, Barrett felt that he was being stared at by the god of death, and he couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. The shadow of death made him unconsciously start to fear. This kind of powerful feeling, it's just amazing. That's the power I've been craving. Hill muttered excitedly, feeling the beating heart in his hand. Immediately pressed the palm. White tiger, heart out. Snapped. It's like pinching the balls and popping a balloon. Hill withdrew his palm. Under the influence of the golden light spell and the domineering armament, there was no trace of flesh and blood on his palm. And Barrett's figure is still standing in place. Only Hill knew that he was dead. This feeling of killing couldn't help but make a red light flash in his eyes, and he felt a different kind of happiness by arbitrarily controlling the lives of others. A joy that belongs to the master. Not good. Seeing the death of Devil's descendant, Barrett, Beckman's face suddenly burst into dense cold sweat. Hart exclaimed bad. Barrett was a man comparable to the legendary Hades Rayleigh, and he started a terrifying era. Such a strong man was actually killed by Admiral Molong in seconds. His heart couldn't help but tremble. This is horrible. Is that guy human? Next moment, he immediately gave up on Kizaru and went straight for the red hair. On the other side, Admiral Kizaru had a very frightened expression on his face, and said in shock, "This old man's little heart is so scared that he can't stand it. Scary. This Nemes is so scary. It turns out that there is such a terrifying monster hidden beside me. The old man is really blind." Chapter 181-Monster of Monsters. Who is Barrett, the heir of the devil? Admiral Kizaru knew very well that he was trying to catch this guy. The Navy has launched the Devil Slaughtering Order, and the specifications of this demon slaughtering order are not comparable to ordinary slaughtering orders. Even Sengoku and Garp were dispatched to capture Barrett. Now that Barrett has no room for resistance at all, he was easily killed by Hill. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, the old man couldn't believe it. This guy usually stays in the laboratory, why is his combat power so terrifying? Fortunately this monster is a Navy. Or else. The old man shuddered when he thought about the picture of his heart being crushed. Huang Yuan was full of emotion in his heart, but he really didn't expect it. Hill turned out to be so sturdy. Violently messed up. It made Kizaru both surprised and delighted, and the surprise was that Hill's strength was so powerful. Of course, the joy is that you can continue to paddle. Wasn't even Ben Beckman, the vice captain of the Four Emperors' red-haired pirates, scared away. And this time, in the sky, the dozen or so ships of the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates just finished landing, and the pirates who got off the boats suddenly crowded into a group. Because the pirate who disembarked first didn't move. Terrified by this scene. Hey, look at Admiral Molong, how did he turn into a tiger with golden flames? What kind of ability is that? Could it be the same magical beast devil fruit ability as Lord Kaido? Why is the big guy in the prison uniform so unbeaten? He was killed in one fell swoop. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. People who don't know Barrett's reputation naturally don't know how powerful and terrifying Barrett is, but they know that Barrett's fire disaster was deeply shocked immediately. The expression under the mask became horrified. Barrett was killed by General Molong with one blow. Monster. He has seen a lot of monsters, but he has never seen such a weird monster. Can we really take down that guy? Yan Zonjan's heart shook violently. The wings spread out behind the back and fly fast in the air. In just a moment, he landed in front of Kaido, the beasts who were killing all directions. Yan Calamity was flustered, making his tone with unprecedented impatience. Mr. Kaido, Barrett. Barrett was instantly killed by Admiral Malong. Kaido, who was enjoying the massage of the Navy elite, suddenly widened his eyes and said in surprise, "What?" There were many conflicts between the Roger Pirates and the Rocks Pirates. Section 180_. Douglas can be said to be the main member of the Roger Pirates, and his strength is not that of Rayleigh and Jabba. It's a monster. Kaido also immediately looked at Admiral Molong. His eyes shrank immediately, and he felt a burst of fear in his heart. What kind of creature is that? Is it a new demon's devil fruit that has never appeared before? Can you kill Barrett in seconds? Play with a hammer. Next second. Kaido immediately shouted, "Everyone, retreat. This is not cowardice. But there is no chance of victory at all. That's a whole other level of monster." And Hill's move to kill Barrett completely shocked everyone present. Fuck. Did Kaido save us to die? The expression of the evil King Pizarro was more exciting. The Xuanyu hunter, on the side, turned around and ran. While running, he did not forget to remind others. Run quickly, if you don't run, you will really have no chance. She also wants to pull other people together. In this way, the hope of escaping from the naval headquarters is even greater, although Admiral Malong is strong. But with so many big men on the battlefield, he never knew General Malong, so he shouldn't be Hill's primary target. Next second. The prisoners beside Xuanyu Hunter immediately began to run away frantically. "Ah la la la, since you're here, how can you let you go so easily?" Ouchi's sloppy tone contained a chill to the bones. When the thousands of prisoners who were advancing into the city heard this, their hearts froze for a moment. Ice Age. Admiral Aokiji appeared on the coast square at an unknown time, and the name of the move sounded. The power of the frozen fruit was activated in an instant, and the thousands of prisoners who were advancing into the city were quickly frozen away. "It's Admiral Ching." A prisoner who was advancing into the city suddenly shouted in horror. But before he could finish speaking, he was frozen in an instant. The frightened expression on the face and the wide-open mouth instantly freeze. And more prisoners in the advancing city still maintained their running posture and were frozen in place. Just like a living ice sculpture. Just momentarily. It has allowed countless people to experience what is called the combat power of the Admiral level. In an instant, many ice cubes shattered, and these people who can break ice are all-powerful pirates. They ignored Admiral Aokiji. Instead, he ran even harder. In the next second, they were all a little dumbfounded. Large wine barrel, Basque Chote's face was not at all drunk, and his sober eyes were full of shock. What are these things? No one answered. To be precise, no robot answered him. The pacifist troops appearing in front of the prisoners of the advanced city plus 10 mechas. And a man with a big axe and a waistcoat. Zon Taomaru smiled. Let you rubbish see the power of pacifists and Malong mecha. The tomahawk in his hand pointed forward. Excitedly ordered. All pirates. All life and death. The voice fell. The 10 ink dragon mecha flew out instantly, and the blue energy beam cannon mercilessly blasted towards the pirates. In contrast to the blue energy beam, there are streaks of golden laser light. 10 mechas in the sky. 20 pacifists on the ground. It is simply a ruthless fort, and the sound of rumbling explosions sounded one after another, which was more powerful than bombers. The visual sense of laser scrubbing. The prisoners who were forced to advance into the city could only dodge. But it made the prisoners who were previously frozen in ice become victims, and their bodies burst apart. Couldn't see any bloodstains at all, and was blasted into crushed ice and dust. If I knew earlier, I shouldn't have promised Katakuli. Even if I don't undo the Halushi handcuffs, as long as I go out, I can find a way to undo it. Damn, how come these robots' lasers are so powerful? Let's do what we can now. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Even if it is the best among the prisoners of the advancing city, in the face of this number of pacifists with 12 reinforcements and ink dragon mechs. Also extremely exhausting. Let me destroy these robots. Suddenly, there was a loud shout, and it was Bundy Wald, the so-called World Destroyer. I saw him abruptly pull up an ice sculpture from the frozen ground. In hand. Momo, a 100-fold iceberg. Chapter 182-Whitebeard is dead. Bundy Wald had a wild and arrogant smile on his face. I'm a world destroyer, Bundy Wald. Look at Lao Su not tossing up all these robots. The ice sculpture in his hand was thrown hard. Whoosh. Make a cracking sound. The ice sculpture suddenly became exponentially larger in the air. 10 times. The ice sculpture has turned into an iceberg the size of a giant. 50 times. The ice sculpture has turned into a huge iceberg almost the size of Crescent Bay. The size is larger than those of the Sea Kings that are hundreds of meters and thousands of meters. This scene completely shocked everyone. Hey, worthy of being a world destroyer, such a force is really powerful. The prisoner of the advancing city took a deep breath, showing shock on his face. Some prisoners also shouted with excitement and surprise, great. Bundy Wald shot. Momo Fruit is really a super powerful ability. Just destroy these robots and we'll be able to escape. Run. If this thing is smashed down, everyone in the Coast Plaza will be finished. The terrified Navy elite ran frantically. Thousands of Navy elites ran wildly to the left and right sides of the coast square. I can't wait to grow a few more legs out of my body, so that I can run faster. Is this the power of a legendary pirate? Zon Taomaru's face turned pale in an instant. Such a huge iceberg was bigger than the iceberg thrown by Whitebeard's 3rd Division Captain Diamond Yoja. He anxiously issued an order to all the pacifists and Malong Mecha, quick. Smash this iceberg with the biggest laser cannon. Next second. Zon Taomaru suddenly widened his eyes. Because the huge iceberg actually became bigger again, so huge that it was like an island fell from the sky. Section 181 _ Even the atmosphere seemed to be crushed. There was a swift and shrill cry like a wailing and wolf howling. Even Admiral Aokiji changed his face, looking at the terrifying scene in front of him with a solemn expression, "Ah la la la. What a troublesome pirate. It's really tricky to release these prisoners from the advancing city." Of course he wasn't afraid of such an attack, but the other naval elites on the coast square couldn't dodge such an attack. If this iceberg, which is comparable to the size of an island, really falls, it will bring extremely painful casualties to the Navy. Just give it a try. Admiral Aokiji clasped his hands tightly, strengthening +15 in his hands, emitting a invisible ice blade, with a dazzling blue light. The only way to rely now is to strengthen the weapon with +15 in hand. The pacifist and the Malong Mecha, under the order of Zon Taomaru, began to continuously blast out powerful laser cannons. Beams of lasers are like shooting stars, shining brightly in the dim sky shrouded in gunpowder smoke. Boom. Bang. Bang. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The laser bombarded the huge iceberg, and fragments of different sizes kept falling off the iceberg and falling from the air. But, even though the laser cannons of the pacifist and the Malong Mecha are powerful, they still seem a little powerless in the face of the huge and outrageous iceberg. See. Admiral Aokiji suddenly disappeared in place. Call out. The speed is so fast that it seems to jump in space, and it suddenly appears in the air. Holding the invisible ice blade in both hands, he slashed out. Laugh. As the green pheasant slashed down, the entire huge iceberg was instantly divided into two. It is cut flat from it. Admiral Iokiji's face did not show a happy expression. Instead, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes under the green blindfold. I can only do so much. This blow is already very strong under the enhancement of +15 invisible ice blade. There are very few people in this world who can split such a huge iceberg with one sword. But even if this huge iceberg is divided into two, it can't stop the iceberg from falling. Let me come. At this time, the voice of Admiral Akainu suddenly sounded. I saw that the red suit and white justice cloak on Admiral Akainu's body were covered with a lot of dust, and there was a shocking blood stain on the corner of his face. It was obviously a struggle. Double, big spitfire. The glowing gloves on both hands instantly turned into hot lava, and in the blink of an eye it seemed to have turned into two huge magma volcanoes. Smoke billows up as black as volcanic ash. Boom. The magma and the iceberg collided together, and the hot magma quickly melted the huge ice block. The appearance of Admiral Akainu suddenly made many prisoners look horrified and exclaimed loudly, "Yes. It's Admiral Akainu. Isn't he fighting Whitebeard? Could it be?" As if thinking of something, the face of the prisoner who pushed into the city instantly became dull. Could it be that Edward Newgate, the white-bearded man known as the strongest man in the world, was killed by Admiral Akainu? Time lapse. Go back a few minutes ago. In Crescent Bay. Whitebeard's hard blow completely shattered the ice surface of the entire Crescent Bay, and the sea shook. In order to allow the members of the Whitebeard pirates to retreat, Whitebeard's injuries were further injured. The body is overwhelmed. However, Admiral Akainu launched an attack on him. The energy shock of the magma combined with the scorching high temperature, not to mention the +15 fist. Let Whitebeard vomit blood again. And just as he and Akainu were fighting, a long-lost voice appeared in Whitebeard's ear. Whitebeard, Sahi ignores Dara. And the sand crocodile did not know when he had quietly appeared behind Whitebeard. Crocodile's face is still that look of contempt and arrogance on his face, but his eyes are full of excitement. Whitebeard. I'll take your head. You can't live like this, so let me fulfill this unfulfilled dream. A cold and excited smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Killing Whitebeard has been his only goal and dream for so many years, even though the appearance of Whitebeard is probably not viable now. However, he personally killed the strongest man in the world, Edward Newgate, with the white beard. It still made a strong throbbing in his heart. Even some kind of perverted satisfaction. Desert Sword. He, who appeared behind Whitebeard, did not hesitate to launch a surprise attack while Whitebeard and Akainu were fighting. His arm instantly turned into a huge sand knife formed of yellow sand. Laugh. A knife slashed at the back of Whitebeard's neck, slashing deeply into the flesh, and there was a sound of spine shattering. Bright red blood gushed frantically from Whitebeard's neck like a spring, like a broken water pipe. It was just scarlet blood that spewed out. Whitebeard Newgate did not choose to dodge, and used his last strength to cut from the cloud and slammed it on the ice. Don't let your body fall down. Even the neck didn't move at all. The world's strongest man Edward Newgate, die. Chapter 183 Plagues of Beasts, this is it. Hum hum hum. My dream is finally fulfilled, and Whitebeard is dead at the hands of my crocodile. With a cigar in his mouth, Crocodile made a very special laugh. Not only the laughter, but also the expression on his face was very awkward. Just 2 words. Arrogant. Looking at Whitebeard, who was still standing in the same place even if he died, Crocodile said with disdain, even if he died, would he still not want to fall down? It's really a different persistence and belief. But, now that I've accomplished my goal, it doesn't matter anymore. Sprinkle oil la 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 la. Then he turned around and started to retreat without hesitation. This is not a place to stay. This time I chose to come to the Navy headquarters, of course, to meet Whitebeard and find an opportunity to take Whitebeard's life. Crocodile. Even if you escape, sooner or later, you will be arrested again one day. Akainu looked coldly at the direction Crocodile left, and did not choose to block. Section 182 _ With the Big Mom Pirates, Beast Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, and the prisoners of the Push City, he knew he couldn't spend his precious time on Crocodile. Turn around and join the Coast Plaza. Only in the next scene, the high-temperature magma completely melted the huge iceberg, preventing a tragedy from happening. And this time, in the Coast Plaza, Ben Beckman hurried to the side of Shanks. The battle between the red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, and the Admiral Sengoku was extremely fierce. Boom. Boom. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The destructive power of the collision between the slash and the shock wave is terrifying. The hard slate floor was like tofu, shattered under the violent impact. Beckman anxiously shouted at the red-haired Shanks, "Captain! You must leave the Navy headquarters quickly. Can't stay here longer. Otherwise the red-haired pirates will have to explain everything here." While speaking, he pulled the trigger of the gun in his hand. Boom. Boom. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The bullet with a domineering look of armament quickly shot towards the Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku didn't dare to despise the attack of Ben Beckman, the deputy captain of the red-haired pirates, and said extremely coldly, "Want to retreat? Then let you retreat, but sooner or later you pirates will be wiped out. I can't escape today. But you can't escape for a lifetime. As long as you are still in this sea, you can't escape." He shot all the bullets with one palm, and he did not choose to stop the red-haired pirates. Compared with the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, the Red Hair Pirates have more ambitions and pose a greater threat to the Navy. The red-haired pirates are going, let him go. As long as Hill is there, and the Enhanced Stone, Malong Mecha, and Pokeball are all there, no one can stop the Navy's pace. On the contrary, with the power of technology, there is no need to dispatch naval soldiers at all. As long as the general leads the team, these pirates can be eliminated with the Malong Mecha. The red-haired Shanks also took the opportunity to back away and landed next to Beckman. With tears in his eyes, he frowned and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Beckman replied in a heavy tone, "Shanks, Barrett." Barrett was crushed by General Malong's blow. This answers. Like thunder on the ground, it exploded in Shanks' mind. One blow crushed the heart. Shanks was also completely shocked by the news from Beckman's mouth. Because Barrett is the cadre of Roger's pirate ship, a man that both Captain Roger and Rayleigh call a monster. The entire Roger pirates. Only Captain Roger can crush Barrett, not even Rayleigh and Jabba. And Captain Roger has always been the man Barrett wanted to challenge. Shanks immediately had a judgment in his heart, gritted his teeth and decided, retreat. This world is about to change completely. Why is there a monster like General Malong in this sea? Making a very difficult decision in my heart. But he didn't want his friends to make that fearless sacrifice. Hearing Shanks' decision, Beckman breathed a sigh of relief and said helplessly, "Who knows? This guy can no longer be defined. Maybe he is a man favored by God." Come on, Shanks. There is no more meaning to discuss. Such a monster is simply irrational and cannot be defined by common sense. Without much hesitation, Shanks and Beckman immediately evacuated with the members of the Red Hair Pirates. At this time, Hill, who was standing in front of Barrett, muttered to himself a little annoyed, "It's cool to patronize, but I forgot to use the Pokeball again. No. Today, I have to try to see if the enhanced +15 Pokeball can be conquered." His sense of seeing and hearing naturally sensed the retreat of the forces of all parties. But he was also incapacitated. There is no clone technique, and there is no way. But Hill could identify a target, and the golden eyes shone with astonishing light. It fell on Kaido, the beast known as the strongest creature of sea, land, and air. Grinned, "Hee hee, it's up to you. I hope the Pokeball can be useful, so it would be nice to have an extra mount in the future. How can you let you come here for nothing? The two wings behind him instantly shattered the air like a sharp sword. Make a thud. The speed is almost extreme. When Hill's sharp eyes stared at Kaido, the beast Kaido instantly felt a thorn in his back. In my heart, I felt a strong palpitation and anxiety for no reason. It's General Malong. He turned around and looked back. Immediately, he saw Admiral Malong, who was flying fast. Next second, a black figure quickly greeted him. It is one of the three major disasters of the 100 Beast Pirates, Fire Calamity. Yusho, Fire Dragon Emperor. With a knife, the orange-yellow fire dragon flew out from the +1/2 strengthened weapon in Yan Jahan's hand. The ferocious and terrifying flame dragon had opened its mouth to reveal its huge flaming teeth, biting towards Hill. The light brought by the circles of huge flame bodies illuminated most of the coastal square. The fire dragon is coming. The magma-like high temperature made countless people sweat like rain in the coastal plaza. At this time, Hill's tiger claws clenched into fists, but a glowing stone appeared in the center of his palm. It has the image of a cow engraved on it. It is the bull spell that strengthens +15. One punch. Click click. The entire atmosphere was like a mirror in an instant, and it was smashed with force and shattered. It's even more powerful than Whitebeard's Junjun fruit. The entire huge fire dragon was instantly smashed into powder by the terrifying force. As if it never happened at all. Disappeared without a trace. Section 183_. And the fire disaster, one of the three major disasters of the Beast Pirates. Including that weapon with a +12 fortification. All returned to nothingness. Gone. Like a broken bubble, it disappeared between heaven and earth. One of the three major disasters of the 100 Beasts Pirates, Yan Kane, die. Really punch a kid. Hill said speechlessly. I seem to have used too much force. Actually, Fire Calamity is also a good target. Although it's not very good for a man to ride a man, it's enough to treat him like a bird. Chapter 184_Kaido, he is the monster. Hill really didn't know that his punch was so powerful. He thought that one punch would at most severely injure the opponent, but he didn't expect that one punch would kill him. I still don't seem to know much and are familiar with my own power. It's better to put away the bull charm, so as not to kill Kaido with one punch later. Isn't my Pokeball strengthened for nothing? Hill's punch caused countless people's jaws to fall to the ground, and they all stared at the huge tiger-shaped monster flying in the air. Hilton continued to look at Kaido while hovering in the air. Just this look. It made Kaido die in an instant. The style of that punch made Kaido's eyes widen, and his face was full of shocked expressions. Next moment, his mouth bulged forward, and the whole person instantly turned into a huge azure blue dragon soaring in the air. Escape. Admiral Malong, then it's the real monster. The strongest creature in the world. What plans, what ambitions, what dreams. At this moment, Kaido left everything behind his head, and now there is only one thing on his mind. That is, escape. Escape as far as possible, to a place without Admiral Malong. My heart trembled uncontrollably. That guy. Why is that guy so strong? If I had such strength, I would have ruled the world long ago. Kaido's heart has been completely occupied by fear. A punch. Just one punch. He smashed his strongest subordinate, Yan Calamity, until there was no slag left. How powerful is this? He thinks that he is a monster. Except for Ling Ling, he has never seen anyone who is more monster. But Admiral Malong can no longer be described as monster. That guy is simply a pervert in monster. If only he could possess such terrifying and powerful power as Malong. Kaido is confident that he has already won this world, and he doesn't need to plot for so long. This punch also completely destroyed the dreams of countless people. Malong, Malong. Doflamingo repeated the name in his mouth, and the whole person was completely frightened. The raging ambition and killing intent in his heart were instantly poured into a basin of ice-cold water. Why is he so strong? Impossible. I have worked hard for so many years, why can't I compare? What I have is obviously the most noble bloodline in this world, and I have the potential to be a king, only one in a million people. Why after so many years of hard work, is still not as good as this young admiral? Doflamingo's heart seemed to be ruthlessly trampled on, roaring wildly, full of extreme dissatisfaction. In order to become stronger, he learned swordsmanship, taijutsu, and even firearms. Cultivate the three-color domineering and develop the devil fruit. In order to become stronger, he did everything and things he could. In addition, it even operates a huge underground force in order to destroy the world. And he worked hard for everything. But it was completely destroyed by Hill's punch. Hill's punch seemed to hit his heart fiercely. It came so violently, so ruthless and cruel. Destroyed all his dreams. Dover. Torapal naturally saw Doflamingo's extremely gloomy face and some unusual reactions. There was an inexplicable fear in his voice, and he reminded Dover, "Dover must leave now. Everyone is retreating, General Malong. General Malong's strength is simply beyond our ability to compete. This is an obvious fact. Such power. Let countless people fall behind." Doflamingo lowered his head deeply, and the flame of courage and desire in his heart was directly extinguished. He didn't even have the courage to go to see General Malong. Once he is targeted by Admiral Malong of the Navy, no one can save him, he can only ask for more blessings. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, and asked a little unwillingly, "How is the situation with Diamante, Virgo and Violet?" "As long as you can find the lucky fruit ability. If the Shadow Rider line clone is continuously strengthened, there may be hope of surpassing General Malong." He also deliberately left some of the strengthening stones. The purpose is to continue to strengthen the Shadow Riding line clone. Let these clones become 4 Emperors level, or even a powerful combat power beyond the 4 Emperors level. "Dover, I have informed them to come back." Torapal continued with some disappointment. "It's just that they haven't found any trace of the lucky fruit person." "I want to come." The Navy should have transferred the lucky fruit ability person, not at the Navy headquarters at all. Hearing Torapal's report, Doflamingo's heart sank immediately. "I see." He raised his head and looked at the situation under the ship, frowning. "It's not good now. We are using Kaido's ability to raid the Navy headquarters from the sky. Now down to the Navy headquarters. That guy Kaido just wants to run away now. He left us in this dangerous place." Doflamingo's heart is full of resentment, and now he is completely unable to use the boat to escape. Yes. Now the pirate ship has arrived at the naval headquarters, but now Kaido has no ability to use it. This pirate ship can't fucking fly. A very embarrassing situation. Doflamingo asked Torapal again anxiously, "How long will it take for Diamante and the others to come back?" "Just one more second is more dangerous. Now he just wants to leave this place with all his subordinates." Section 184 "It should only be a few minutes," Torapal replied. "No." Doflamingo was on pins and needles, anxious like an ant on a hot pan, and decided, let Buffalo pick them up and start to escape from the other side. He looked at the situation on the coast square and immediately judged. Even the Big Mom pirates and the Beasts pirates targeted the naval warships on both sides of the Crescent Bay harbor. Huge pirate ship. But Doflamingo did not choose to make the same decisions as everyone else. Instead, it chose the other direction. Yes, Torapal turned around immediately. It's just that as soon as he turned around, the eyeballs under the sunglasses almost popped out, and the pupils in his eyes couldn't help but wildly widened. "Marshal, Warring States." A tall, burly man with frog glasses appeared on his black sunglasses. The shiny metals on the left chest reflected a dazzling light. Hear Torapal's exclamation. Doflamingo turned around in an instant, and a nervous and deep laughter came out of his mouth. It turned out to be Admiral Sengoku. Don't be in a hurry, that guy Kaido forced me to come to the Navy headquarters. He tried his best to pass all the responsibilities on Kaido the Beasts. However, the cold and murderous face of the Warring States period did not change in any way. Instead, he pronounced the sentence coldly, Brother Doflamming. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Chapter 185-3 Doflamingos. Sengoku looked at Brother Doflamingo with sharp and hostile eyes, and his huge fists creaked. Cannot help but say. The figure began to expand rapidly, inspiring a dazzling golden light. Big Buddha, shockwave. A white shockwave ball with a relatively thin aperture suddenly appeared on the golden palm. Huge palm slaps Doflamingo. Damn. Doflamingo cursed gloomily, so many famous pirates. Admiral Sengoku just stared at him. Next second. Bang. 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 The sound of 3 decks shattering sounded at the same time. It was Doflamingo's shadow riding line clone that appeared, and the 3 clones shot quickly. Cobweb-like white webs suddenly appeared in the palms of the 3, Doflamingo. Tangled together. Triple, cobweb wall. The cobwebs intertwined, more than 3 times the original defense. And this is the 3 clones that strengthen +1 2. It can be said that Doflamingo has improved a lot in terms of strength. Boom. The triple cobweb wall was suddenly bent by the palm of the Warring States period. It's like a football on top of the net. But the golden palm with the shockwave was unable to break through the defense set up by Doflamingo's clone. There are cobweb holes made up of countless thin lines. Doflamingo frowned and grinned. Sengoku, there are so many pirates in the Navy headquarters now. I'm already planning to leave here too, so you might as well focus on them. The World Destroyer Bundy-Wald, the Charlotte family, and the Beast Pirates are even more worthy of the Admiral's actions. He really didn't want to have a conflict with the Admiral at this extremely critical time. General Malong. Just a crazy man, who acts without scruples. Last time, I even directly attacked the Shibukai, who helped out at the Navy headquarters. Don't play cards at all. The key is a pervert with strong strength. This kind of person is the most difficult to deal with. Doflamingo. Sengoku's voice was slightly low, like the roar of a beast. Strong anger was suppressed in his heart, and there seemed to be a flame burning in his icy eyes, like a volcano waiting to erupt under a cold ice river. The voice of the Warring States Marshal was so cold that Doflamingo felt a cold killing intent in his heart. Rosanity. Rosanity is your younger brother. A scum like you can also attack your own brother. Today. The old man is going to make you scum completely disappear from this world. He suddenly withdrew the huge golden palm. This time. The Warring States Marshal was, in just a moment, half of the entire huge pirate ship disappeared. What a terrible shockwave. Admiral Warring States hasn't shot for so many years, and he is still as powerful. Toripal quickly followed behind Doflamingo. Attracted by the violent movement, he looked back. A horrified expression appeared on his face, that kind of terrifying power is the world's top fighting ability. Doflamingo kept running forward and said helplessly, I'm afraid that all of my avatars will have to be in the hands of the Warring States, but it's a pity that there are 3 avatars. This is also a helpless move. The shadow riding line clone, made of 36 strengthening stones, also makes his heart hurt. If you can't grab the strengthening stone now, just use one less. He scolded a little angrily. It's all the waste of Caesar current. It took so many enhancement stones to successfully imitate it. What a complete waste. Quote. If that guy could develop the enhancement stone, he wouldn't take such a risk to come to the Navy headquarters. Now he is being targeted by the Admiral Sengoku. I'm afraid it won't be a good day in the future. The identity of Chiwahai is gone, and he is also targeted by the Admiral of the Navy. It's like losing his wife and losing soldiers. At this time, the warring states marshal was also furious and couldn't help but scolded, "These damn fake Doflamingo. If I had known," the old man cut off the glove of that guy Carp. He frantically vented the power in his body and released shock waves towards the three, Doflamingo. The Shadow Rider clone, with A+1-2 enhancement, is indeed very powerful. It surpassed the level of Chihuahua and reached almost the level of a quasi-general. Still a full 3. Let the Admiral be unable to defeat the Shadow Riding Line clone in front of him for a while. It made him anxious and angry. However, there is nothing he can do. He can only use his powerful abilities, hoping to quickly defeat the Doflamingo in front of him. The other side. Hill's speed was unimaginable, and when Kaido turned into a dragon, he flew out a distance of only 1 or 2 kilometers. He was the first to appear in front of the beast Kaido. The mythical species, the 4 spirits of the sky, the white tiger form not only endowed Hill with a powerful body, but also the flying speed brought about by the pair of white wings. Plus the ability to control the wind. Let his speed reach a level that ordinary people can't even imagine. Second speed. Anyway, soon enough. Hill's eyes lit up, staring at Kaido with burning eyes, grinning, "Kaido, don't run away. Hey, maybe you can become my little brother in the future." Chapter 186_White Tiger. The tiger breathes the wind. Do not know why. Kaido felt the light from the golden pupils in Hill's eyes, and he always felt a green feeling. There was an unnatural feeling of coldness in my heart. In Kaido's golden vertical pupil-like dragon eyes, with unprecedented solemnity, he stared at Hill without blinking, opened his dragon's mouth and said, "Admiral Malong. I admit that your strength is very strong, but let Lao Su be your little brother. I will never agree to this." As his tone gradually became heavier, streaks of purple lightning suddenly burst out from the dark clouds carried by the fish fruit phantom beast blue dragon form. Click. Thunder resounded throughout the world, reflecting on the crescent bay that is shrouded in darkness. A terrifying aura erupted from his body, like a dragon might, that was enough to make everyone tremble with fear. Ordinary people would never be able to withstand this powerful and violent momentum. Even ferocious beasts. That is the aura that belongs to the king, that is the domineering aura of the strong that has been tempered through battles. Now Kaido is like an animal that feels danger, showing his danger to the enemy to intimidate the enemy. Scare away the enemy. Its nature, its instinct. Yo, is this blowing hair? Hill looked at Kaido, who was showing off his power in front of him, and couldn't help sneering. When I first watched the anime, when this guy appeared. But falling from a height above 10,000 meters, it was a domineering appearance, and it scared the supernovas of Kid and Hawkins directly. Coupled with the narration of the Pirate King animation, the impressive record shocked countless people. Captured so many times by the 4 emperors and the navy, he is still active at sea. An unkillable monster. Now, seems like Kaido became the one who got scared. Hill grinned and said, "I have an immature idea, need to use you to do a test. If the test is successful, congratulations, you can survive. On the contrary." A cold and somewhat nasty smile appeared on his face, revealing the sharp, big, tiger teeth in his mouth, and then said, "You only have die." The pupils in a pair of golden amber eyes shrink freely, as if adjusting the focus, which is creepy. Next second, Hill's figure was like a golden meteor, shooting straight towards Kaido. Call out. Take care of him. Stun Kaido first, then hit the +15 inches Pokeball. I forgot to take Blackbeard and Barrett before, and now I can only make Kaido an experiment to strengthen +15 Pokeballs. So fast. Kaido's pupils shrank suddenly, shocked by Hill's speed, and opened his dragon's mouth full of sharp teeth. Heat breath. An orange ball of light gathered in the throat of the mouth. All of a sudden, a monstrous flame erupted from Kaido's mouth, and the fiery flame instantly cut through the sky. The surging flames shot directly at Hill. Facing Kaido's attack, Hill opened his mouth and inhaled violently, and the airflow around the air flowed violently. Tiger Tiger, Wind. The name of the move is very simple, mainly because Hill has no time to exercise his development ability. And, with the time and energy to ponder the name of the move, he might as well make a few more pokeballs in the laboratory to get points. The moves are entirely based on imagination. So it's not surprising that sometimes the names of the moves are strange. Finally opened his mouth and spit. One after another cyan/like wind blades flew out of Hill's mouth rapidly. Laugh. Laugh. Section 186 _ Laugh. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. One after another, the cyan wind blades continued to grow in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they suddenly became huge slashes of about 20 or 30 meters. These wind blades ripped apart the air in an instant. Dozens and hundreds of slashes flew into the air, slashing the flames erupted by Kaido. He even slashed towards Kaido with the strength to spare. Hi! Kaido was suddenly shocked and took a deep breath. The power of the wind controlled by the opponent was stronger than the power of the wind controlled by his own Azure Dragon form. This terrible attack. The speed of the wind blade is very fast, and Kaido can only curl his body and coil his body into a circle. Protect the position of the head and heart. The next moment. Puff. 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 Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. One after another sharp wind blades cut Kaido's indestructible body with shocking scars. Blood spilled across the sky. Form a spectacle. It hurts. It hurts me to death. Kaido felt that the bones in his body that ran through the entire dragon body were cut one by one under the cutting of the wind blade. Some of the bones were directly chopped off. Fortunately, he incarnated into the blue dragon form. His body is extremely large, and the size of the wind blade is still not comparable. Otherwise, I am afraid that this wind blade will be directly chopped into pieces. The surging and powerful dragon's heart couldn't help beating because of the strong fear. Kaido's incomparably shrill screams echoed in the sky of the entire battlefield, causing countless pirates and prisoners to be instantly shrouded in fear. Drought Jack's eyes widened suddenly, the dense bloodshot in his eyes pulled his eyeballs, and his face was full of horror. Lord Kaido is injured. In his cognition, Lord Kaido, the captain of the beast pirates, is always the strongest creature in the world. No one can bring harm to Lord Kaido. Now, it was easily torn apart by Admiral Malong of the Navy, that unbreakable and indestructible body defense that had been unbreakable for 20 years. And around him, the members of the 100 Beast Pirates heard miserable and mournful cries. They were all terrified and cold all over. Fuzzy Fu, one of Fei Lubao, said bluntly, "This time, the Beast Pirates may not only have to change the big billboard. I'm afraid even the captain has to be replaced. This General Malong, even if he beat his mother's stomach to exercise, he can't be so strong, right? Really is more popular than dead people." Now he is somewhat inexplicably beginning to regret his decision to betray the CP organization. It's this time, you still have your mind on the location of the big billboard, so hurry up and run away. Black Maria's flaming red lips slammed the pipe on her mouth. Stimulate the brain with a lot of nicotine and stay calm. Not just the beast pirates. Everyone is retreating, so is the Revolutionary Army, so is the red-haired pirates. Of course, the same goes for the big katakana middle dot mom pirates. Kata's chestnut red eyes were full of shock, and he murmured, facing that man. "I don't have any chance of winning, I see my end." At this moment, it seemed that the blood in his body became extremely cold. Forcing himself to calm down, he said to Bree, "Hurry up and let the brothers and sisters enter your mirror world, we must get out of here immediately." Before he came, he had already left a way out for the big mom pirates. Those who launched the charge were mostly chess soldiers, made by their mothers. As long as you enter the mirror world, you can quickly leave the battlefield through the mirror. Of course, the previous role was naturally to capture Admiral Molong. Complete a quick transfer. Now it has become the most precious life-saving straw. Chapter 187 Step on Kaido's faucet. Big Mom stared deeply at Kaido and Admiral Molong in the sky, and finally entered the mirror world without stopping. I am also grateful for Kaido's contribution. Let Admiral Molong not pay attention to himself. Otherwise. Now Kaido's end is likely to be his end. A member of the Big Katakana Mom pirate group has entered the mirror world one after another. And the members of the 100 Beasts pirates show their magical powers. The scenes of all kinds of strange animals, flying wildly shocked countless people. There are even very few who have used the artificial devil fruit ability with an enhanced +1/2 to transform into giant lizard dragons. The scene is magnificent. Shocked countless people around the world watching the live broadcast. An epic escape is being staged in Marine Vendor at the naval headquarters. This is a picture no one expected. Dusky was a little stunned, looking at the pirates who were madly fleeing in the distance. She was dumbfounded. They were clamoring for the destruction of the Navy. It's all gone now. She was prepared for an extremely tragic war in her heart, and as a result. The result turned out to be a pirate escape. This kind of change really caused her heart to be up and down, and she couldn't calm down the excited and joyful mood in her heart in a short time. Subconsciously, she clenched her fist with excitement, and the touch of Shondo came from her hand, which made her come back to her senses instantly. He patted his chest, took a deep breath, and comforted himself. I almost crushed the fairy beans with all my strength, and I have to hurry up and complete the task given by General Molong. Immediately, she reached out to hold the frame of the glasses on her face, and searched for the wounded Navy on the battlefield. Seeing a Navy soldier lying on the ground, panting in pain at the moment, there are obvious signs of imminent death. Seeing Dasiki's heart tightened, I don't know if Shondo will work. Let's try it as General Molong ordered. He can invent magical things such as strengthening stones, ink dragon mechas and energy balls, so these fairy beans in my hand must also have magical functions. Dusky's black eyes were filled with firmness and trust, and he immediately ran to the Navy. Immediately squatted down, and the blade of the black knife and the blade of the knight, which was carried on his back, also easily inserted into the ground. She took out a fairy bean and comforted the soldier. This is what General Molong gave to me, and I will definitely be able to save you. Hearing Dusky's words, the Navy soldier immediately stared at his eyes. His expression became excited, but his mouth made a whimper, but he was speechless. Just let the blood keep pouring out of the mouth. When Dusky saw this, he said again, "Don't get excited, I don't know what this bean is for." You can't be excited in your current state. If more blood is shed, I'm afraid it won't be cured when the medical team arrives. At this time, the Navy soldier's eyes were full of eager eyes to kill, and he roared inwardly, "Stop talking." Section 187 Just try this bean. It caused his face to be red and his neck thick and his veins to burst. His face looked very grim. Dusky's nonsense made the Navy's heart feel unbearable, and in the end he almost died without swallowing this breath. The fairy beans were sent into the mouths of the Navy soldiers by Dusky. Mixed with blood, it went straight down the throat into the body of the Navy soldier. Next second, the Navy soldier felt that his body was recovering rapidly, and the wound was being healed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, the Navy soldier jumped up from the ground excitedly and shouted excitedly, "I'm fine. My injury is healed. That bean is amazing." His heart was full of strong surprises, and he thought he would die here. Now, he actually survived, and in his mind he remembered the promise that his wife had made to him before the transfer at the port. Suddenly, my eyes became hot, and tears came out of my eyes. This bean saved me. General Molong saved me. He suddenly raised his head and looked at General Malong in the sky. His eyes were full of admiration and gratitude. He raised his hand and gave a standard military salute. On the side, Dasky couldn't help but be startled by the jumping Navy soldier, Nani. His tone trembled violently. His injuries are all healed. She looked down at the dozens of inconspicuous green beans in her hands, her face full of disbelief. Such a small bean actually directly rescued the dying Navy elite, and it was still alive and well. Dusky couldn't help but praise from the bottom of his heart. It's amazing. This fairy bean is simply a magic medicine. After the Navy soldier saluted, he couldn't help but look back at the stunned Dasky, and said, this must be the invention of General Malong. With this thing, more navies can be cured. No more ink, every second is precious time. Immediately dragged Dusky and began to use fairy beans to treat other seriously injured Navy soldiers. And this scene. It was also easily perceived by Hill over Crescent Bay, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In his heart, it seems that even the grown fairy beans have the effect of healing and recovery. The space ring that strengthens +15 is really a magical thing. In my heart, I couldn't help but guess curiously, will other plants be put in to speed up the growth? The thought just flashed by. Hill restrained his mind and looked at Kaido, the beast that was covered in bloody wounds dozens of meters away in front of him. The figure flashed. Appeared above Kaido's head, in the horrified gaze of the other party. Hill's body suddenly swelled again and became bigger. Heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, he changed from a height of 7 or 8 meters to a towering giant tiger man in his 20s or 30s. What? Kaido was in shock, but he didn't expect the opponent's body size to grow bigger. In his golden pupils, Hill's incomparably huge body was reflected. And a huge foot. He is stepping on his head. Hill, who is 20 or 30 meters tall, is like a giant standing between the heavens and the earth, and the huge soles of his feet are almost hundreds of square meters. The atmosphere was blown out by the foot of this hill. Boom. The last foot firmly stepped on top of Kaido's head. Make Kaido's gigantic faucet look like a flattened loaf, those golden eyes stared out from their sockets. Glittering golden stars. Dizzy. Hill was overjoyed, and immediately summoned a small red and white ball that shone with intense light from the space ring. With strong anticipation in his heart, he threw the Pokeball in his hand on Kaido's head. Come on, my blue dragon beast. Chapter 188 successfully subdued, Beast Kaido. Kaido's head was hit hard by Hill's kick, and his brain went blank on the spot. Suddenly lost consciousness. The entire body of the huge dragon began to fall rapidly from the air. After Hill threw out the amazingly radiant Pokeball, it quickly landed on Kaido's head. A dazzling light enveloped Kaido. In an instant, it became a scene that attracted the attention of countless people. That's a Pokeball. Aokiji looked up, his face moved instantly, and he said in surprise, "Ah la la la. Is Hill planning to subdue Kaido? That Pokeball, is it supposed to be strengthened? Seal is really bold enough to even think about conquering Kaido, and I don't know if he can succeed." He naturally saw the red and white Pokeball on Kaido's head, and the light on it was obviously a light effect that could only be obtained after being strengthened. At least a Pokeball with level +12 or higher. Aokiji's heart is also curious, and even his heart is full of expectations. That was Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and if he could capture it with a Pokeball, it would definitely be a shocking world. A big event remembered by history. The entire Crescent Bay and the coastal plaza were shrouded in the light that the Pokeball said bloomed, as if the bright moonlight was pouring on the earth. Coated with a layer of silver yarn. Attracted everyone's attention. Smoker was stunned, and there was a loud bang in his ears, which was the shocking sound made by Kaido when he fell from the sky into the Crescent Bay. General Malong, is this serious? He actually used the Pokeball to take down the 4 Emperor Kaido. This scene had a strong impact on his brain. He never thought about such a thing at all. Can't even think about it. Smaug was still complacent that he had conquered a huge snow leopard, but he did not expect General Malong to conquer Kaido the beasts directly in front of the whole world. It shattered his worldview. There were also loud exclamations all around, regarding the Pokeball. These navies are naturally very familiar. Thousands of Pokeballs are naturally not enough for 100,000 naval elites. Those who were assigned to the Pokeball and caught the Pokemon were naturally very happy and excited, but they made other navies envious. Everyone in the Navy is proud to own a Pokeball. General Malong will use the Pokeball to conquer Kaido the beasts. It's too bold. If it succeeds, Kaido will be the pet of General Malong in the future. Section 188 _ The strongest creatures of sea, land, and air. Are you going to be the pet of General Malong? What is the strongest creature? Obviously the strongest creature is General Malong. Didn't you see General Malong stepping on Kaido's dragon head with one foot? If General Malong has conquered the beast's Kaido, that would be equivalent to conquering a giant dragon. Wouldn't Kaido become General Malong's exclusive mount in the future? I don't know if I have a chance to ride Kaido, it's not that dragon. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. The entire Navy headquarters was noisy, because such a shocking scene happened under their gaze. World Destroyer Bundy Wald's eyes were full of doubts, listening to the exclamations of the surrounding navies, passing this information. His face became weird and shocked. And then he said in disbelief, how is it possible? Just using a glowing ball like that, do you want to conquer Kaido? It's just whimsical. How could he believe such a thing that destroys the three views? How could such a powerful beast Kaido be subdued by a glowing ball? He would never believe that such a thing would happen anyway. In front of him, Admiral Akainu's eyes flashed a bright light, and he grinned, conquering Kaido. It's really exciting. General Malong. This title is quite suitable for him. Maybe there will be another title in the future, the title of Dragon Knight. He also finds it interesting if Hill can actually take Kaido with the Pokeball. I'm afraid it will become a miracle that countless people talk about. Moreover, that would make Akainu more excited and looking forward to it than killing Kaido. Hill also became the focus of the audience again, with countless people watching him, the Pokeball and Kaido. Hill fell from the sky and couldn't help but gave Kaido's head and feet again. I'm afraid he hasn't completely fainted yet. And these 2 feet also caused Kaido's head to suddenly bulge 2 red, swollen and huge bags. Seeing the fainted Kaido of the beasts lying on the ground in front of him, Hill thought in his heart, I hope to conquer Kaido of the beasts. And the boosting speed of the +15 Pokeball for pets is much higher than that of ordinary animals. The Pokeball. Quote. If you can really conquer Kaido, I wonder if this guy will evolve. The elves in the Pokemon anime can be trained by the trainer to make the elves complete the evolution. Evolve into a more powerful elves. This is also one of the charms of Pokemon. Just like Digimon, when you see the evolution of Digimon, you will always be inexplicably excited. Hill's golden amber eyes reflected a layer of white light, staring intently at Kaido on the ground. Time passed by second by second. It took about a minute or two for Kaido's huge dragon-shaped body to shrink rapidly. See this scene. Hill's face was full of surprise, success. Fuck. The Pokeball can conquer Kaido. In the blink of an eye, Kaido, who was shrinking rapidly, shrank from a huge dragon to a small dragon the size of an eel. Then it was quickly put into the Pokeball. And when Kaido entered the Pokeball turned off automatically. It fell to the ground with a thud. Hill immediately released the white tiger form, and excitedly ran in front of the Pokeball, picking up the glowing Pokeball on the ground. Ha ha ha, I really succeeded, I really put the 4 Emperors Kaido into the Pokeball. Ha ha, I'll be able to ride a dragon later. This dragon is not a dragon, it is definitely not the Dragon King, in the chat group, but has the form of animal, fish and fruit, magical beast, and blue dragon, the beast Kaido. The real big blue dragon. Hill was ecstatic, even happier than winning the 5 million lottery. In my mind, I couldn't help but imagine that I was riding on Kaido. Maxthon. Happy picture. Just don't be too cool. Chapter 189_Qinglong Beast, cute and more online. Hill looked at the Pokeball in his hand, and his eyes were full of surprises. It was an idea in his mind. Since Kaido can be conquered by the Pokeball, people of other races shouldn't have much problem. This thing is really a bit perverted. If it's used to subdue women, I'm afraid it's really awesome. Having a group of wives and concubines is not a dream at all. It is estimated that many old critics will have such evil thoughts and ideas in their hearts, in order to prevent the world order from being destroyed. Hill still did not intend to flow the enhanced Pokeball outside. This kind of good thing, of course, you have to make a fortune by yourself. Thinking of subduing the elves, a yellow and wretched picture appeared in his mind unconsciously. Admiral Kizaru Pulsolino. Immediately, goosebumps developed involuntarily all over the body, and the beautiful fantasy in my mind was completely shattered. Really disgusted. Cough cough. This kind of thinking is impossible, only hateful gay men like wretched uncles. The scene where Kaido is captured into the Pokeball. It completely shocked countless people to the point where they couldn't be added. General Malong. He actually used the Pokeball to conquer it, Kaido. Hina's face was full of shock, and she exclaimed with her mouth wide open. The cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground with a snap, and white smoke rose upward. Hina, shocked. In her heart, an unprecedented monstrous wave hit her heart, and she really did not think about one of the 4 emperors at all. Kaido, the beast known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, is unexpectedly captured by a Pokeball. It was simply too shocking. And the Admiral Sengoku, who was caught in the war, couldn't help but look sideways because of the uproar of the entire naval headquarters. The expression on his face was extremely moving, and he completely lost the style of the calm and intelligent general in the past. It has completely transformed into a middle two style like carp. The big golden Buddha's eyeballs popped out of his eyes, and the big golden eyes were comparable to 24K pure titanium alloy dog eyes. Very shiny. Sengoku couldn't control the strong shock in his heart, and exclaimed, Kaido. Kaido was subdued by Hill with the Pokeball. That guy's Pokeball is so outrageous. He thought that Hill's strength could solve Kaido the Beast's, because the strength displayed by Hill was absolutely certain. But the Warring States period never expected that the writing turned out to be using the Pokeball to directly subdue Kaido. He exclaimed again, this is incredible. This thing feels like it can compete with a perverted strengthening stone. The mind was shocked and lost. The attack of the 3 Doflamingo clones landed on the body of his golden Buddha. Directly kicked the Warring States marshal out. It smashed into a huge pirate ship parked next to it with a bang. Seeing the scene of Kaido being put into the Pokeball, Kizaru, who was paddling in the water, showed a very frightened expression on his wretched face. Is this Pokeball so scary? At the same time, a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. Old man. Why did I have a palpitating and dangerous feeling just now? The heart suddenly contracted violently. Section 189_. But the strange ear felt that it came and went quickly, almost in a flash. Let him not have any clues. Wearing the glowing sunglasses on his wretched face, he twisted his head and looked around the battlefield. With doubts in his heart, this person has almost run away. This old man should be very safe. Not just the Navy. The prisoners who pushed into the city were even more unacceptable. The huge blue dragon disappeared into the ball that was not even the size of a human hand. It just makes them unbelievable. What exactly is that? Why did Kaido disappear into that ball? I've only been locked up in the advanced city for 2 or 3 years. How come the world has changed as soon as I come out? What the hell happened? How can the Navy have such a terrible thing? If you can grab that ball, you will be able to figure out the secret. Chubby, in a dream, that's the 4th Admiral of the Navy. Don't you forget that you were caught by Admiral Akainu. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Some naive prisoners still thought of taking the Pokeball from Hill's hands, but they were ruthlessly poured cold water by some rational pirates. The combat power of the general level is the existence of the nightmare level. Next second. Countless people heard the voice of General Molong. It's up to you, Blue Dragonman, let's be more cute. In Crescent Bay. Hill shouted this sentence very much. After all, it is not a short time to come to this world. The name of the move can also be heard in the ears. So. He shouted this sentence without any sense of shame, and even countless people in the naval headquarters did not feel the slightest sense of disobedience. This world is such a drop of secondary school. He pressed the switch on the Pokeball in his hand. Snapped. The Pokeball opened like a shell, and a green eel, the size of an eel, flew out of the Pokeball. The body keeps getting bigger and bigger in the air. Afterwards, it turned into a huge dragon, which Hill couldn't predict, but at least it had to be hundreds of meters long. Kaido flying in the sky is a little confused. What the hell is going on? Did I have a dream? He clearly remembered that he was knocked unconscious by Admiral Molong, but why is he still in the air now? And everyone looked at themselves with such strange eyes. What do you mean? It always feels like something is wrong. There were bursts of exclamations in Kaido's ears, which instantly made his brain feel a little dead, and the whole person looked at the Navy elites and pirates exclaiming in the coastal plaza at a loss. Kaido was summoned by Admiral Molong. Could it be that Kaido has really become the pet of Admiral Molong of the Navy? From now on, is Kaido going to be the mount of General Molong? Why is that glowing ball able to take Kaido in and out? Captain, Lord Kaido came out. I thought that I would never see Lord Kaido in my life. Lord Kaido would definitely be able to take us out of here. Why does General Molong have such a strange thing? What's the use of Kaido being able to put it in and put it out? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. All kinds of strange voices made Kaido feel at a loss. I was summoned by Molong. I'm Admiral Molong's pet. I am the mount of General Molong, how come I don't know? Kaido was instantly furious, and a flaming flame rose from those golden eyes. I couldn't help opening the dragon's mouth and roared angrily, what are you kidding? I'm the strongest creature in the world, Kaido the Beast. How could it be Admiral Molong's pet? I'm going to kill all of you nasty bastards. Chapter 190_Collapsed Beast Kaido. HS. Seeing this scene, Navy Chief Instructor Zephyr couldn't help taking a deep breath. Kaido was really summoned by Hill with a Pokeball. Then, his face was full of strong doubts and incomprehension. Even more worried, with a very complicated expression, Kaido seems to be sane, can't even the Pokeball be able to control Kaido? In that case, wouldn't Kaido be locked in the Pokeball? Seeing that Kaido still has self-awareness, Zephyr's heart couldn't help but worry. The difference between a tamed beast and a wild beast is still huge. Besides Zephyr, Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel also frowned, then stretched out and said, since the Pokeball can hold Kaido away, the Pokeball will keep him locked up. It might be a good idea to deal with Kaido later. The Ghost Spider also said, it's still not certain whether Kaido was domesticated by that magical Pokeball, you all know it. The beasts that enter the Pokeball can all obey their master's orders. But he is Kaido of the Beast. I don't know if there will be any special situation. Although looking at Kaido's appearance now, they can still have a clear self-awareness and previous memories, but they are not sure that General Malong will definitely subdue Kaido. The lens turns. Among the fleeing beast pirates, Plague Quinn had a look of surprise on his face. The moment Kaido was put into the Pokeball just now, he seemed to feel that the sky was falling. Now see Kaido's appearance and the same violent temper as always. As if seeing hope, he opened his black mouth with a cigar in his mouth, and said excitedly, "Great, Lord Kaido has finally appeared. What the Navy said about pets, mounts, etc. really scared me." Plague Quinn is really hard to imagine if Kaido, the captain of the beast pirates, was treated as a pet and mount by Admiral Malong. The beliefs of most of the beast pirates will collapse. How could Lord Kaido become the pet of Admiral Malong of the Navy? I think that glowing ball is just a restraint function. Drought Jack said angrily. His eyes were full of intense excitement. In his view, Beast Kaido is the invincible man in this world. He was injured by Admiral Malong of the Navy before, but it was only careless. Now, Lord Kaido will definitely use all his strength to deal with Admiral Malong. Drought Jack was full of fascinated confidence in Kaido, and his mouth with the steel mask even let out a permeating laughter. What General Malong, Lord Kaido will definitely. It's just that before he finished speaking, his eyes widened suddenly, showing a horrified and incredible expression on his face. An unbelievable, high-octave voice came out of his mouth. Nah. Ni. Epidemic Quinn and Drought Jack on the side also have the same expressions, except that Drought Jack wears a steel mask on his mouth and cannot see his mouth. But the Epidemic Quinn didn't wear it. He opened his mouth wide and exclaimed, "What's going on?" Kaido, Lord Kaido, seems to be listening to General Malong's orders. Seeing the picture in the sky, he felt that the world collapsed suddenly. The cigar in his mouth also fell to the ground unconsciously with his wide-open mouth. Section 190_. In their sight, Kaido transformed into a huge blue dragon. Kaido actually fell from the sky in front of General Malong. Then he put his head on the ground. As the Admiral reached out and stroked, it turned out there was no resistance. And the next second, what shocked and horrified all the members of the Beast Pirates even more happened. Admiral Malong stepped on Kaido's head and climbed on top of the dragon's head. Time passed to more than 10 seconds ago. Looking at Kaido who was roaring furiously in the sky, Hill was also a little surprised. Is this Pokeball not working? How cute does it feel that there is no change at all? The bewildering scene made him even think that his Pokeball was just semi-successful. Cute, calm down, Hill tried to command Kaido in the sky. Next second, Kaido actually flew down from the sky. Even Kaido himself had a horrified expression on his face, and even shouted loudly, "What's going on? Why is Lao Su's body out of control?" His voice was full of fear of unknown power, and he couldn't help shouting hysterically at General Malong, "Hey! Little devil! What the hell did you do to Lao Su? Why is Lao Su's body out of control?" He said no, but Kaido's body honestly flew down from the sky and appeared in front of Hill. Kaido's dragon face was full of fear and anger, and he couldn't help shouting, "I'm going to kill you." He immediately prepared to control his body to attack, but inexplicably and confusedly, he couldn't control his body at all. Kaido was dumbfounded. Confused. In his heart, he roared wildly, "What's going on? Ah!" He felt like he was going crazy. Looking at Admiral Malong with a bright smile in front of him, he even wanted to die. Being watched by countless people, he really felt that his heart was about to shatter. The heart is extremely broken. Hill smiled and looked at Kaido in front of him, and he was very happy. It seems that the Pokeball is really useful, but Kaido has to take care of it. Then he immediately ordered to Kaido, "You are so cute, keep your mouth shut." Then, Kaido in front of him really obediently closed his mouth. Of course, ignore Kaido's murderous and crazy eyes. His eyes seemed to want to swallow Hill alive, and he wished to slash Hill in 1,000 pieces to vent his hatred. Just like eating people. But Hill didn't care so much, and ordered excitedly, you put your head on the ground. After Kaido's head was on the ground, Hill jumped and landed on Kaido's nose. At this time, Kaido's eyes were fixed on Hill, as if a funny Erha stared at cross-eyed. The picture is very funny. However, Hill walked towards Kaido's head regardless, and smiled happily. It's so cute, you will be my Hill's mount from now on. Don't worry, with me, no one in this world can bully you. Bastard, you are bullying me. Kaido couldn't open his mouth, but cursed wildly in his heart. I must kill you. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. He cursed thousands of times in his heart, but he still couldn't stop Hill from stepping on his face and walking to the top of his head. Immediately, Kaido felt that the world was dark, and his heart was instantly unlovable, just like a cat and a puppy who had been castrated. Desperate for the world like never before. I almost felt like my brain was congested and I was about to faint. The biggest insult in my life appeared. Lao Tzu's strongest creature, Kaido, became someone else's mount. What a shame. At this moment, he really wanted to die. It seems to be 100. P.S. Group 697-402-207. P.S. Group 697-402-207. There will be red envelopes on the 21st in the group. There are really young ladies in the group, they look good. All are super beauties. That is, the speed of everyone's driving is always unpredictable, and they even greet each other kindly with, perverts. Why? As a normal person, I seem a little out of place. In order for them to find themselves back, please bring some normal people to join in. Welcome everyone, I love you Tilda. Chapter 191_Elf Trainer appears. Hill stood directly above Kaido's forehead, with his hands behind his back. Stand tall and see far. Kaido's head is also several meters tall, and with Hill's height of about 3 meters, it still allows him to see quite far. Get a panoramic view of the entire coast plaza. He opened his mouth and gave an order to Kaido. Cute so much, fly into the air. Use your skill heat to attack the people of the beast pirates. At this moment, Hill seemed to have really become a trainer, but he was not on a high platform. Rather, Kaido's brain door. Under Hill's order, Kaido reluctantly flew into the air and flew straight towards the beast pirates. Standing on Kaido's forehead, Hill looked down at the whole world. A different kind of pride and domineering rose in my heart. This is the real list of mountains and small mountains. My arrival has changed the world. Although I'm not a bad guy, the pirate world is a dream in my heart after all. Then let him be different. The corner of his mouth raised a confident smile, and he finally felt a solid sense of security. Because this is the invincibility he desires. He also knew that this was just the beginning. The wind whistled in his ears, blowing the naval justice cloak on Hill's body. It took more than 10 seconds to catch up with the escaped army of the beast pirates. Looking at the majestic beast Kaido in the sky, the members of the beast pirates only had endless fear in their hearts, because there was still a person standing above Kaido's head. The 4th Admiral of the Navy, Moron Hill. Section 191_. Kaido's eyes were full of anger and pain, but he couldn't control himself at all. Open the huge and hideous dragon mouth. The airflow in the air quickly surged into his mouth. Heat breath. The monstrous flames raged, forming a terrifying pillar of flame that erupted from Kaido's mouth in the sky. The hot air waves swept in all directions in an instant, devouring the lives of hundreds of members of the beast pirates, all burned to ashes. The wailing and screams of the beast pirates resounded throughout the coastal plaza, making countless Navy scalps numb and horrified. Master Kaido, stop it. We are your subordinates. Captain Kaido, didn't you say you would take us to conquer the world? It's so hot. It hurts. Why did Lord Kaido attack us? Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Many members of the Beast Pirates were covered in violently burning flames, screaming and rolling on the ground, trying to put out the flames on their bodies. Someone jumped straight into the sea with a thud. More pirates died directly under Kaido's heat breath. The terrifying fiery flames swept across hundreds of square meters, like a sea of fire. However, some people still survived in the flames, or beasts. Strangely colored, bloated and winged, lizard dragons, appeared in the sea of fire. That is the person who strengthens the artificial devil fruit ability of +1-2, almost a dozen or so. The size of each lizard dragon is extremely huge, almost dozens of meters. One after another, terrifying lizard dragons emerged from the sea of fire, and those who strengthened the +12 inches artificial devil fruit ability could not even destroy the heat breath of Kaido of the Four Emperors and Beasts. It shows the strength of these capable people. The 100 Beast Pirates are really a zoo. There are all kinds of strange creatures. Hill couldn't help but complain, being able to withstand Kaido's attack is already very good. Even the main character in the anime was defeated by Kaido with a mace. The combat power collapsed a bit completely. Hill continued to order, "Go cute and tear those monsters to pieces." After speaking, he jumped down from the sky and handed everything over to Kaido. Gently landed on the coast square, Dasichi also quickly ran towards Hill and said eagerly, "General Malong, that fairy bean is amazing. It's really possible to treat seriously injured people. Does General Malong still have that kind of thing?" She witnessed with her own eyes that a dying Navy soldier was brought back to life by Shondo, and her heart was full of endless joy. Every time she saves a life, her heart is filled with the joy of saving. Yes. Hill nodded, and continued to pick up a lot of fairy beans from the immortal bean tree, in the space ring, and even found a box in the space ring. At least there are tens of thousands of fairy beans. Then he took the box out of the space ring and said, "Take these and use them. If you are too busy alone, let the other Navy soldiers join you." Hill also shouted to the other naval elites around him, "Don't be stunned, come and help together." He looked around. Scenes and scenes were reflected in his perception, the dead Whitebeard Edward Newgate, the dead Fire Fist Ace, Barrett, Foil Beasta and other pirates he knew well. He murmured alone, "Everyone else has escaped, but they can escape the first year of the first year, but they can't escape the 15th. The battle was still won by the Navy. The situation of the loss, Hill does not know for the time being. Now, the war was coming to an end, and the only ones who resisted fiercely were the prisoners who had escaped from the city. However, under the pacifist troops and Malong mecha troops led by Admiral Akainu, Aokiji and Zon Taomaru, they were also quickly annihilated. By this time, the level of slaughter became more intense, and many pirates' inner despair erupted with unprecedented strength and courage. Exploded. It also caused a lot of trouble for the Navy. Hill also joined the battlefield, annihilating the remaining pirates with the Navy, minimizing the casualties of the Navy. He suddenly remembered something. "I don't seem to sense Sabo. Could it be that he was rescued?" In his mind, he summoned the Zanpakuto Senbon Sakura. Under the call of his mind, Chinbun Sakura quickly flew to Hill's hands, through the transmission of ideas and soul information. Hill also knew what was going on. The tyrant Bartholomew Bear used his own life to create a chance for Sabo to escape, and Mori, the commander of the Western Army, took Sabo to escape from the ground. "Forget it, just run away. I don't know how the Warring States Marshal will arrange the Navy next." Hill did not have much regret for Sabo who escaped. He is also a miserable man. There are too many tragedies in the world. Where does he manage? Let's leave the rest to the Admiral Sengoku. Chapter 192 Chapter on Nutrient-Free Water. Night. The laboratory was gone, and Hill could only go to the G1 base of the New World Navy with the naval warship. A good night's sleep. The next day. Hill didn't know how long he had slept. He often lived alone in the laboratory, and he often had no concept of day and night. Basically, he sleeps when he is sleepy, and is busy making various technological items when he wakes up. There's very little time to stop. After taking a leisurely wash, Hill sat on the sofa bored. The 4 Emperor pirates only have the Red Hair pirates and the Big Mom pirates. Should the Navy take action after a period of rest? Offense and defense are 2 completely different ways of warfare, but the planning for this kind of thing will naturally be formulated by professional people. For example, Sengoku, Lieutenant General Crane and some other admirals discussed together. After sitting for a while, Hill decided to go out for a walk. Put on a black suit, put on the cloak of justice, and walked out of the room. The strong sunlight was a bit dazzling. Hill stretched out his hand to block his eyebrows, compared to Marine Fando of the Navy headquarters. There is almost no civilian area of the Navy G1 branch, and it is completely a war fortress. Because of the New World, there are dangers everywhere. Turning on the domineering innate knowledge, Hill also noticed the position of the warring States Marshal and others. With his hands in his trouser pockets, he walked towards his destination. General Malong. General Malong. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Along the way, Hill received the admiration and attention of countless naval soldiers. One by one, their bodies were facing him with a military salute. Hill also began to slowly accept this feeling of being admired and worshipped, and he became a naval hero in the hearts of the Navy. Seeing these Navy soldiers, he seemed to see the self who was experimenting hard in the laboratory. A little scientist who turns day and night upside down in order to gain great power. Hurry is the time of February and March. The world has changed dramatically, and every Navy's face is filled with excitement and joy. The unprecedented huge victory made all of them see the hope of eliminating the pirates. Section 192_. Naturally, the thoughts in these Navy's hearts were also clearly perceived by Hill's natural knowledge, and a strong sense of honor and happiness rose in his heart. Justice seems to be pretty good too. Hill raised his mouth and continued to move forward. Navy G1 branch meeting room. In front of a long square table, the warring states said with great enthusiasm, "Next, we will do our best to expand the number of Pokeballs. Use beasts and sea kings to deal with pirates. The territory of Whitebeard and Kaido of the beasts must be taken down as soon as possible. I have already arranged for Sakazuki and Aokiji to act separately. Never let those territories fall into the hands of pirates again. The Navy will also add some naval branches in the New World." Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. A bunch of decisions came out of the warring states' mouths and were recorded in the book by the recorder. From time to time, other navies also share some of their opinions. All the admirals are a little excited and looking forward, because the next sea will usher in the naval era. And no longer the previous era of pirates. Or the era of Whitebeard. The camera returns to the East China Sea. At the port of Windmill Town, a naval warship unexpectedly ushered in today. This Navy warship has the appearance of a dog's head. On the deck, Vice Admiral Bogart reported from behind Carp. This is the battle report from the Navy headquarters. As he spoke, he walked to Garp's side and handed the document in his hand to Garp. Carp's face was solemn, because Bogart was someone who knew his character and always told himself the news directly. And not in the form of documents to let their own eyes see. "Grandpa, let me go. I'm going back to save Ace. I'm going back to save Sabo. Grandpa, let go of me." On the deck, Luffy, who was sleepy like a mummy, kept wriggling, like a soft tissue creature crawling on the ground. The sound of shackles and chains clattered, and the chains containing the sea tower stone made Luffy weak, but he continued to struggle. He kept yelling at people to let them go. Carp stretched out his pinky finger and scratched his ear, then looked down at the report on the file. Suddenly, he squeezed the document tightly with his fingers, causing the paper document to be wrinkled. Tick! A tear fell on the document, wetting the white paper and smearing a circular watermark. Those were Carp's tears. Seeing the tears streaming down his grandfather's eyes, Luffy's face suddenly turned pale. The struggle was greater, tinkling on the deck. In his mouth, he shouted in pain, "Grandpa! Grandpa! How is Ace? And Sabo? How are they all? Grandpa! Tell me quickly." Luffy was anxious like an ant on a hot pan, eager to hear about Ace and Sabo. "Ace is dead." Garp seemed to have exhausted all his strength to say these words, and the whole burly body kept shaking. A tear the size of a bean fell on the document, and the entire document was smeared and completely soaked. Garp gritted his teeth and sobbed softly. And Luffy, who heard the news, lost his luster in his eyes for a few years. His eyes became dull, and finally his eyes became hot, and tears flowed out. Ah! Ah! Luffy burst into tears, lying flat on the cold and damp deck, looking up at the sky. Tears flowed down the corners of his eyes and into his ears. The clouds in the sky seemed to have turned into Ace at this moment. The inner defense line collapsed and disintegrated in an instant, grief-stricken. At this time, the residents of Windmill Town were also screamed at the port, and the cries of grief were alarmed. In addition, they already knew about Ace's execution, and they were very concerned about Ace's ending in the Navy headquarters at the first time. The villagers standing in the high places could see the situation on the ship clearly. Makino couldn't help covering her mouth with her hand, and burst into tears. Woo! The two brothers Ace and Luffy were both grown up by her, and their relationship was very deep. The impact of this war is still spreading and fermenting. In the meeting room of the G1 branch, Hill's very surprised exclamation sounded, "What? Let me be this admiral." Chapter 193_New Technology, Gourmet Tablecloth Plus. Hill was really shocked by the proposal of the Warring States Marshal. Staring at the Warring States Marshal in the center of the conference room, he immediately opened his mouth and firmly refused, "I will not be this admiral. I don't know anything. Wouldn't it be a mess for me to be this admiral? I definitely won't agree." Not only does he not handle those official duties, but he also does not want to be delayed by heavy official duties. This will greatly limit your freedom. The seemingly majestic position of admiral is just a more troublesome job for Hill. Warring States had already expected that Hill would refuse, and said earnestly, "The handling of official duties, you can learn it slowly. You can become the admiral after you learn it. Now you are the only one in the Navy. No one has any objection. Others do not have the prestige and excellence of yours." The idea in his mind was to let Aokiji be the admiral, but when he mentioned it in the conference room, but it was opposed by some admirals. After thinking about it, he hit the idea on Hill, and Hill learns things faster at his age. "Yes, we have no opinion on this proposal of the Warring States Marshal." Vice Admiral Ghost Spider spoke first and chose to support Hill. Lieutenant General Huo Shaoshan with a cigar in his mouth also supported Hill and said, "If Hill becomes the Admiral of the Navy, the name alone will be able to deter countless pirates." At the top of the war, Hill's terrifying strength and sturdy record were broadcast to the world through live broadcasts. He first killed the world's most powerful swordsman, Hawkeye, then defeated Barrett, known as the Heir of the Devil, and finally conquered Kaido in front of the whole world. Let Kaido become Hill's pet from now on. Using fairy beans to save thousands of Navy elites. Not to mention the previous Pluto Rayleigh, and the effects of various technologies that allow the Navy to fight on the top. The Navy won an unprecedented victory. The other admirals also echoed the road, agreeing with the decision of the Warring States period. But how could Hill accept such an arrangement, and said firmly, "I won't be the admiral of the Navy, and my next focus will be on scientific research." Section 193_. And after a while, I'm going to take a vacation for a while to travel. He has already made the next plans and arrangements for himself. He needs to make the somersault cloud, which is not far from unlocking the next technology. As long as the number of Pokeballs is completed, the next technology can be unlocked, and the technology can be sorted out at that time. He was going to travel around the world. So far, he has also been to the Chambord Islands, or because of catching pirates. He wanted to see the mermaids of Fishman Island and the winged beauties in the sky, and he even wanted to see the very famous, Happy Street, in the One Piece world. Mention technology. Warring States was also stunned for a moment, suddenly smiled and said, "Indeed, if any technology can be invented in the future, it will also be a good thing for the Navy." Then let me think about it again. Almost forgot what Hill is best at, technological invention. He went on to say, the experimental machinery supplies that had been brought in from Marin Vando were all in the G1 branch, and the laboratory had been built long before the war. Let someone take you there later. Hill was a little surprised, but he didn't expect that he had already thought about the transfer before the Warring States period. Then he nodded and left the meeting room. Under the leadership of the soldiers, he came to his own new laboratory. He also started making Pokeballs and somersault clouds with all his heart. A few days later. Congratulations to the host for completing the Pokeball making task and unlocking a new technology, gourmet tablecloth. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Unlock new technology, virtual helmet. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the sound of the long-lost system broadcast, Hilton looked surprised and said excitedly, "This time, I have unlocked two technologies at once. It's so cool." He also thought that the technology unlocked this time was the same as before, there was only one technology. The result turned out to be a double-yolked egg. Gourmet tablecloth, I have an impression of this. Hill's eyes lit up. A prop from the world of Doraemon. Gourmet tablecloth, also known as gourmet tablecloth, gourmet napkin, etc. The shape is like a tablecloth on an ordinary family. And its function is to generate all kinds of food out of thin air. Just say the name of the food you want to eat, and the tablecloth will change the food. The conjured food is real. Totally free. Unlimited offers. As soon as he mentioned food, Hill immediately thought of the food cells contained in his body, and had an idea in his mind, if you use strengthening stones to strengthen this food tablecloth. I wonder if you can make all kinds of food in the captive of food. When I was watching anime at that time, the various previews in the film were always open-minded and told about all kinds of strange food. Throughout the year there are trees with delicious shrimp and crab meat, springs that flow out an endless stream of fragrant brandy, and so on. And there are all kinds of high-grade ingredients in it, such as century soup, rainbow fruit, gem meat, scale wine of Carlsberg. Thinking about it made Hill's stomach quiver for a while, feeling hungry. Hilton decided, this thing has to come out. Whether it's for self-satisfaction or for the benefit of the world, the benefits of this thing are beyond imagination. With this thing, you don't have to worry about food transportation, storage, and production. It is also very convenient to carry and does not take up space. You can directly use the food tablecloth to make ready-made, eat as much as you want. And there is no need to worry about not enough food, there is a steady supply. A gourmet tablecloth can be used for 3 generations, the kind that is still there when you go. Gourmet tablecloth, the total cost of making is 1 million Bailey. Close black lens bracket. Seeing the production cost, Hill laughed and sighed, it's really cheap, it's a blessing for foodies. Then he began to investigate another unlocked technological, virtual helmet. And this helmet immediately reminded Hill of the virtual game helmet in countless online game novels. Such a virtual and real game is simply cool. It's just a slap in the face of some MOBAs such as King Pesticide, as well as some large-scale 3D games. I wonder if this virtual helmet is different from the virtual helmet in the novel. Hill immediately began to accept the installation of scientific and technological knowledge from the system, and he enjoyed it like a god. Let him understand the role of this virtual helmet. Chapter 194-Virtual Helmet. Function 1. Turn on the virtual battle function, and fully reproduce the physical strength and various abilities of the user. Ability to conduct battle training in a virtual world. Function 2. Game entertainment mode. Will enter a fictional game world. Isn't this equivalent to being used for military simulation exercises, combat training, and entertainment games? Hill was also a little happy. The technology in this world is heavily biased, with laser weapons, clone soldiers, artificial devil fruits, robotic soldiers, and more. Some things can't be achieved even in previous lives that focus on science, but there are many things that are far beyond this world. For example, common mobile phones, computers, farther planes, missiles. Hill smiled. I think people in this world will like this virtual helmet. Playing games is also a very happy thing. He also checked the production cost of the virtual helmet in his mind, 1 million Bailey each. One can bring in 100,000 points. Not expensive. Go and make a virtual helmet now. That guy Luffy should have been brought back to Windmill Village by Garp. If he has this helmet, I don't know if that guy will give up his dream of One Piece. Become UGIO. The domination game is also good. After it's done, I will send 2 to Garp and Luffy, ha ha ha. The price is unexpectedly cheap, and the gourmet tablecloth is only 1 million Baileys. It's a price that ordinary people can afford to pay. Hill is full of energy now, and 3 good things, somersault cloud, gourmet tablecloth, and virtual helmet, must be made quickly. Now that there are more and more technologies, do you want to find some help? Suddenly, the laboratory doorbell rang. Hill walked to the front door and opened the laboratory door, like an automatic rolling shutter. The door slowly rose. He also saw the person outside the laboratory door. The man was very thin, as if he had only bones. Looking bad again. The organs of the face are very unevenly distributed. Dr. Vegapunk. Hill greeted. Why are you here? Appearing outside the door of the laboratory is the Vegapunk of the Naval Science Force, and beside Dr. Vegapunk is a beautiful girl, Ain. With the relocation of the laboratory, Ain also moved to the new factory with the factory employees. Hill was also somewhat surprised. Section 194 Hill, Dr. Vegapunk called out this title somewhat unfamiliarly, because people usually call him Doctor. Now, for the first time in years, he called someone else Drive. Feeling a little awkward and unnatural in his heart, he continued, I came to see the doctor this time. I want to study with the doctor together. I've tried countless ways and can't crack your invention. Ain on the side also took the opportunity to say, Dr. Hill, I also want to enter your laboratory and do experiments and research with you. Good guy, it really was dozing off and someone handed him a pillow. With the current strength of Hill, there is no need to worry at all, and he does not intend to tell all the technological secrets to Vegapunk and Ain in front of him. And gourmet tablecloths, virtual helmets, and some of the manufacturing techniques for these things can be taught to 2 people. Because this thing is not very helpful for combat effectiveness. Hill smiled and agreed, okay, but we need to build another laboratory next to the Navy. I will teach you something, and the factory production, etc., will be handed over to you. Now that the number of technologies is gradually increasing, he is not too busy alone. On the contrary, some uncritical technologies can be appropriately shared, so that the 2 can help them speed up the production progress. Earn points. Really? Ain's pair of beautiful eyes instantly heated up, and tears welled up from his lower eyes. He said in surprise, Doctor, I will definitely live up to your expectations. Incomparably excited, Doctor was finally moved by his sincerity. Great, if combined with your science and technology, Doctor, I will definitely be able to achieve a major breakthrough in the level of technology. Vegapunk looked surprised. Although he admitted that the hill in front of him was indeed far superior in science and technology, he also had his own confidence. As long as you master more technology, with your own ingenuity, you can definitely expand and extend other technologies. Vegapunk looked at Dr. Hill with starry eyes, and asked a little excitedly, "Doctor, when can you start teaching us?" Ain next to him also looked at Hill with big jewel-like eyes full of anticipation. "Let's talk about it when the laboratory is built. Don't worry, it will be built soon." Hill told them the current time. After saying hello, he closed the laboratory and started researching new technologies. 2 days later. The virtual helmet is finally completed. The simulation helmet has the function of virtual battle training, so that I can accurately know my strength through training. Hill smiled slightly. The reason why he didn't train at all was because he was worried that the movement would be too big and the destructive power would be too great. Now with the simulated battle function of the virtual helmet, there is no need to worry at all. What appeared on the test bench was what looked like a motorcycle helmet, but the front goggles became opaque, something like VR glasses. Hill took out the strengthening stone from the space ring. Everything can be strengthened, no matter what it is, let's strengthen it first. The things that you use must be strengthened, and it is not necessary for others to use them. Take out the strengthening stone. Take out the horse charm and start strengthening it all the way to 15. Even with the blessing of the Arima talisman, strengthening to +15 still cost Hill hundreds of strengthening stones. Heartache. 1 or 2 more reinforcements, it is not enough to let Hill's family have to pay for it. Hill also tried to restore the failed enhancement stone with the horse charm. He thought that he could strengthen it infinitely. In fact, the strengthening stone was indeed restored, but it lost its strengthening effect. In short, it was turned into a waste stone. After strengthening, Hill put the glowing virtual helmet on his head without hesitation. After wearing, the sound of electronic machinery came clearly in my ears. Open black lens bracket consciousness is connecting. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket body scan. Close black lens bracket. The visual sensory connection is successful. Close black lens bracket. Successful connection of limbs and senses. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket consciousness connection is successful. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket virtual helmet connection is successful. Close black lens bracket. Immediately after, the world that was originally dark with eyes closed suddenly changed. A vast starry sky appeared. In front of Hill, 2 different vortex gates also appeared. Above the whirlpool gate like a nebula on the left is a reminder of virtual battles, and above the whirlpool gate on the right is a reminder of the game world. Walking in the starry sky, there is no feeling of weightlessness. Hill walked into the virtual battle whirlpool gate on the left. Chapter 195_strengthen the +20 demon sword. The scene in front of him suddenly turned upside down. Just a brief moment. Hill appeared in an ancient ruin. Looking at the scene in front of him, he exclaimed in surprise, "Crystal base." In front of him is a base similar to the one in the game. Lots of blue crystals radiate light. And standing in the same place, he felt that his body was full of energy and he was refreshed. Isn't this spring water? Forget it. It doesn't matter, it's the same with a single machine anyway. Hill walked away from the spring and felt the power in his body. It was indeed scanned in all directions by the virtual helmet. Perfect replica. Shaved. The next second, Hill's body exerted a little strength. With a swoosh, he disappeared. Suddenly appearing 100 meters away, Hill said to himself, "It is indeed a perfect reproduction of the power of the body. It can indeed play a role in training, and for naval recruits, it is a good place for actual combat. For some generals, they can also fight against each other. Such a function can completely avoid the injury and accidental injury caused by real training. You can fight whatever you want here. does not bring damage to the body of the virtual helmet user. Hill looked at the sky and said to himself, below. Just see if the ability can be used in this space. The law of heaven and earth. His body instantly began to swell and grow bigger. 10 meters. 20 meters. 50 meters. 70 meters. 100 meters. Soon Hill completely turned into a giant like a mountain, looking down on the entire land. Unobscured. Most of the area was clearly visible in an instant. Section 195_. This is the map in the MOBA game, the upper, middle and lower 3 roads, as well as the sentry tower. There are also wild areas. Hill smiled. This map. I really miss it. For such a simulated battle, you can set up 2 sides. It's pretty good. You can get some and give it to Zephyr and let him use it for training. In addition to the gravity training room, the Navy will definitely not lack mid-level combat power in the future. If there are talented seedlings, they can quickly grow into generals. Awareness, combat experience, and physical training are performed with virtual helmets and gravity training rooms, respectively. Perfect combination. Hill also began to experiment recklessly. The 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and a punch was thrown. The air between heaven and earth vibrated violently, and the sound of howling and howling of the wind was extremely harsh. The stalwart giant punched out, causing a thunderous explosion in the air. Boom! The monsters in the wild area were frightened and ran away. Big trees rose from the ground and flew in the air. It's really powerful, if you add the bull spell. Hill was very satisfied with the power of this punch. Excitedly, a set of military boxing came directly. Destroy the surrounding trees and the earth. He also began to test the power of his various skills. Turtle School Qigong. Golden Light Curse. One sword separates the world. Quote katakana middle dot 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 quote. Hours later. Hill exited the virtual helmet, and the virtual world receded like a tide. There was darkness in front of him. Huh. Hill was a little surprised. Can the training effect in the virtual world be brought to reality? Then think about it. No, it should be the reason for strengthening +15, which can bring my training results in the virtual space to reality. Hill understands that it is the virtual helmet that strengthens +15 to have such a magical function. He also looked up at the time on the wall. I've been in there for about 4 or 5 hours, and it's only been over an hour now. That is, the time between the real world and the virtual world is about 1 to 3. Quote. And my spirit is still relatively full, as if I have slept, so this thing can completely replace sleep. Hill laughed. It's really good stuff. Do business during the day and sleep at night. This guy, Pelusalino, should like it the most. You don't have to be bored at work, just wear a virtual helmet and play. And Kuzan likes to sleep too, don't know if he likes it or not. He put the glowing virtual helmet on the test bench and had his first experience. The production speed of the second virtual helmet is much faster, and the third one is even faster. And this time. In the Holy Land Mary Joa. It was a very dimly lit room, and the curtains were drawn, leaving only a gap to let in the light. On the cold floor of this room. There was a woman lying down, with a bumpy figure, but her towering chest rose and fell rapidly. Weakly opened his lips and said tremblingly, I can't. Already, it can't be strengthened anymore. The woman lying on the ground was indeed Baccarat, the lucky fruit power user. Her entire face was as pale as paper, and she couldn't see any blood. Sweat was all over his body, and a pool of water stains smeared on the floor. And standing in front of him is the 5 bald-headed 5 old star 5 elders. There is no trace of the first-generation demon sword ghost in his hands. The 5th elder looked at the woman lying on the ground with a grim expression, a red light flashed in his eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Not enough. Not enough. Far from enough. His words seemed to be superimposed on 2 voices. Seems a bit hoarse and confusing. And the words of the fifth elder were very strange, as if they were not speaking to Baccarat on the ground. But speak to yourself. Hearing the words of the fifth elder, Baccarat, who was collapsed on the ground, instantly trembled and twitched uncontrollably. His pale face was full of horror, and he controlled his body to wriggle on the ground. I want to stay away from this devil in front of me. An extremely frightening voice came out of his mouth, and his tone trembled extremely violently. No. Even if it is to extract. The luck of extracting more people. Not enough. It can't continue to strengthen at all. Although her body is moving, it is like a snail, and the strength in her body has long been drained. Baccarat's face is not only pale to describe, her skin is like shriveled fruit, turning towards a withered yellow color. The originally bright and shiny orange hair has also become dull, dry and split ends, and it is a mess. That was her strengthening the demon sword ghost, at the cost of her life. No, no, no. The fifth elder immediately denied it, took 1 or 2 steps forward, and walked in front of Baccarat. The gap in the curtains in the room shone in, and the gap just shone on his face. In an instant, Baccarat was in a cold sweat. The eyes of the 5 elders of the 5 old stars have completely turned black, and even the white part of the eyes has become pitch black. The exact opposite of white eyes. It's so dark it's heart palpitating, it's so dark it's heart-wrenching. Even the light that shone in couldn't make his black eyes appear a little bit of white light. Eyeless eyes stared at Baccarat on the ground, and the corners of his mouth grinned. It's not enough. Strengthening plus 20 is not enough. Continue to strengthen. Chapter 196_Demon Sword Ghost. I want to create a sword clan. Enhancing plus 20 is not enough. As the 5 elders of Wu Laoxing spoke, wisps of black smoke began to emerge from the whole body and merged into the dim room. On the arms, on the feet, on the shoulders, on the top of the head. The black smoke wafting from these places gradually condensed into a pitch-black evil spirit. Jia ha ha ha. Come on. Continue to strengthen. The pitch-black evil spirit swung towards Baccarat with claws and claws, almost face-to-face with her. The hideous face made the pupils in Baraka's eyes rapidly shrink into a dot, and the cold sweat wetted her dry hair tightly against her cheeks. Yao Dao Gush suddenly got closer, and whispered into her ear, "You have no choice." The hoarse voice made Baccarat's whole body stand up, and her body trembled uncontrollably, shaking like a sieve. Section 196_. The fifth elder also took advantage of the situation to pick up Baccarat's cold hand and handed a strengthening stone into her hand. Waiting for Baccarat to struggle to react. The evil ghost transformed into a demon sword, Goosh, and unexpectedly crashed into the strengthening stone on his own accord. The dark room suddenly became brighter. Don't! Baccarat shouted in horror, subconsciously wanting to throw the strengthening stone in her hand. But a big hand tightly clamped her wrist and pressed her hand to the ground. No. Impossible. Impossible to strengthen the success. Let me go. Baccarat begged for mercy from the 5 old stars, but the 5 elders of the 5 old stars were completely indifferent. The light of the strengthening stone is blooming. Like a bright star in the dark. Little by little, the strengthening stone began to merge into the demon sword ghost, and Baccarat's body was rapidly shrinking like a balloon that had been sucked out of air. No, no, no. Don't. Stop. Baccarat's voice began to become weak, and the intermittent voice was full of despair. She could feel her life force passing quickly. On the blade of the first-generation demon sword Goosh, which was as sharp as a mirror, the face of an evil spirit appeared, with a wide-open mouth and a sinister laughter. At the same time, the body of the 5 bald-headed 5 elders is also rapidly withering. His powerful vitality and physical strength are also rapidly disappearing. But he didn't seem to know anything about the passing of his life. His face didn't change at all, he was completely like a walking corpse without feeling. Time just passed by minute by minute. Puff! The bald-headed 5 old star suddenly fell to the ground, and the whole person suddenly scattered into skeletons in horror. The round skull rolls like a ball on the ground. No. Bacara's entire face was as thin as firewood, with only a pair of bloodshot eyeballs left. A word popped out of her mouth, and she couldn't say the rest. The blade of Yao Dao Gush began to tremble violently. Creepy laughter echoed in this empty room. To strengthen the success. I am the king of this world. What I am. What the navy. The 4 emperors will all submit to my ghostly feet. That ghost figure was swimming happily like a fish on the blade. The light of the strengthening stone is gradually weakening, because most of the strengthening stone has been integrated into the blade of Yao Dao Gush. After a few seconds, the strengthening stone was completely integrated into the blade. Jia ha ha ha, finally succeeded. Enhanced +2-1. My strength has increased several times, which is awesome. The demon Saber Gush, who was lying flat on the ground, suddenly rose from the ground and was suspended in the air. Immediately after, the body of Yao Dao Gush's sword was filled with thick black smoke, and the dazzling body of the sword was also quickly disappearing. The black smoke gradually condensed into a person. 5 old stars, the bald 5 elders. Jia ha ha ha, I will be the ruler of the world from now on. He raised the corner of his mouth and glanced at the 2 skeletons on the ground. The smile on his face disappeared, and he said to himself with a somewhat lost expression, it's a pity. Even the ability of the lucky fruit has completely disappeared in this world. It can only be strengthened to the point of +2-1. But my current power is unmatched. The next moment, the 5 elders exerted strength under the feet, and the whole person disappeared in place in an instant. 6 styles, shave. What he used was the shaved in the 6 styles, and his black figure formed afterimages in the room. In a blink, hundreds of figures of the 5 old stars appeared in this spacious room, so fast that each figure looked extremely real. Almost as long as you touch it, you can touch the real body. Rather than afterimages. In the next second, all the afterimages disappeared, leaving only 5 elders, he said to himself. It's really powerful, now I am 20 times as powerful as the previous 5 elders. I didn't expect that I will be a human one day, and finally I will no longer be a weapon for killing people in the hands of others. I want to rule my own destiny. I will make all swords masters. I, Guido, must create the Sword Clan. No one knows that the 5 bald elders in the 5 old stars have died, and there is a Gui Che, who replaces the 5 old stars. 5 elders stretched out his fingers and waved gently to the ground. Countless small slashes burst out from the fingers, like a small blade cutter, instantly crushing the 2 corpses on the ground together with their clothing into powder. Since then, there is no trace in the world. The 5th elder smiled indifferently. Only the strengthening stone can create a real family of swords, so I need more famous swords. More swords. Afterwards, he put on the clothes of the 5th elder and walked out the door. Issued an order to collect at all costs, famous swords. The lens turns. 2 days later. Navy headquarters. The Warring States period had a ruddy complexion, and the so-called people were refreshed at happy events, and he was just like that. As he walked, he said with a smile, this time, it is thanks to the previous battle that the Whitebeard pirates and Aokiji were able to win the territory. Otherwise, how could they have won such a large territory so easily? The original New World, except for the Navy. Most of them were divided up by the 4 emperors, and now there are no white-bearded Newgate and Beast Kaido. Most of the main members of the Whitebeard pirates and the 100 Beasts pirates were killed or injured, and they were completely powerless in the face of the Admiral and the Malong Mecha. The Navy also easily included Whitebeard and Kaido's turf. These places can provide a lot of tax and materials. It simply made the Warring States feel happy. Huang Yuan put his hands in his pockets, followed behind the Warring States period, and pouted. This old man is still curious about Hill's new technology. I don't know what technology he invented this time. Chapter 197_Kizaru. Can we drink tea in the game world? I'm also very curious. I don't know what exactly that fellow Hill invented this time. I can't wait to find out. Sengoku's face was full of smiles. Huang Yuan smiled. Marshal of the Warring States period, when will this old man retire? The eyes under the sunglasses are on the body of the Warring States, although there is a high probability that the Warring States will not agree. He also just wanted to try the attitude of the Warring States period. Wait a minute, the Navy is still being reorganized, and the territory of Whitebeard and Kaido also needs to be digested and built. Sengoku replied. Then he said, there are still a lot of prisoners who have escaped from the city. It's still a little early to retire. Warring States glanced at Kizaru and said by example, I'm in my 70s and haven't retired yet, so don't be too hasty. After staying in the Navy for decades, the matter of the Admiral still gave him quite a headache. Section 197 _ Huang Yuan smiled shyly. Then wait. The two strolled towards Hill's laboratory. After Hill opened the door of the laboratory, Sengoku asked Hill impatiently, Hill, what did you invent this time? Hill introduced the two into his laboratory. Brought to the test bench. Pointing to a helmet on the test stand, he said, this is my new virtual helmet. Kizaru reached out and picked up the virtual helmet on the test bench, and took it in his hand and looked at it carefully. This helmet shell is made of metal, in order to fit the One Piece world characters. Hill also deliberately changed the neck area to a telescopic type, which can be used even with a slightly larger head. Of course, people with a physique like the Giants or Barrett would not think about it. Hill, what exactly is this virtual helmet? Huang Yuan fiddled with it a few times, but still didn't quite understand it. It feels bigger, heavier, and more complicated than the average helmet. Anyway, he didn't understand. Warring States also had a curious look on his face, and looked at Hill. It's something that allows people's consciousness to enter another virtual world, Hill explained. Just having this virtual helmet makes this virtual world seem so real, everything feels like it's been experienced in person. Sengoku and Kizaru were overjoyed by Hill's introduction. Another world. Personal experience. They suppressed the curiosity in their hearts, did not interrupt Hill, and were as serious as the three good students in the class. Listening intently to the teacher's explanation. Hill continued, this virtual helmet has two functions, one is to fully replicate all the capabilities of the user. Whether it is physical fitness or devil fruit ability, it can be perfectly reproduced, and you can enjoy training in battle in the virtual world. Don't worry about getting hurt at all. It's a great place for a great battle training. Hearing this, the eyes of the Warring States burst out with astonishing brilliance, and suddenly said excitedly, this thing is good. Then you can have unlimited fighting in it. Usually, when training against each other, there will be room for them, and even bamboo swords are used as weapons. With this thing, the Navy soldiers can conduct fighting training in it, increase the awareness of battle, experience and so on. Huang Yuan suddenly felt that it was boring. Fighting and killing things was not what he liked. This kind of thing is only liked by those guys who like to fight. This old man doesn't have the time to fight. Don't worry. Hill smiled and looked at Kiwi, and said, the virtual helmet also has a function, which is to play the game world. Like our world, a whole world. In it, you can do whatever you like, and the most important thing is, the flow of time in the virtual world is 3 times that of the real world, that is, 3 hours inside and only 1 hour has passed outside. The second function of the virtual helmet immediately attracted Kizaru's attention and aroused his curiosity. A new world. Triple time. Huang Yuan's face became a little surprised, with a strong surprise, and said excitedly, isn't the old man able to live 3 times as long? Wait. Can the game world have tea? Those wretched eyes under the sunglasses stared at Hill with burning eyes, full of expectations. I want to know the answer from Hill's mouth. Of course, there is freedom in the virtual game world, you can try it out with a helmet on. Hill replied, indicating that Kasaragi could try the virtual helmet himself. Kazuna asked, is it enough for the old man to put this helmet on his head? Yes. After getting the answer, he immediately put the virtual helmet on his head. Next second, his world has become completely different. Plunged into darkness. And all kinds of sounds of loading, scanning, and loading sounded in my ears. Looking at Kizaru, Sengoku asked Hill from the side, this thing really has 3 times the time difference. Also, can this thing be used by different people? Faced with the questions raised by the warring states, Hill also patiently answered one by one, it is indeed 3 times the time difference. As for the virtual helmet, once it is used, it will automatically bind the user. Others are unusable. So one per person, but after damage you can choose another one again, but everything in the virtual game world will be reset. Sengoku nodded thoughtfully, staring intently at the yellow monkey in front of him. And this moment. The experience of the yellow monkey is exactly the same as the selection interface that Hill encountered before. In the virtual world, Kizaru stretched out his hand and rubbed his chin, and the real touch surprised him. This is too real, isn't it? It's completely no different from how he feels in the real world. Including the power in the body. The corner of Huang Yuan's mouth twitched, revealing a wretched smile of interest. Hill seems to have come up with another miraculous invention, so that this old man won't just have to drink tea, read newspapers and cut his nails when he goes to work. This thing should be fun. Seeing the whirlpool door with 2 options in front of him, he must have chosen Virtual Game World without any hesitation. With his hands in his pockets, he walked leisurely into the whirlpool gate of the virtual world. The vortex seemed to pull him into another world. A screen appeared in the dark world. Countless people are familiar with the character creation link. How interesting. You can also set the character's appearance, height, and weight. Kizaru smiled. Then start working. After doing it at will. In front of him, there was a man with a wretched appearance, which was quite different from the appearance of Kizaru himself. The height is also about 1 meter 8. Open black lens bracket. Please name your game character. Close black lens bracket. Check in and get off work. Kizaru randomly chose a name. The character is named successfully. The game starts the countdown. 10. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 9. Close black lens bracket. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Open black lens bracket. Start entering the game. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 198 _ The game life started by Kizaru. The world suddenly opened up. When Kizaru regained consciousness, he opened his eyes and found himself in a small village. What he didn't know was that this was the legendary novice village. Next moment. A cute elf about 10 centimeters in size in a pink nurse uniform and a pair of white high socks appeared in front of him. Her 2 pairs of pure white wings fluttered like an angel and appeared in the air beside Kizaru's profile. He said in Kizaru's ear, "Hello, respected warrior, welcome to the Qinglong continent, I am your guide elf." Section 198 _ I will guide the warriors out of this novice village. Now you can recite the panel in your mind. Or just say it. Your personal information will appear. A soft and pleasant voice came from the mouth of the guiding elf, as cute as you want. Kizaru rubbed his chin, and when designing the character, he deliberately put on a mustache for the slightly thorny feel. After touching it for a long time, he fell in love with the feel of the mustache. Panel. Moment. A blue virtual screen appeared in front of him. Character name, clock in and get off work. Level, LV1 Express, 0/100. Occupation, none. Strength, 8 inches. Agility, 10 inches. Spirit, 8 inches. Assignable attribute points, 0. Skills, none. Equipment, none. The guide elf happily encouraged Kizaru, and began to introduce the various functions of the panel to Kizaru. Respected warrior, You have done a good job, your strength is. Next. Kizaru smiled slyly. This virtual game is really interesting. If I didn't know this was a virtual world, I'd probably think it was a real world. Listening to the elf's explanation, plus the slightly prickly feeling on the fingers. Everything is too real. It's so real that it's like starting a completely different life. He looked at the people passing by. The living habits, conversations, and work of various villagers were completely another world. It's amazing. In this case, the old man will not be bored at work. Huang Yuan exclaimed with joy, so that he can start a free life without leaving home. Start your second life experience. More importantly, this is 3 times the time difference. After staying in this world for 3 hours, only 1 hour has passed in the outside world. Whoever it is, will make the right choice. Let's enjoy this magical world later. Kizaru started to quit the game silently in his heart. Countdown to the end of the game. 10. Close black lens bracket. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. Open black lens bracket. Game over. Close black lens bracket. Next second. Kizaru's feeling returned to reality. He stretched out his hand to take off the helmet, looked at Hill in admiration and exclaimed, "It's a miraculous invention. It does feel exactly the same as the real world. It's so aspirational and curious." Before, he also felt that if this thing only has the function of virtual battle, it may not be suitable for him. Unexpectedly, the virtual game in it was so real and highly free, and all the unknown situations made him very curious. Hearing Kizaru's admiration, the Warring States Marshal was also moved, and some couldn't wait to pick up another virtual helmet on the table. Start experimenting. Hill said to Kizaru, "Pelusolino, do you want to play games together when you have time? What's your game ID? Can we still contact each other?" Huang Yuan was slightly surprised, and then said his game ID, "This old man's game ID is. Clock in and get off work. My ID is Whitebeard, I'll add you later." Hill responded. Anyway, he also plans to slowly start paddling and fishing like Kizaru in the future, and he is the most powerful scientist in the Navy. No one cares about him as long as he stays in the lab. The two looked at each other tacitly, and a smile appeared on the corners of their mouths. At this time, the Warring States Marshal is still experimenting with the battle function of the virtual helmet. Learn about the specific functions of virtual battles. He couldn't help but look pleasantly surprised, and said to himself with a smile, "I was able to start an actual combat exercise, targeting the opponent's base. Such a battlefield is ever-changing and has infinite possibilities. The virtual battlefield seems to have only 3 paths, upper, middle and lower, but the Warring States period understands. There are many changes in tactics, defensive tactics and so on. It absolutely tests the ability of the commander and the combat effectiveness of the combat soldiers. In addition, there are also foggy areas such as wild areas. The number, movement, and attack position of the enemy must be explored and prepared." Warring States said happily, "The function of this virtual battle is indeed beyond my expectations." And before. He also tried to use his own human fruit, Phantom Beast, and Buddha form, and found that it was exactly the same as in reality. His power has not disappeared. Warring States thought even more. Now that the Navy has pokeballs, and the number of pirates has dropped sharply, perhaps we can try to reduce the number of navies. To build a true naval academy. With the virtual helmet, his mind became more active. Although there are mechanisms for training new recruits in the Navy, these mechanisms are not perfect. The beasts and sea kings captured by the Pokeball can completely replace ordinary Navy soldiers, and their combat effectiveness is even countless times higher than that of ordinary Navy soldiers. After thinking about it for a while, I thought it was a good idea. A scene from the top of the war appeared in my mind, and a Navy recruit actually stood up to stop the Navy. Let the Warring States feel that it is necessary to improve the overall war quality and discipline of the Navy and so on. He also took this plan to heart. Then I quit the virtual helmet, and I'm ready to study it again. After taking off the virtual helmet, he smiled and said to Hill, "Sir, as expected, only technology is the best for you." He also dismissed the idea of having Hill succeed him as admiral. I didn't expect that Hill would invent such a miraculous thing in a short period of time. The key is that Hill is still young. He has a long way to go. Warring States also looked forward to what magical technology Hill would invent in the future to benefit the Navy and the world. The old man also thinks that technology is more suitable for Hill. Huang Yuan also agreed that with the virtual helmet, even going to work will not be so boring. And with the fall of the 4 emperors, 2 of them fell. The time after Kizaru will only be more abundant, and the appearance of the virtual helmet makes him feel that he has 2 different lives. With a mysterious smile on Hill's face, "The technology for you to see is not just a virtual helmet, this time I also made other inventions." His words satiated the appetite. It made Sengoku and Kizaru feel like they were being scratched by cat claws. Really? P.S. Does anyone wish me a happy birthday? Chapter 199_Gourmet Tablecloth. You see what's on this test stand? Hill's face had a mysterious smile on his face. He raised his voice to mention Sengoku and Kizaru. With a puzzled look on his face, Huang Yuan pouted and said, "Apart from this virtual helmet, I didn't see anything." "Hill, what exactly are you talking about? Isn't there only a few virtual helmets on this test bed?" At this moment, the Warring States period was also a little confused about what Hill was selling. Section 199_. Apart from the virtual helmet, there was really nothing worthy of his attention. Hill picked up a piece of cloth on the test bench and said, "This is my new invention, a gourmet tablecloth." Kizaru and Sengoku were both dumbfounded and looked at each other. Because of the sunglasses on his face, the Warring States could not see the eyes of the Warring States, but the yellow monkeys clearly saw that the eyes of the Warring States were full of confusion and doubts. Confirmed eyes. As stupid as myself. In the end, the 2 turned their heads together and looked at Hill. Warring States reached out and touched the food tablecloth in Hill's mouth on the test bench, which was no different from an ordinary tablecloth. I was speechless in my heart. Is this thing considered an invention? If it weren't for the words coming out of Hill's mouth, he would have turned around and left. Huang Yuan was also very puzzled and put his head close to the food tablecloth on the test bench, and said curiously, "I really don't understand what's so special about this cloth." Look around. His eyes were all stared, but he still couldn't see the difference between this thing and other tablecloths. Took a little. If that counts. That did cost a bit. Hill also knew that they couldn't understand it and explained, "Since this thing is called a gourmet tablecloth, it is naturally related to gourmet food. Do you have any food that you 2 would like to eat?" The yellow monkey raised his head, his unshaven face was full of interest, and asked, "This thing has something to do with food." The old man guesses he can keep warm. This is really good, so the tea this old man makes doesn't have to worry about getting cold so quickly. If it can really keep warm, it is indeed useful, especially in winter or on the East Island. Warring States glanced at Kizaru speechlessly. This guy still has the urine sex. He asked Kizaru, "Pelusolino, do you think Hill's invention will be as simple as you think? As far as heat preservation is concerned, does it count as Hill's invention?" Ignoring Kizaru, he thought for a moment before his expression changed. Because he remembered Hill's question. Hill's question was asking himself if he had any food he wanted to eat. That. Warring States looked at Hill with a shocked expression, and asked in amazement, "Can this thing be able to conjure food out?" "Bingo!" Hill said with a smile, "It can indeed conjure food. Below. It's time to witness miracles." He went on to say, "I want watery pork, cherry pie, fried fish balls, curry rice." Next second. Kizaru and Sengoku all widened their eyes, looking at the food tablecloth in front of them in disbelief. because platters of food emerged from the gourmet tablecloth. Hot white smoke rises from the food, and the delicious and enticing aroma that whets the appetite. Huang Yuan couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva, and 2 words popped out of his mouth: God. It can really transform food, and it's still hot. All the enticing aromas lingered in his nose, and wisps drifted into his nose. Moment, full of energy. Really, it's really food. Where did all this food come from? The Warring States period was also somewhat unbelievable. Good guy. It's unbelievable how a piece of cloth can turn food that looks like it's just out of the pan. Pity, no face. The feeling of long-winded ramen is really good. Looking at the stunned 2 people, Hill also thought that their expressions were a little funny, and immediately picked up a piece of water and meat. This is a special product of the 7 waters. Its appearance is no different from normal meat, but the end is tied with a rope. He opened his mouth and took a bite. The meat was very tender. Yummy. Quote. You guys try it too. Hill motioned for Kizaru and Warring States to taste together, and he ate a child's football-sized water and meat in 5 or 6 mouthfuls. Kizaru wasn't polite either. He reached out and took a sliced portion of Blackbeard's favorite cherry pie and ate it. While eating, he commented, "It's really delicious, even better than some chefs' dishes. It's really a good thing. When you're hungry, you can use the gourmet tablecloth to order food and eat it out. It's so convenient. This piece of cloth can even be folded into a pocket." Warring States was also a little excited and said excitedly, "What a great invention. This invention is amazing. As long as every Navy warship is equipped with this tablecloth, wouldn't it be possible to supply the entire ship's food consumption indefinitely? If this gourmet tablecloth is mass-produced, wouldn't the Navy no longer need to buy food? No need to transport food to some naval bases either." A pair of eyes in the Warring States period shone brightly, full of excitement and excitement. This gourmet tablecloth is absolutely amazing, and the significance it brings to the Navy is unprecedented. The entire naval organization added up to millions of people, and the daily consumption was a huge fortune, and they were basically young and strong adult men. This consumption of substances is even more terrifying. The Navy basically does not do production. With this thing, the consumption of manpower and material resources of the Navy will be greatly reduced. The chef doesn't need it anymore. The boats that transport the food are not needed, and it saves the transportation and food spoilage. The benefits can be said too much. Hearing Sengoku's praise, Hill also smiled proudly. This thing is really good, although it can't increase the combat effectiveness of the Navy. But it can greatly relieve the tension of food. In his heart, he didn't intend to sell the gourmet tablecloth to the outside world. After all, once this thing was in the hands of the rich and powerful. I am afraid that it will bring a disaster to the civilians, and the things they grow will never be sold again. It can only be eaten by itself, or rotted. This will undoubtedly cause unimaginable and terrible shocks to the market. Hill thinks we need to wait a little longer. Warring States said with a smile, "For combat power, we have no shortage of Navy now. There are strengthening stones, ink dragon mechas, and pokeballs. Where is the lack of combat capability in our Navy? Recently, the old man has begun to have the idea of disarmament. But this matter needs to be slowed down a bit. This invention has great benefits for the Navy, and even for the entire world. It is also a double-edged sword. There is a good side and a bad side. Some things are often not just on the good side of it, but also on the bad side of it." Chapter 200 _ The player has successfully logged in by checking in and leaving work. There was a happy smile on Sengoku's face. Section 200 _ Today, I saw Hill's 2 new inventions in a row, and it really surprised him. A virtual helmet, a gourmet tablecloth. They are all inventions that can be called artifacts, which is why Hill was able to create such a miraculous invention. Really unique in the world. While thinking about how to use these 2 inventions, Warring States asked Hill the question he cared about most. Hill, how much Bailey does it take to make these two inventions? Money is also a measure of the value of inventions. It was the price at the time. If it is sky high, even if it is a magical invention, it cannot be widely used. For example, a mobile phone costs $108,000, and I am afraid that there are not many people who can use mobile phones. On the other hand, Kizaru doesn't care about this issue at all. He is still thinking about the game world. The production cost of these two technologies is 1 million Bailey each, so if they are produced in batches, it will not be a problem. Hill answered truthfully. Although it works, lying about the price can make you a lot of money. However, now he doesn't need it anymore. There was even a feeling of how lonely it is to be invincible. 1 million Baileys. Warring States was taken aback. Such a miraculous thing only costs 1 million Baileys. Virtual helmets even allow people to have 3 times as much time that money can't buy. Available now. And the world inside is the real world to them. And the gourmet tablecloth is also incredible. With this thing, you don't have to worry about food in your life. You can even open a shop and sit and collect money. 10 million. Billion. If the value of virtual helmets and gourmet tablecloths were to be measured in money, it would be astronomical. Warring States was excited and exclaimed with a big laugh, Hill. You are truly a blessing to the Navy. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I don't know when I want to destroy Kaido. I don't know how many people will be killed by pirates. He has seen too many tragedies, and he has witnessed one era after another. The Age of Rocks, the Age of the Golden Lion, the Age of Roger, the Age of Whitebeard. Without exception. All pirates. And now, finally enter the Naval Age. The impact of the Battle of the Top War is huge, unprecedented. Kizaru also said with some emotion, yeah, since Hill's enhancement stone was invented, the world has begun to change drastically. It's literally changing with each passing day. However, within a few months, the overall combat effectiveness of the Navy has doubled and doubled. It was a crawl upwards. Sengoku fondled the gourmet tablecloth and virtual helmet, and greeted caringly, Hill, it would be great if everyone in the Navy was like you. Being busy with work, research, and invention all day long, the Navy has long since wiped out the pirates. Hearing this, the yellow ape on the side suddenly looked a little uncomfortable, and just wanted to find a crack in the ground to drill down. Fortunately, I was wearing sunglasses, otherwise it would have been embarrassing to the point of embarrassment. Is it not obvious that the Warring States period is someone like him? Warring States went on to say, still pay more attention to rest, these things are not in a hurry for the time being, just do it slowly. We'll leave first and go to work. Hill nodded and said, well, after these things are produced, I will have someone send them to you. Take away your bound virtual helmets. He turned sideways, reached out and picked up the other 2 virtual helmets on the test bench and said, this is for Mr. Carp. If he is bored, he can take time to play this game, and the game world inside can also be connected. Warring States suddenly smiled slightly, and said with some emotion, that old guy, it's rare that you still miss him. Okay, I'll have someone send it to him. After saying goodbye, Kizaru and Sengoku also left Hill's lab. Admiral Kizaru couldn't wait to return to his office and told his subordinates, wake up the old man if something happens. As he spoke, he sat on the chair behind the desk and leaned on the chair. His feet were naturally folded together on the desk. Without saying a word, he put the virtual helmet on his head. In a virtual game world, a player named Punch Off Work is officially online. Kazuna thought silently in his heart, open the backpack. All of a sudden, a blue lattice-shaped screen appeared in front of him, and there was a wooden sword and a coarse cloth in the lattice of the backpack. Wooden sword, quality white, ordinary. Required wear level, LV1. Attack power, 1:1. Coarse cloth, quality white, ordinary. Required wear level, LV1. Defense, 1:2. Kizaru asked again. Guide the elf, how do you use the things in this backpack? It's okay to say, equip a wooden sword, orally. Equip a wooden sword, equip a sackcloth. In an instant, a wooden sword more than 3 feet long appeared in his hand. And a set of rough clothes perfectly covered him. Huang Yuan was slightly startled. It's really amazing, it was actually put on in an instant. He looked down at the gray and white coarse cloth on his body. Unexpectedly, it was immediately put on. Quick! At this time, a man with a golden question mark on his head passed in front of Kizaru, and he reached out and touched it. Found out that you can't touch it at all.